The Baltimore State Stallions, a team based off of the Canadian Football League's Baltimore Stallions, and the basis behind my first ever series on YouTube. And let me tell you folks, the audio on these videos are quite a doozy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. My name is Kaz Cray, and this is going to be my first video for my NCAA Football 14 Teambuilder Dynasty.
Ah, those were the good old days, recording off of a $19 condenser mic, and having people telling me that doing Dynasty videos on YouTube probably wasn't going to get me anywhere. Now, were they completely wrong? Probably not, but we're still out here grinding content here in Big 2025. I was very, very new to the whole community, so for the most part, these videos didn't do well numbers-wise, and I'm not really expecting much from posting this on YouTube, but you know what? I hope you guys enjoy it. I couldn't get rid of the background noise in some of the clips, so unfortunately, the audio is going to be a little jacked up throughout this, but these are old videos, so just keep that in mind. Also, I very much understand that I mispronounced Jordan Burrell's name throughout the whole series, calling him Burrell or Burrell. It's Burrell. I understand. Unless you're going to build a time machine and tell past me that it's pronounced Burrell and not Burrell, then I'd think it's a moot point leaving those comments. But, you know, if you want to do that, fine, now that I said something about it. Without further ado, please enjoy Season 1 of the Baltimore State Dynasty.
Here we go from Bird Stadium. Aaron Manley to kick it off, and the Baltimore State Stallions' inaugural season has begun. Taj Capart's going to take the kickoff left side. And he's going to get about to 35, breaks a tackle before he gets there. And Maryland's going to start it off. Ty Johnson and DJ Moore, the main weapons on this team. And junior Caleb Henderson is going to be taking the snaps for Maryland. He's in the shotgun, sends a man in motion. Henderson back to pass. He's going to throw it over the middle. There's Johnson, Ty Johnson with the first down. Gets to the 50, and there's a face mask to start the game off by Lawrence Albert, the free safety for Baltimore State. That was just blatant. Not a good way to start the game off for the Stallions, as Maryland will get the ball at the Baltimore State 35-yard line. So we'll check out this defense for Baltimore State. They have 7 freshmen starting on this team, including all 3 linebackers, led by Isaiah Kegler. But here we go. Henderson going to throw it. He's going to find Lorenzo Harrison the third. He'll get about 6 yards. It's going to be 3rd and 4 for the Terrapins. Oh, Foster might have jumped off sides right there. Henderson back to pass. He's going to throw it. Finds DJ Moore for a first down across the 15-yard line. There's 2nd and 7 for Maryland. Henderson back to pass. They're going to throw it, and it's dropped. Turner couldn't hang on to that one, so it's going to be 3rd and 7 for Maryland. Henderson back to pass. He's going to throw it at the flat to Johnson. Johnson's going to fight his way for the first down. 8-yard reception right there, and then it'll be 1st and goal for the Terrapins. Johnson going to get the run, and he's stuffed. Loss of 1 for the Terrapins. It's going to be 2nd and goal. Henderson going to hand it off to Johnson again. Johnson going to get the 1-yard line, but he looks hurt. Russell Sands on the tackle. And that could be a huge blow if Johnson can't come back to this game. So Henderson back to pass. And he's going to find Tavon Jacobs for the touchdown. So on the first defensive drive for Baltimore State, the Stallions give up a touchdown. So here's the kickoff by Maryland. They're up 7-0 to start this game off. And here's Jacob Spain, the speedster for the Stallions. But he can't go anywhere. Returns a kick out of the end zone. Can't even get to the 15, let alone the 20. So let's check out this Baltimore State offense led by Lewis Gibson, the junior. Jordan Burrell, of course, the running back to the backfield. Had a very good spring practice. Very good in 2 days as well. So here's Gibson back to pass. Gibson's going to find Aldrin Johnson. Johnson gets the first down. So first offensive play and the first down for the Stallions. So 1st and 10. Henderson going to hand it off to Burrell. Burrell's swarmed pretty quickly, but gets a 4-yard gain, so it'll be 2nd and 6 for the Stallions. Gibson's back to pass. He's going to throw it right, and there's Jadarius Duncan. And he's going to get the first down. Gibson going to take the handoff to Burrell. He's going to throw right side. There's Shelton Bentley. Bentley has room to run. He might have the touchdown, and he does. Touchdown, Baltimore State. Their first ever touchdown goes to Shelton Bentley, the tight end. What a wonderful throw right there, and a great route run by Bentley. He's one of the stars on this offense. Very underrated, a very good run blocker as well as receiver, and he gets in there for the first ever touchdown for Baltimore State. So Maryland has the ball now. Henderson's going to throw it, and he's picked off by Nordley Ford. Ford right there to cut off the out route, and a very poor decision by Caleb Henderson. Ford able to read that perfectly, and that gives Baltimore State great field position to start that second drive. Gibson going to fake it to Burrell. He's going to throw it right side to Bentley. Bentley has the first down going out of bounds. This is 1st and 10. They're in the red zone. They're going to give it to Burrell. Burrell is going to push forward for 3 yards. So 2nd and 3 for the Stallions. And off Burrell again. He has an open hole. Able to get another 70-yard run to put him within striking distance yet again. So 1st and goal for the Stallions. Here's the pitch. There's Burrell again. He has to cut it inside, and he gets in the end zone for the 2nd touchdown for Baltimore State. And the Stallions take a very surprising lead. Just cut it inside. Very nice cut by Burrell. Only a sophomore, so he'll have 3 seasons with the Stallions. And don't look now, but Baltimore State has a 14-7 lead as Henderson able to find DJ Moore for a 12-yard gain on the screen. But Johnson going to get the carry. He goes absolutely nowhere, and that'll bring up a 3rd and 7 for Maryland. Henderson back to pass. He's going to throw it. And it's caught. DJ Moore breaks the tackle, and he might be gone, but no, he's slowed down. Brought down at about the 25, 24-yard line. It's a 1st down for Maryland. Henderson going to hand it off to Johnson. Johnson not able to get much on the run. And he is hurt again.
That brings up 2nd and 9.
Ty Johnson got hurt on the first drive of the game. Came back in and gets hurt again. So Henderson's going to throw left side, and there's Jaquil Bay for the 1st down at the 3-yard line. Now Maryland in striking distance once again. So we're going to get 1st and goal. Gives a hand off to Harrison, and Harrison's going to get the touchdown. Lorenzo Harrison the 3rd, the backup running back. Now Maryland will tie it up after giving up the early lead to Baltimore State. So now the 3rd drive for the Stallions. Gibson in a shotgun back to pass, and he is brought down. I think that's his 1st sack of his career by Kingsley Opara in the middle of just very bad blocking right there by Mitchell Baldridge. So Gibson back to pass. He's going to roll out left, and he's sacked again. He's at the 1-yard line after Jesse Anebo brings him down. So Baltimore State will punt it off to Maryland. Maryland with the ball at the 49. They're going to gift it Johnson, who's re-entered the game for a 3rd time. He's brought down for a 4-yard gain. Up the 2nd quarter in Baltimore State territory. And he's going to throw it right side to Vay, but Vay has nowhere to go. Brought down. That was Donald Penn with the tackle, and it's going to be 3rd and 5 for Maryland. Henderson finds Johnson left side, but Isaiah Kegler brings Johnson down after a screen, 3-yard loss, and Maryland will punt it. So Gibson back to pass. He's going to roll out right. There's plenty of space to run if he wants to, but he throws it, and it's caught by Jimmy Blackman for a big gain. 1st down. Gibson back to pass again, throws it deep, and couldn't get Jadarius Duncan. Could have been a touchdown, but just an off throw. Miscommunication as well. Burrell's going to run the left side, and he goes nowhere. Loss of 2 yards right there. It's going to be 3rd and 12. Gibson back to pass. And he's sacked once again. This time Walker on the sack, and Baltimore State will have to punt it. It's going to go right side. Maryland just lets it bounce, and almost at the 1-yard line, but bounces back for a touchback. Still a great punt by Aaron Manley. Henderson back to pass as Maryland starts with the ball. They're going to throw it right side, and nearly picked off by Patrick Suttle, but nickelback. So 3rd and 6 for Maryland now. Henderson back to pass. He's going to throw it left side as a man. And there's Jaquil Bay with the 1st down. Got the foot down, and it's going to be 1st down for Maryland. Henderson back to pass. He's going to throw it to the middle. There's Tavon Jacobs again. Another 1st down for Maryland on the slant pattern. Henderson back to pass. He's going to throw it left side. And another great catch. That's Jacobs again with the catch. Another 1st down for Maryland. So So Henderson going to hand it off to Johnson, and there's Kegler again. Isaiah Kegler, the middle linebacker. No gain, and I think Johnson's hurt yet again. It might be time for Coach Durkin to just pack it in for Johnson, because Johnson's been hurt 3 different times in this game, as Henderson's going to find DJ Moore for another good pass and another first down for Maryland. So it's going to be 2nd and 6. They're in the red zone now. Henderson back to pass. He's going to throw it, and throwing it way over the head of his intended receiver right there. So it'll be 3rd and 6. Henderson back to pass again. He's going to throw it right side. And wow, Davenport just drops it. It would have certainly been a touchdown right there had he brought it in. So Maryland will have to settle for a field goal after Davenport drops a sure touchdown. So now Baltimore State ball. There's Javier Harewood with his first career catch. First down for Baltimore State. Gibson going to fake the handoff. Goes right side. He finds Duncan again. Duncan able to get a 7-yard gain. 2nd and 3 for Baltimore State now. Gibson gonna looks like a fake handoff. I think he botched the play. There was just miscommunication right there. Gibson able to get the first down regardless. Gibson gonna hand it off to Burrell. Burrell cuts inside for 4 yards. So we'll bring up 3rd and 6 for the Stallions. Gibson in the shotgun yet again. Back to pass. He's going to throw it, and there's Jimmy Blackman again with another first down for the Stallions. 1st and 10. Another botched play, but this time Gibson gets a bigger gain. 19 yards right there, and another first down after another botched play for Baltimore State. Here's the fake, and Gibson goes nowhere on the option. He's lost of 4 yards. Kayvon Walker with the tackle. It's going to be 3rd and 16 for the Stallions. He's going to fake it to Burrell. Gibson going to throw it, and Harewood can come down with it. Very good defense by Maryland in order to stop that pass. There's the first ever field goal for Phil Hayden, and he gets it. So 17 all with 29 seconds to go in the first half. So Henderson's going to hand it off to Johnson. Johnson's going to get a big gain right here. He might go, but no, he stopped. 21 yards, and Maryland's going to use a timeout, so maybe they'll start a drive right here. Henderson back to pass. He rolls out, and he's sacked. I believe that was Lakeem Foster, the junior, with his first career sack. But Maryland going to start running off the clock. Baltimore State used a timeout in the previous play and used one right here as well. So 3rd and 16, another handoff to Johnson. Johnson goes nowhere. And it looks like Baltimore State's going to call another timeout. They're going to make Maryland punt it to Jacob Spain, their speedster running back and kick returner. So here's the punt. And there's Spain to return it. He goes left side. Spain's going to go around. There's a clip right there, but Spain's still going to take it. Spain's going to still run this punt return, even though there was a clear clip right there. There's another one it looked like. And Spain's going to get in the end zone, but it's not going to count after a very blatant clip by Lewis Albert.
Clipping. Receiving team.
Oh, tough break for Baltimore State as they go into the half, being teased a possible 7-point lead against Maryland. Instead, they go into halftime 17 all. So Maryland's going to kick it off to start the second half. But here's Spain. Spain going to take it out of the end zone again. He's going to go left side, and he has a hole. There's Jacob Spain. There's the speed. I don't think anybody's going to catch him. 20, 10, 5, touchdown. So Spain able to get a measure of redemption after having his punt return for a touchdown wiped out by a clip and call. Takes it left side, no penalties right here. And Baltimore State up 24-7 in the second half. Who would have thought it? Henderson back to pass. He's going to throw it left side. Johnson, a lot of missed tackles on this Baltimore State defense before Cole Wynn finally brings him down after a huge gain. And Terrapins yet again in Baltimore State territory. This defense just is not playing very well. Missing a lot of tackles, blowing a lot of coverages. But Henderson brought down for another sack right there. It's going to be Kevin Hodges from the interior on the sack. So 2nd and 18 for Maryland at the 46-yard line of Baltimore State. Henderson's going to throw it, and it's dropped yet again. A lot of drops happening in this game for Maryland. And it's going to be 3rd and 18 now. He'll throw it right side, and they drops it now.
Number 84, the intended
Maryland
receiver.
just not being helped out by all these drops. Gibson back to passes. Baltimore State starts with the ball. He's going to go left side. Avoids a sack. He's going to get a first down and slides. There's the mobility of Lewis Gibson yet again. 1st and 10 for Baltimore State. Burrell going to get the carry up the middle. They'll get about 8 yards.
That's a gain of 9 on the play. That,
2nd down for Baltimore State. Almost past midfield. Gibson going to hand it off to Burrell. Burrell goes right side. And he's going to get it back to the 49, almost the 50 for a 10-yard gain and a first down for Baltimore State. So 2nd and 10, Gibson in the shotgun, going to fake the handoff again. Gibson, he could either throw it or run it. He's going to run it this time. And he had some space, 18 yards right there. Another first down for Baltimore State. Another shotgun play for Gibson. Gibson's going to fake it, and terrible read right there. And Gibson is shaking up. He's in a lot of pain right now. We'll see if he can come back in later. But here's Franklin Jones, the backup quarterback, a freshman, going to throw right side, and Jimmy Blackman can't hold on to it. Critical drop right there. And it's going to be 4th and 9. Doesn't look like Baltimore State's going to try a field goal right here. Phil Hayden very limited in his range. Jones calling an audible, back to pass, 4th and 9. He's going to roll out left. But Jones just not fast enough to get away from this Maryland defense, and he's sacked. That's at a turnover on downs. So Maryland with the ball now. And Johnson's going to run it right side, breaks the tackle. And he's pushed out at about the 46-yard line. So first down for Maryland as they're across the midfield. So here we go. Another shotgun play for Henderson. Henderson going to hand it off to Johnson. Johnson breaks another tackle. And he has a first down right there, 11 yards. Baltimore State really struggling against the run in this game. So 1st and 10. Henderson back to pass, and he's brought down again. Looked like Isaiah Kegler on the sack.
make it 2nd and long.
Yep, that's Kegler. A lot of Baltimore State bodies on that play. Here's 2nd and 18. Henderson throws, and there's Jacobs, and Jacobs is going to get a first down. 22-yard reception. And Maryland across the red zone. Henderson back to pass. He's going to throw it right side. There's Hayward. Hayward able to get through for another first down. Very sloppy tackling by Baltimore State right now. So Baltimore State within the 10 right now. Henderson back to pass. He's going to throw it over the middle, and it's incomplete. Another drop for Maryland. It's going to be 3rd and 7. Henderson back to pass. Another drop for them. I don't know if the whole Maryland receiving corps just ate popcorn before this game, but they're dropping a lot of passes. A field goal for Maryland makes it 24-20. As Jones still in the game, hands it off to Burrell. 5-yard run. Gibson's going to the locker room, so he probably will not return to this game. Jones back to pass. He's going to throw it. There's Javier Harewood. Gets to the 50-yard line. A great throw by Jones under duress. Very good play for a freshman to make it. That's going to be a first down for Baltimore State, obviously. So here's the fake to Burrell. Jones hit as he throws off the play action. It's going to be incomplete. So 3rd and 8 for the Stallions as Jones back to pass again. He's going to throw it to Blackman. And Blackman backsteps 2 Maryland defenders, and he's gone. Touchdown, Baltimore State. Oh my goodness. Jimmy Blackman with a huge back juke. Shook 2 Maryland defenders, and Baltimore State's up 31-20 over Maryland. As we enter the 4th quarter, Henderson's going to hand it off to Johnson. Johnson's going to go up the middle. Almost a first down. It's going to be 2nd and inches. Henderson breaks the tackle on the option. And then Johnson breaks another tackle. He might be gone. He's finally stopped at the 40 or 39-yard line of Baltimore State. A huge run by him off the option. So first down for Maryland. He's going to hand off to Johnson. Another missed tackle by this Baltimore defense. 9-yard run by Johnson. Hand off to Johnson again. Johnson left side. He finds some room, gets another 9-yard gain. Baltimore State really has to tighten up on defense. Maryland definitely is capable of coming back into this game. As they're going to give it to Johnson again. Johnson left side, another slew of missed tackles and a touchdown by Ty Johnson of 21 yards. Very poor tackling on this drive in particular, and Maryland will go for 2 to make it a 3-point game. Henderson in the shotgun, back to pass, and there's Mike Vitito, the backup defensive tackle, subbing in for Kevin Hodges on the play. And Maryland is denied 2 points, so a 31-26 game for Baltimore State. So Jones called a few audibles. And he has to get this play off quickly. He does. Hand off to Burrell. Burrell has some space. If he can get off that one guy, he could not. So 9-yard run for Jordan Burrell. 2nd and 1. Jones going to hand off to Burrell again. It's going to be a 4-yard run and a first down for Baltimore State. So he's going to pick it to Jacob Spain, who checks in. Right side, there's Aldrin Johnson again. Gets to about the Baltimore State 49, another first down for the Stallions. Pitch left, and Jordan Burrell goes the wrong way and loss of 5 yards. Deion Jones with the tackle, runs him down. I don't know what Burrell was doing right there, but definitely was not helping to see him out. So 2nd and 15 for Baltimore State. They're going to give it to Jacob Spain. Spain going to run up right up the middle. He could have broke that one. But instead, he gets a 19-yard gain and a fresh set of downs for Baltimore State. So they avoid disaster. They're going to hand it off to Burrell again. This time, Burrell going the right direction. He's able to get a first down, spins for more yards. A 13-yard gain right there. And another Stallions first down as they continue to milk the clock. And here's a flea flicker. Jones is sacked immediately. Melvin Kane on the sack right there. And that's very poor play calling right there. Not much point in running a flea flicker this close to the end zone. But here's 2nd and 16 for Baltimore State. Jones going to hand it off. There's Jacob Spain again. Spain going to go right side. Spain might have a touchdown. He breaks the tackle, and he does. Touchdown, Baltimore State. And they are once again up by 2 possessions over Maryland. Very good run by Spain. Bounces it outside. Able to dodge one guy, sheds another tackle, and brings it right into the end zone. So 38-26, Baltimore State leads it. As Johnson's going to get another carry. Only gets 1 yard, so a good stop by Baltimore State after the last drive where they gave up a lot of rushing yards. So Henderson back to pass. Throws it left side, and there's Turner again. Turner breaks a few tackles, but he's just shy of a first down, so it's going to be 4th and 1. Maryland will go for it. And oh my, Isaiah Kegler, I don't know what he was trying to do, but he gets called for encroachment right there. And Maryland obviously going to accept that and get an easy first down on that 4th down. So this may come back to haunt Baltimore State as his first down for Maryland. And he goes right side and it's incomplete. I don't think Turner got his foot in, but they're going to review it. The booth is going to review this play. And we'll take a look. And I don't know if Turner got that foot in. It looked like he might have got it in last second. We'll see what the ref says. And he says it's reversed. So it's going to be a first down for Maryland. Maryland catches a lucky break right there. Henderson back to pass. Going to go right side. There's Vay again. Vay going to break a tackle, and a lot of missed tackles by this Baltimore State defense. Very poor tackling leads to another first down, and Maryland is in Baltimore State territory again. He goes left side, and it's dropped yet again. DJ Moore with a huge drop right there. Nobody was there to cover him. And we're going to take a look at the drops. Maryland currently has 9 total drops. So they're really making Henderson's numbers look really bad right now. Johnson on the run to the right side. Able to fight forward for about 9 yards. So it'll be 3rd and 1. Maryland really needs to have a sense of urgency right here. They need to get in the end zone as soon as possible. They can't have those drops happening. He's going to throw it, and it's dropped yet again. I believe that was Jacobs on the drop. Tavon Jacobs has been very clutch this game. but not right there. Taquan Clay bailed out by the drop, and it's going to be 4th and 1 for Maryland. They're going to give it to Harrison. Harrison's going to get the first down right there. It's going to be 1st and goal at the 4-yard line. Henderson back to pass. He's got time. He throws in Davenport fighting his way. And there's Jarvis Davenport. Makes up for the earlier drop today. Gets the touchdown. Maryland going to be down 5 as the onside kick it. Here we go. They have all 3 timeouts. And Duncan picks it up. He's going to run right side and he's tackled. So Baltimore State ball as they try to run the clock out. Here's Burrell. Going to push forward for 10 yards and he gets the first down. Maryland has to burn a timeout. Maryland not in very good shape against this Baltimore State team that's playing their first game ever. As Burrell gets another 8 yards. It's going to be 2nd and 2. Maryland has no timeouts. Burrell right side. And he's brought down after a gain of 1. Maryland uses their last timeout. And it's going to be 3rd and 1. Can Burrell get the first down? Nice game. And he does. He gets pushed out of bounds, but it doesn't matter. Baltimore State will go on to win their first ever game against Maryland. They upset their in-state rivals 38-33.
Oh, no.
What a game. Baltimore State walks into Byrd Stadium in their first ever football game and knock off the Maryland Terrapins. Honestly, a great game offensively. Defensively, they missed a lot of tackles and are honestly very lucky to have won this game. Maryland dropped a lot of passes. Honestly, if they would have caught a lot of the passes that they dropped, this outcome probably would have been much different. Jacob Spain, of course, was the player of the game. He gets his punt return taken away at the end of the first half, opens the second half with a kick return touchdown to redeem what happened in the previous play. And then, of course, had the game-winning, or the game-clinching, rather, touchdown that ended up putting Baltimore State ahead for good. And honestly, offensively, you can't ask for much more. It sucks that Lewis Gibson was injured, but doesn't appear to be a very serious injury. He won't be out any amount of time, to be honest with you. He'll probably be back out next week against Cal. What a great game for this offense. Defense really needs a lot of improvement, but offensively, they played a solid game. There are the stats right there. Gibson played pretty well before he got hurt, and then Jones came in and really did a good job of cleanup duty. Just kind of managed the game as best as he could, threw a touchdown. Jordan Burrell, a very good game from him, 109 yards and 25 carries. Hopefully we'll be able to get Jacob Spain the ball a little bit more as the season goes along. He did have that big 27-yard touchdown run to put the game away. But Maryland has to be disappointed. They did not play their best football game on either side of the ball, especially defensively. They did have a good amount of sacks. They did make some plays, but in the end, they didn't make enough plays to stop this Baltimore State offense. Now, defensively for Baltimore State, once again, the big issue was tackling. First drive of the game, Baltimore State they were just really undisciplined. Obviously, the face mask to open up the game, gave up a lot of yards on that drive, and then they gave a touchdown. But then Nordley Ford, of course, was able to get that interception in the first play of the second drive to put Baltimore State up ahead. And honestly, Maryland was just not able to overcome this onside that Baltimore State brought to them. Baltimore State just brought it today. Offensively, defensively, they made plays, but could have done a little bit more to stop the Maryland offense. As you're going to see, Caleb Henderson had a pretty decent game. His stats are really misleading. If he didn't have as many drops by his receivers, he probably would have had a higher completion percentage. And you're going to look at Ty Johnson, 142 yards and 1 touchdown. I mean, next year when we play Maryland, we're going to have to make sure that we shut him down, because he was pretty much the entire offense for this Maryland team. Although Jaquil Vane had a pretty good game, Tavon Jacobs had a good game as well. But all these drops really just take away from the yards that they had. Ty Johnson really the only one who didn't have any drops. 4 catches, 52 yards receiving. Solid game for him. And Maryland's O-line, they played all right. I mean, Terrence Davis did give up 2 sacks on the interior, but overall they did what they could. And Jesse Anubanam, senior, has to be very disappointed in how his team played in general, but he personally had a pretty good game for Maryland. Can't say too much negative about him. Overall, Baltimore State just shocked the world. No turnovers from this Baltimore State team, so say anything else you will about them. And it's kind of sloppy game, but they forced a turnover but didn't turn the ball over once themselves. This time the Stallions play their first ever game at home as they take on the Cal Golden Bears of the Pac-12. Let's get right into the action. Aaron Manley to kick it off to Patrick Laird, and this game has begun. Here's Laird. He's going to take it, going to get across the 20 to the 25-yard line. So Cal doesn't boast the best team in the Pac-12, but they're definitely a middle-of-the-road type team. They have plenty of weapons, including running back Trey Watson. And here's Ross Bowers, the quarterback. He's going to drop it back and he's going to roll right. And he's going to get a good 9-yard gain. So second and 1, he's going to throw right side, and it's dropped. That's Beasley on the drop right there. So 3rd and 1, and Trey Watson right up the middle. Shakes a few guys, and he is gone. Trey Watson, this is what I warned you about before. It's blazing speed. No one's going to be able to catch him. 66-yard touchdown run for Trey Watson. And the Golden Bears go up 7-0 early in this game. Look at the replay, like missed tackle right there. And then no one else is able to catch Watson. So Cal once again takes a 7-0 lead. So here's the offense for Baltimore State. Here's Lewis Gibson rolling out right. He's going to run and get us about 3 yards. So we have a 3rd down. Gibson back to pass. He's going to roll left this time. Can't find anybody. He just throws it to no one in particular. So Cal gets the ball back. Here's Bowers back to pass. He's going to find Beasley this time. Beasley brings it in. So a 10-yard catch by Beasley for a 1st down. So Bowers on the fake to Watson. He's going to throw it. And DeMarcus Penn almost gets the interception right there. Couldn't bring it in. So here's the handoff to Watson. Once again, Watson out. He might be gone. Albert pushed out of the way, and there's another touchdown for Cal. And the route might be on in Baltimore. Trey Watson breaks out another big touchdown run. This one going for 37 yards. And he already has 100 yards rushing on the game, so Baltimore State's going to have their hands full the rest of the game trying to stop this guy. The Stallions get the ball back, 1st down, and this time just Darius Duncan brings it in for a short gain. And Burrell's going to fight for that 1st down, 2-yard gain, just good enough on 3rd and inches. So 2nd and 8 right here. They're going to throw, and here's Shelton Bentley, the tight end, for a 20-yard reception. Here's a handoff to Burrell on 1st down. Burrell, 11 yards, and another 1st down for the Stallions. They're starting to drive right now. And here's Gibson back to pass. He's going to roll out right. He has a man. There's Blackman, and Blackman's able to get to about the 6 for a 1st down. And there's the fake handoff on the option, and Gibson punches it in for a touchdown for the Stallions. So Baltimore State on the board now, but can they catch up to Cal? And they're going to throw a swing. There's Vic Wharton, the 3rd, and he's going to get out there for about a 24-yard gain and a 1st down for Cal. So here's the handoff to Watson. Watson up the middle, and he's able to fight for 6 yards after being stopped initially. Here's 3rd and 1. Bowers going to throw left side. Couldn't find anybody. It's incomplete, so they'll punt it away. But they run a fake. There's McMorris. McMorris able to get to about the 40-yard line, 40 or 39 on the fake. And Cal's in business again. So do a jet sweep. There's Wharton the 3rd again. And Vic Wharton the 3rd able to break a tackle, and he's gone for another touchdown run for Cal. Oh, Baltimore State is having a tough time stopping the run in this game. 21-7 to Cal. Gibson going to go right. He's going to find Aldrin Johnson. Johnson's going to fight for 11 yards. So here's 2nd and 10. Burrell stopped at the line of scrimmage for no gain. So 3rd and 10. Gibson going to throw it in the middle, and it's incomplete. That's Luke Rubens there on the coverage, and it's going to be 4th down. Baltimore State's going to punt it. There's Patrick Laird, backup running back. Laird breaks a tackle, And Laird gets to about the 46 of Baltimore State, so in Baltimore State territory. And Cal is just running rampant on Baltimore State right now. So here's Bowers right side, and it's dropped. That's Stovall. Couldn't bring it in. So 3rd and 7. Cal gonna do a little screen to Trey Watson, but Watson able to get slowed down, and Cole Wynn brings him down. Bring up 4th and 2, and Cal will kick the field goal, but it is no good off the upright. So Baltimore State still trails only 14. There's Burrell on the run. Stopped after a gain of 3 right there. And that's going to end the first quarter. Cal is just running rampant on Baltimore State right now. It's 21-7. Let's see if the Stallions can come back into this game. As we begin the second quarter, back to passes. Gibson. Gibson's going to go over the middle to Duncan for a 17-yard gain. So Baltimore State in business. They're in Cal territory now. Here's the fake. Gibson rolls out right. He's going to go deep. There's Javier Harewood for a touchdown. Touchdown, Baltimore State. And Harewood just able to get behind his man relatively easily right there. Very good fake by Gibson. And Harewood all alone in the end zone. So 21-14, Cal leads. They're going to go left side. There's Stovall making up for the earlier drop for a first down. Here's Watson up the middle. He's going to get a pretty big gain. 14-yard gain and another first down for Baltimore State. He's up to 123 yards already. And Bowers going to break a tackle on the option. Bowers is even running over this defense. And there's Taquan Clay. He's going to be called for a face mask there.
Defense.
But yeah, I mean, you got running backs, receivers, and even the quarterback running all over this team right now.
Still first down.
So 1st and 10 at the 20. They're going to give it. That's Patrick Laird for a 10-yard gain. Backup running back and kick returner. Laird is pretty elusive himself. Here's Bowers back to pass. He's going to go left side, and Subtle able to break that one up. So 3rd and 12. Bowers back to pass. He's going to go left side, and intercepted by Nordley Ford. So Ford gets his second interception in as many weeks and ends the Cal drive right there. So Baltimore State's in business right now. You got Gibson on the option. He's going to get tackled, and he's going to lose the football. I think he was trying to pitch it. And Cal recovers. So Baltimore State's interception goes for naught as they turn it right back to Cal on the ensuing play. So here's Cal in business once again. Here's Bowers. He's going to go right side. And Warden able to get a 17-yard catch. So Cal's right outside Baltimore State's 5. Here's a handoff to Warden again. Warden going to get inside the 5 this time. Almost at 200 rushing yards as a team. Here's 3rd and goal. Bowers back to pass. He's going to throw. And good defense by Taquan Clay right there. As Cal will be forced to settle for a field goal. So a 10-point game now. As Gibson finds Burrell in the out pattern out of the backfield. And Burrell is able to get 24 yards and a first down right there. So now in Cal territory, they're going to give it to Burrell again. He's going to get left side, and Burrell has some space, and he gets another first down on the run. 12 yards right there. And Baltimore State's starting to have some success on offense. Gibson rolling out under pressure, and he just has to throw that away. Going to bring up a 3rd and 5. And they're going to stay on the ground for this one. Burrell goes left side. He cuts it in. And he cuts it outside again. There's Burrell for a touchdown. As Baltimore State cuts its lead once again. Jordan Burrell with a beautiful run right there. Looked like he was going to be stopped short. Cuts inside, cuts back outside, and no one's able to catch him. So Baltimore State trails by 3 now as Watson gets to carry up the middle, cuts it outside, and he's going to get a gain of 11, so another first down for Cal. This time Bowers drops back. He's going to go right side. That's the tight end Hudson right there. Hudson breaks a tackle. And he gets a 21-yard gain inside the 45-yard line. So here's Cal again, driving. Here's Bowers left side. And pass intended for Warden. Great breakup by Patrick Suttle, the nickel corner. And it's going to be 3rd and 10. Bowers back to pass. He's going to throw Watson on the screen. And he's forced out. So Baltimore State ball once again on the punt. Here's Gibson. Gibson up the middle, but he's sacked for a loss of 1 right there. So 3rd and 10 for Baltimore State. Gibson again pressured, and this time nearly intercepted by Devontae Downs. Downs just turned around. Good play by him. And Baltimore State will be forced to punt. And the ball goes off Laird's hand, but he's able to recover it, so nearly a mistake by Cal. As we begin this drive, an incompletion by Bowers right there. Here's 3rd down. Bowers under pressure. He's going to throw it to the middle and nearly intercepted by Lawrence Albert. Great play on the ball, just couldn't bring it in. As we look at the stats, both Cal and Baltimore State are putting up huge numbers in the first half so far. So here's Baltimore State. Gibson going to go right side, finds Jadarius Duncan yet again, another first down. There's Gibson. Rolls out, and he's sacked. Tried to get outside, but couldn't. He loses 9 right there. Gibson rolls out this time, no sack, and Gibson's going to run it this time and gets a pretty good gain to make it 3rd and 4, about 15 yards right there. Gibson finds Blackman for another first down. So 1st and 10. Baltimore State yet again driving, and he's sacked again. Gibson sacked, and he has to call a timeout. So 3rd and 18 right here. Gibson's able to find Harewood, and Harewood gets his 2nd touchdown of the game. Javier Harewood is just having a monster game so far. Hasn't gotten a lot of receptions to his name yet, but 2 touchdown catches are all that really matters right now. As Baltimore State goes into the half after trailing 21-7 early in the 2nd quarter, mounting a huge comeback as they lead by 4 as we head into the locker room. As we check out the highlights for the first half, few keys for Baltimore State to hold on to this lead. They have to stop Trey Watson. Watson has been having a career day so far against this Baltimore State defense. They also got to capitalize on the mistakes that Cal's made so far. That 1 interception was negated by a later Lewis Gibson fumble. And the 3rd key, just keep it simple on offense. As we start the 2nd half, there's Jacob Spain. He's going to take this one. He's going to go right side, and he finds a hole. He might be able to take this all the way. He did house one against Maryland last week, but gets to the 49 right here as Burrell on first down, able to truck a guy and gets a big first down as they get inside the Cal 40. Here's Gibson back to pass. He's going to go left side, nearly intercepted. That's Marlo Sean Franklin Jr. on the coverage. So 3rd and 7. Baltimore State going to go right side, and they find Harewood again. Javier Harewood with another big catch for the Stallions. And they go to right side to Harewood again. Harewood nearly gets a first down, just a yard shy. That's 3rd and 1. Baltimore State goes left side. There's Burrell. Burrell going to try to get outside for a touchdown. Does get the first down, but just short of the end zone. As we got 1st and goal, here's Gibson. He's going to roll left side. Throws across the field. There's Harewood. Touchdown. That's 3 touchdowns for Javier Harewood in this game. And Baltimore State now has an 11-point lead over Cal, looking to pull another upset. As Bowers goes into complete left side. Here's the 3rd down. Bowers, and the pass is dropped right in the middle. Cal's really struggling to hold on to the ball as Baltimore State gets the ball back. And here's Burrell on the left side for 3 yards. Here's Gibson back to pass. He's going to go right side, and it's dropped. And Baltimore State goes 3 and out. So Cal now with the ball. They're going to go Watson up the middle. Watson able to fight for about 3 yards. And 3rd and 4. They're going to go in the middle again. Here's Watson. Hurdles the guy. Nearly breaks another one open. But this time goes for 14 yards on the first down. Here's Watson on the counter. Watson going right side. He dodges the guy. Breaks a few tackles in order to get a first down. 11 yards. That's actually Patrick Laird, not Watson. But might as well be Watson. And here's Demetrius Robinson for the first down catch. And they're going to go left side. This one broken up by Nordley Ford. And 3rd and 5 for Cal as Bowers drops back. He's going to run it, and he's stopped short. Lakeem Foster on the stop. I guess Cal will have to kick the field goal. This time they make it to make it 35-27. And here's Gibson on the option. This time he's going to keep it. No pitch here, and he gets 11 yards and a first down. So 2nd and 10. Here's the handoff to Burrell. Burrell went outside. Should have kept it inside. He gets a gain of 1. Here's Gibson back to pass on 3rd and 8. Right side. There is Jadarius Duncan. Duncan's going to break this one open. If had he kept running, he would have had a touchdown. But it's first and goal regardless. As Burrell with a gain of 6 on the carry. Brings up second and goal. They'll give it to Spain this time. Spain slowed down and loses a yard right there. There's third and goal. Gibson back to pass. Going to go right side to Bentley. Couldn't hold on to it. And they'll kick the field goal. About 3 seconds left in the quarter. And here's Laird on the kickoff return. Laird going to break his own kickoff. Saw Spain earlier. He's going to see what he can do right here. And he gets to about the 41-yard line. 55-yard return for Patrick Laird as we end the third quarter. And Baltimore State very close to another upset of a Power 5 school. They lead 38-27 as we head into the fourth quarter. We begin the fourth quarter. Cal in very good field position. They're going to give it to Watson up the middle. And it takes 2 guys to bring him down. Another solid carry for Watson. That's 7 yards right there. Watson left side this time on 2nd and 30. And he's going to get past the 20-yard line. A 14-yard carry for Watson. And Cal back in the red zone. Here's Bowers. He's going to go to Watson on the screen pass. Watson able to dodge 2 defenders and gets to about the 6-yard line. Very close to another touchdown. And they go right side, and there's Demetrius Robertson making up for an earlier drop, getting his first touchdown of the game. And Cal will go for it to try to make a 3-point game in the fourth quarter. Here's Bowers, goes right side, and it's dropped yet again. So this game will stay at a 5-point ball game for Baltimore State. And here's a carry left side, Burrell. No, that's Brian Childs actually on the carry, and he gets face masks. That's Evan Rambo on the penalty, and it's going to be an easy first down for Baltimore State. So here's 2nd and 10. They're going to give it to Burrell. Burrell right side. Another good run for him. It's going to be 14 yards. Burrell's not having as good of a game as Watson is, but he's definitely having a good game of his own. So pitch it to Spain. Here's Jacob Spain. It's a 9-yard carry right there. And here's a fake. Gibson going to roll out. Gibson's going to run it, it looks like, and he gets pushed out at about the 5-yard line. Probably should have stepped out before he took the contact, but oh well. Here's Burrell up the middle, 3 yards. And it's going to be 2nd and goal. They'll give to Burrell again. Burrell's caught behind the defender, but able to get into the end zone. That's the second touchdown of the game, and Baltimore State's up 45-33. And Cal has the ball now. Here's Patrick Laird busting on another big game for this Cal offense. So Baltimore State really needs to get it together. Here's 2nd and 10. Here's Bowers. He's going to run. Couldn't find anybody to throw to. He gets just a gain of 1. Isaiah Kegler with a big hit on him. And he goes right side. He's going to find Robertson, and there's another touchdown for Cal. Demetrius Robinson again with another touchdown. It's going to be 45-40. Robertson had nobody on him over there. I don't know if that's Wynn's fault or Clay's fault. Just blown coverage by both men right there. Miscommunication. And Baltimore State will get the football back on the kickoff. There's Burrell again. Jordan Burrell having a wonderful game. You see his stats, 24 carries, 164 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Franklin able to bring him down finally. Here's 2nd and 5. Here's the pitch. There's Jacob Spain. Spain, the speedster, going to get about 4 yards on the 3rd and 1. Here's Brian Childs, the big bruiser, able to just fall forward and get a good 5 or 6 yard gain for a first down. So Cal starting to use their timeouts. Here's Burrell left side, only about 3 yards on the play. Another timeout by Cal. And 2nd and 7, Burrell again on the run. Only 3 yards there, so 3rd and 4. A first down here will seal the game for Baltimore State, and Spain is tackled forward for an easy first down. And Baltimore State pulls off another upset of a Power 5 school. This time they beat Cal 45-40. You know, a very slow start to this game for the Stallions, but they're able to pick it up the next 3 quarters. And able to pull off the upset. Lewis Gibson with a huge game. He pretty much was the catalyst for its comeback. He did fumble the ball in the second quarter after the interception, but he made a lot of good throws, especially those touchdowns to Javier Harewood. I mean, this is coming off the game after he gets hurt and doesn't come back into the Maryland game. He comes back into this game, plays a huge role in the victory. So Lewis Gibson definitely deserves the game ball for this one. It could have gone south right away, but even after the fumble, he kind of just rallied the troops, got the offense together, and they were able to come out with this victory. So congratulations to Baltimore State, their first home victory in school history. They're 2-0 after many people didn't think they'd even win 2 games this year. And huge win right there. A huge game from Jordan Burrell, 160 yards, 2 touchdowns in this game. And Cal, I mean, you got to feel for them. They had a huge game running the football. Watson had about 179 yards and 2 touchdowns himself. A lot of big gains for him. Only 11 carries on the game. And Baltimore State turned the ball over for the first time in school history this game after not turning it over at all in the Maryland game. But it doesn't cost them as their offense plays just well enough to get them over a very explosive Cal offense. A lot of yards in this game for both teams. Not much punting. And Baltimore State really dominated time of the possession, and that's probably what got them the victory. As Cal mostly scored in short drives with long gains, but Cal able to wear down that defense for the victory. This time the Stallions are going to be defending home turf against the Western Kentucky Hilltoppers in their Conference USA opener. Both teams are undefeated, and this is definitely going to be Baltimore State's toughest test up to date. The Maryland Cal games were definitely hard, but this is going to be even harder because it's a conference opponent. But here's the kickoff by Aaron Manley as we get this one underway. Here's Wales on the return. Anthony Wales had a great game last week against South Alabama, as you'll see the stats in just a moment. As he gets the ball to the 33-yard line, a great return. Anthony Wales, of course, with 181 yards and a touchdown against South Alabama last week. As we get this drive going, Mike White able to find Taywan Taylor for a 9-yard gain. Don't know why Taylor's on the roster. He's in the NFL now, but oh well. As Kegler gets a hit on White, White throws an incompletion. So 3rd and 1 for the Hilltoppers. And White gets stuck in a glitch, and he throws it to Wales. And Wales able to get the first down right there. 2nd and 10 for the Hilltoppers. There's White. He's going to give it to Leon Allen, who checks into the game. Allen gets about 8 yards on the carry. It's going to be 3rd and 2. Allen again gets his number called, and he gets across the first down marker for a 4-yard gain. So here's the 2nd and 5 for the Hilltoppers in the Stallion territory. He's going to throw a screen pass to Nick Norris. Norris is going to take it up the sideline, breaks 2 tackles for his finally brought out of bounds for an 11-yard gain in the first down. So Western Kentucky driving on this first drive of the game. They'll give it to Allen again. Allen pushes forward for another first down. So 1st and 10 yet again for the Hilltoppers. White, he's going to find the carry is Fant with a 9-yard reception. So 2nd and 1. And there's a false start by the Hilltoppers.
False start. Awesome.
So Western Kentucky will be backed up 5 yards. It'll be 2nd and 6.
Still 2nd down.
So here's White. He goes left side, and he finds Will Bush for the 10-yard touchdown reception. So the Hilltoppers drive down the field the first drive of the game for a touchdown, and they lead 7-0. So here's the kickoff, and there's Jacob Spain, dangerous kick returner. Here he is. Goes up the left side, gets a block, and Jacob Spain might be gone. He has one man to beat, and he jukes him out. Well, he kind of just dives behind him, but Jacob Spain is going to run across the field, just get in the end zone, waste some time right there. 104 yards on the kick return, and Jacob Spain does it again as Baltimore State ties this one up. And Anthony Wales checks back into the game for an 8-yard carry. Here's Wales again. Wales with a stiff arm and a 5-yard carry for a first down. So here's Mike White. White trying to scramble, and he gets sacked. 6-yard loss. That's Nick Wentworth on the sack right there. So 2nd and 16. And another false start by the Hilltoppers.
False start.
So this will be a 2nd and 21. Same guy, the right guard, number 64.
Still second down.
So 2nd and 21. Here's White. White avoids a sack. Very close to being a sack right there, but he's able to avoid it. So 3rd and 21. Here's White, gonna go deep, and he's picked off by Nordley Ford. So Ford's gonna take this up to about the 36-yard line for the Stallions. And that's his 3rd interception in as many games this year. Once again, a quarterback tries to pick on him, and he's the one who gets the pick. So the Stallions get the ball in great field position to start their first offensive drive. Here's Jordan Burrell. Nothing on the play, so we'll go 2nd and 10. Gibson gonna fake it. Gibson might have room, but he's tackled behind the line. 3rd and 12 now. Here's Gibson. He's gonna throw right side. He finds Jadarius Duncan. Duncan able to get 15 yards and the first down. So the Stallions starting to drive right here. Gibson throws an interception himself. That's Simmons for Western Kentucky. And the Stallions give it right back to the Hilltoppers. DeAndre Simmons on the interception. Just a very poor throw by Lewis Gibson. I believe that's Gibson's first interception of the year as well. So here's White. White gonna run it. And he trucks over Lawrence Albert. Gets 9 yards on the carry. So it's gonna be 2nd and 10 for the Hilltoppers. White gonna find Towner. No, it's incomplete, broken up. So 3rd and 1. And they're gonna run the option. Here's Allen. Allen trucks Albert as well. Lawrence Albert just getting ragdolled by this Western Kentucky offense as Allen gets a 26-yard gain in the first down. So here's White. He's gonna find Donatel. There's Donatel. Donatel breaks a few tackles and he gets 21 yards right there. And yet another false start by this Western Kentucky offensive line.
Still first down.
So 1st and 15 now. And here's White. And he's under pressure and he's brought down by Lakeem Foster. Foster couldn't get the sack the first time last drive, but gets it right here. So Allen on the counter. And Allen breaks a few tackles, gets about 5 yards on the carry. And 3rd and 15. Here's White. He's going to find Johnson, but nowhere near the first down marker. So it's going to be 4th and 6 for Western Kentucky. They'll settle for a field goal. Here's Gibson. Baltimore State with the ball now. Gibson, I don't know why he didn't just run that, but he gets sacked just holding the ball. So 3rd and 14. Just going to run a toss play to start the second quarter. And they'll punt it away. So Leon Allen, the first play, gets stopped for a loss of 1. And here's White back to pass. White under pressure. He throws it to Taywan Taylor, but Taylor couldn't hold on. So the Hilltoppers will punt it. So here's Burrell for Baltimore State. 6-yard gain. Gibson on the toss to Burrell this time. Burrell trying to get outside, but he gets smacked. So 3rd down for the Stallions, and Gibson able to find Jadarius Duncan for a first down. 16 yards on the play. And Stallions in business again. Here's Burrell. 6-yard carry. And 3rd and 2. Gibson, he's going to find Blackman. And another first down for the Stallions. Here's Gibson again. Gibson going to roll out. Will he hold on the ball this time? No, he's going to run it. And he tries to truck, but it doesn't work out. But he gets a 9-yard gain on the play. So 3rd and 3, play action. There's Gibson going to throw it. And Aldrin Johnson brings it in for a 4-yard gain. And the Stallions now in the red zone. Here's Gibson. He's going to throw it to Johnson again. And Johnson gets to the 1-yard line. So 1st and goal for the Stallions. Here's the pitch, and Burrell gets blown up again. So 2nd and goal from about the 4-yard line. Barry in motion. Power out set. Here's Spain. Spain can't get there, but he gets to the 1 again. So back to the original line of scrimmage. Here's Gibson. Gibson throws, nearly intercepted by DeAndre Simmons again. And here's a 4th and goal. They're going to go for it. He gives it to Burrell, and Burrell is stuffed. Turnover on downs, lost the 3 right there. Great play by the Western Kentucky defense. Burrell just not having a very good game running the ball at all. Here's White. Incomplete, just blatantly dropped. On 3rd and 7, Allen tries to truck through, but gets stopped. So Baltimore State ball again. Here's Gibson. Gibson gonna roll out, and he's able to get the first down. Great run by Gibson. Gibson doing a great job running the ball today. Here's Gibson again. He finds Javier Harewood for his first catch of the game. It's gonna be 2nd and 1. Here's Gibson, and Gibson is hit hard. 8-yard loss on the sack right there. There's Leverick Johnson on the play. Here's 3rd and 9. Gibson rolling out, and he's going to throw it deep. Javier Harewood all alone in the end zone as Western Kentucky just breaks down in coverage. Nobody's there to guard Harewood. Some miscommunication leaves him wide open en route to a touchdown. So Western Kentucky gets the ball again just before halftime. Here's White. White going to throw it deep. And he finds Nakarius Fant. Fant breaks a tackle, gets to about the 15-yard line. So Western Kentucky will kick a field goal right here. And looks like Baltimore State will go one more time. They send in Franklin Jones with the stronger arm to see what they can do, but Jones can't even get the ball off before he's hit. And we'll send it in the halftime. Baltimore State leads by 1 over Western Kentucky in their Conference USA opener. So Western Kentucky has been able to get a few big plays on Baltimore State, but the problem is penalties keep ruining their drives. They've had 3 false starts so far, so they got to get that under control. For Baltimore State, their defense really needs to tighten up against these running backs. Leon Daniels and Anthony Wales have just had way too much space to run whenever they run the ball, and it's really starting to show. Western Kentucky very much in this game. A very close game right now, 14-13 Baltimore State at the half. So Western Kentucky will kick it off to start the second half. And Jacob Spain already took a kick return for a touchdown earlier. Let's see if we can get another one right here as he finds a hole. And he back jukes, but this time he gets to the 45, so still a very good return. Spain disappointed he couldn't get a touchdown, but good return regardless. And here's Jordan Burrell. Find some room to run. He didn't have a great first half, but that run should get him on track. And 2nd and 2, and Burrell gets the first down. So he's starting to run pretty well in this second half after having a quiet first half. Here's Gibson. He's going to throw it, and he's intercepted again. This time Brown gets it. So the second interception of the game for Lewis Gibson after not throwing interceptions the first 2 games. And Western Kentucky will have the ball. Here's Leon Allen. Allen nearly breaks that for a touchdown, but he's stopped right past the midfield. Here's Allen again. And Leon Allen running just as hard as he was in the first quarter. And we're going to get a 3rd and inches right here. Here's the option, and it's blown up by Lakeem Foster. White had nowhere to go, and Western Kentucky will try a long field goal, and it's no good to the right. Wouldn't have had the length anyways. So Baltimore State gets the ball in great field position as Antoine Tracy, the fullback, gets the catch, 6 yards. Tracy doesn't touch the ball very often, so good to see him get it right there. Here's Gibson, hit as he throws, and Harewood can't come down with it. Great coverage by Joe Brown right there. As it's 3rd and 4 right here. Here's Gibson, he's going to roll out right. Had a receiver open, but he's just going to take what he can get with his feet and get the first down. Gibson having a solid day running the ball himself. Here's Gibson back to pass, he throws it. There's Harewood again. Javier Harewood gets to the 9-yard line, a 28-yard reception right there. And you really got to watch Gibson on these rollouts where he can either run or throw it, beat you either way. And this time he beats him through the air. And 1st and goal, they're going to give it to Johnson on the end around. Johnson can't go anywhere, loses a yard right there. And 2nd and goal, here's Gibson rolling out right. And he might try to run this one in, and he does. So Lewis Gibson runs in a touchdown in this game. as the Stallions extend their lead to 8. Here's Allen on the carry. Allen, trucks over Albert. And the story of just getting trucked continues for Lawrence Albert. Trucked again. So 1st and 10. And here's Norris. Norris able to break a tackle, and Nick Norris is out past midfield. So another first down for the Hilltoppers as they're in Stallion territory. Here's White. He's going to throw it to Towner. Towner dodging some Dolphin divers, and he gets the first down right there. And another 1st and 10 for the Hilltoppers. Out past the 40. And Towner goes in motion. He's going to throw it deep, and Jackson able to beat Subtle right there. Lucky Jackson with the catch. And here's White again on another fake draw. He's going to throw left side, incomplete. And 2nd and 10. Here's the draw to Allen. Allen able to fight forward for about 3 yards. And 3rd and 7. Here's White. He's going to try to run it. And he slides down, avoids the contact, only gets 3. Hilltoppers will have to settle for a field goal. So here's another kickoff. Can Spain take this one back for a touchdown? We'll see. Here's Jacob Spain, left side. He has a hole. He might be gone. No, he gets pushed out at about the 49-yard line of Western Kentucky. So another monster gain for Jacob Spain on the kick return. And Bentley's going to get this catch right here, 3 yards. So 3rd and 6. Here's Gibson. Another play action, another rollout. He has the option to run or throw it. He gets out of bounds. No, he stays in. Just avoided being out of bounds. I'm sure they'll look at it. And yes, they will. Sure enough, they'll review it. As you can see, Gibson looked like he got bounced out by Harewood's block. But it looked like his foot went out right there. But they're going to say it stands as called. So Baltimore State gets a break right there. It really looked like he stepped out, but he got away with it. Here's Gibson. He's going to pitch it out to Burrell. And Burrell's tackled just shy of the first down marker. And here's Gibson. He's going to dump it off to Tracy again. This time Tracy tackled for a loss. And it'll be 3rd and 1. Here's the handoff. Here's Burrell again. And it's 4 yards and a first down. I know I keep saying Burrell and it's spelled Burrell. Just a force of habit for me. I apologize if it bothers anybody. But anyways, Baltimore State up 21-16 heading into the 4th quarter. Can they pull off this victory over Western Kentucky? We will see. Here's Gibson. He's going to throw it deep. He has Johnson, and Aldrin Johnson fights his way in for the touchdown. Great play right there. Gibson hasn't been great with the ball today, but puts it on the money right there. As Baltimore State's now up by 2 possessions with 7:30 to go in the game. And here's Anthony Wales. Wales going to return this one. And Wales didn't go down. He did not go down. His knee never hit the ground, and he's going to take this one. He's going to take it back, and he's brought down at about the 7-yard line.
Personal foul. Face mask. Defense.
And they're going to get Cole Wynn for the face mask, so that puts the ball at the Baltimore State 4. Great return. I don't know how Wales' knee didn't hit the ground, but at any rate, Western Kentucky, a 3-yard gain by Leon Allen. And then striking distance right here. Allen gets in there for a touchdown. And Western Kentucky is now down just 5. Back to a 1-possession game. In part due to Anthony Wales with a ridiculous kick return. Here's Spain. Speaking of kick returns, Jacob Spain going to have another one of his own. Can he take this one to the house? No, he's brought down at about the 46-yard line of Western Kentucky. So Spain kind of saying, anything Wales can do, I can do much better. And as Brian Childs checks into the game for a 9-yard gain. Baltimore State trying to run this clock out as much as possible. Here's Childs again. Childs falls forward for the first down. He's the power back of the 3. Here's Gibson rolling out. And he finds some space. He's going to get a first down and more. Slides down. And Baltimore State yet again in the red zone. Here's the fake. Gibson going to throw. Finds Johnson. And that's 10 yards just shy of the first down marker. Here's Gibson again. Gibson is hit. But incomplete pass. So 3rd and inches right now for Baltimore State. Here's the fake. Gibson going to get the first down. Tries to juke a man out. Gets 4 yards in the first down. So Baltimore State runs even more clock off now. Here's Gibson. Gibson sacked. Just tried way too hard to make a play right there. Nick Dawson-Brents brings him down. So 2nd and goal. Here's Gibson rolling out again. Throws it away. Trying to be like Barry Sanders out here. Needs to just calm down and look through his progressions. And he gets hit again. O-line just kind of let him down on the last 3 plays right there. But they'll get the field goal to make it 31-23. Here's Allen. Allen with another big run and another face mask. No, clipping call actually. So Baltimore State gets saved right there. Macarius Fant with the clip. So 2nd and 8. Here's White and hits Fant in the hands. Incomplete. So 3rd and 8 for the Hilltoppers. Here's White. He's going to throw it and Towner catches it, but he's tackled short of the first down marker. So Western Kentucky will kick it away. He might fake it, no fake. They're just going to kick it. And here's Spain. Spain rocked as soon as he catches it. And Jacob Spain is hurt. Walking very gingerly off the field. He probably won't be back in this one. Here's Burrell. Running hard for a 6-yard gain right there. As Baltimore State just tries to run the clock down. They'll give it to Childs this time, but Childs is stopped for a loss of 1. Timeout by Western Kentucky. 3rd and 5. Gibson going to roll out. And as time, he finds Bentley. Bentley to about the 31-yard line of Western Kentucky. Another timeout by the Hilltoppers. Childs run this one. Another timeout. 2nd and 7. Here's Childs. Childs has the first down and more. Trying to get into the end zone. But he's just short, but it won't really matter except for he's not going to get a touchdown in this game. But Baltimore State gets the victory. And the Stallions are now 3-0 in a season, their first ever season. Nobody really expected them to win any more than 2 games. They've won 3 now. Lewis Gibson, the player of the game, despite the 2 interceptions. Just made plays all day today. And really, Jacob Spain probably should have been the player of the game. He had the kick return for the touchdown. And every kick return, it seemed like, got the Stallions into very good field position. So I feel like Spain should have been the player of the game, to be honest with you. But Gibson deserved it as well because, I mean, obviously he threw the touchdown passes. He ran one in. He had a very good game himself. Overall, it was a tough matchup. Western Kentucky is a very good team. But in the end, the Stallions, you know, the young talent, the young Bucks, the young talented team, able to pull this one off. As we check out the play of the game, here's Aldrin Johnson with that great catch. Put the game away for the Stallions. As we check out the stats for the game, Lewis Gibson threw those 2 interceptions, but was able to make up for them later in the game. And not a lot of running successfully from Jordan Burrell, the starter, but Brian Childs came in on the last drive and pretty much put the game away for the Stallions. And Javier Harewood and Aldrin Johnson with the 2 touchdown grabs for the receiving core. And Burrell actually gave up a sack, so Jordan Burrell didn't have a very good game at all, to be honest with you. And of course, Nordley Ford with another interception on the season. It's 3 in 3 games. And of course, 298 kick return yards for Jacob Spain. And despite the loss, Leon Allen had a really good game, 116 yards and a touchdown on 18 carries. But Mike White just not very impressive in this game. The receivers dropped 4 passes altogether. It's not a very good game for the passing offense of the Hilltoppers. But defensively, of course, DeAndre Simmons had the interception. And Joe Brown also had an interception on the game. So overall, very solid game. I feel like both teams played well enough to win. It's just Western Kentucky just really couldn't get the passing game under control. And of course, the penalties really hurt them. 6 for 48 yards to Baltimore State's 1 for 4. As we take a look at the top 25, nothing huge change. Oh, except Florida State lost. So, sarcasm on my part. I'm kind of upset by that. LSU also lost. Michigan State lost. Those 3 dropped all the way down. And Auburn's ranked now after beating LSU. Florida lost after getting beat by Tennessee, but they only dropped 3 spots. And Texas, Oregon, and San Diego State all dropped out. Marshall's still receiving votes. And our next game is going to be against the Vanderbilt Commodores out of the SEC. So another Power 5 team. You already beat Maryland and Cal this year. They are missing their starting running back, Webb. He's out for the year. That's a crushing loss for Vanderbilt. So we'll see what Free and Rivers can do. And who would have thought that the Stallions would be 3-0 going into their 4th game of the season as they take on the Vanderbilt Commodores at Vanderbilt Stadium. Very surprising 3-0 start, being Maryland, Cal, and Western Kentucky. The Commodores are an SEC team, so it may be tougher to beat them, but they're not really that great of a team. We'll see what happens. And Vanderbilt wins the toss, so they'll actually kick off to Baltimore State. Baltimore State started the game on defense the first 3 games, but this time they'll start on offense as Spain unable to break it this time. And gets a solid gain of 27 right there. And here's Lewis Gibson. He struggled, of course, early in the Western Kentucky game. Let's see how he does against Vanderbilt. As first play of the game is a handoff to Jordan Burrell, and Burrell goes nowhere. Jordan Burrell really struggling as of late. Let's see if he can pick it up in this game. Here's Gibson going right side. That's Aldrin Johnson. And Johnson gets out past the 40 for a Baltimore State first down. So this time Tracy going to move in motion. There's Burrell. Burrell can't get any blocks, and he is tackled for no gain once again. So 2nd and 10 for the Stallions. And there's a flag. That's Buchanan in the middle for Vanderbilt.
Defense.
Try to jump the snap. I mean, you're right in front of the ball. You should know when the snap's going to happen. But he jumps right there, so another 5 yards for Baltimore State. So 2nd and 5. Here's Gibson. Gibson going to run up the middle, and he slides for an easy first down. As you look at his stats, throwing 66% so far this season, so very good for the junior QB. And right here, Gibson's sack. It's Buchanan making up for the encroachment call. So 2nd and 15 for Baltimore State. Gibson going to roll out right and dodges the sack. He's going to throw it, and there's Jacob Spain. And Spain gets out past the 20 into the red zone for a first down for the Stallions. So great start throwing the ball, running the ball not so much, as Gibson tries the option. Should have handed it off right there. Loss of 3 on the play. That's Buchanan again, making a lot of plays for Vanderbilt so far. As Gibson's hit as he throws, incomplete, and Lewis Gibson is injured. So Franklin Jones, the freshman, comes in yet again. Here's Jones, going to go left side, finds Harewood. 16-yard gain and a first down. So Franklin Jones, not much of a change for him. I mean, you saw him play in the Maryland game. Jones definitely a capable backup, as Burrell's going to run this one in for a touchdown. So first drive and a touchdown for the Stallions. And Lewis Gibson will return. Unfortunately, Phil Hayden did miss the extra point, so Baltimore State only up 6-0 as Vanderbilt has the ball. Here's Dallas Rivers. Rivers going to get 6 yards on the carry. He's the backup running back for Vanderbilt. Here's Jacob Free at quarterback. He's going to give it to Rivers again. Rivers fights forward for a first down. Another 6-yard gain for Rivers. So 1st and 10 for the Commodores. Another handoff there. Rivera going to get 5 this time. So very early, Baltimore State is struggling against the run. 2nd and 5. Here's Jacob Free back to pass. Free going to go left side. Can't find his intended target right there. So a 3rd and 5 for Vanderbilt. Free going to take the handoff. And he's going to roll right. And incomplete. As Sherfield couldn't stay in bounds. So Baltimore State going to get the ball back on the punt. Here's Gibson on the option. Gibson running out. And he gets about 9 yards on the carry. So 2nd and 1. Here's Burrell again. Burrell struggled so far. Able to get 3 yards this time and another first down. So 1st and 10. Play action by Gibson. Gibson rolls out and he's sacked. Fumble on the play. And Vanderbilt is going to have the ball deep in Baltimore State territory as Gibson just could not hold on to the ball on a sack. Win on the sack, and then Wright picks it up, gets to about the 13-yard line. So Vanderbilt in very good scoring position right here as Rivers gets the ball, and Taquan Clay with a big hit. Loss of 1 on the play. Kale on the tackle as well. And Pinckney going to go in motion for Vanderbilt on 2nd and 11. Here's Rivers. Rivers brought down after a gain of 5, so 3rd and 6. Here's free, right side, Scott able to catch the pass. Caleb Scott with an 8-yard gain. First down, Vanderbilt. And a 1st and goal. Here's free, gonna go right side to Rivers. Rivers gets in easily, untouched. 7-6 Vanderbilt, as they did make their extra point. So here's the 2nd and 11, and Gibson hit again. So the first drive of the game, Baltimore State did really well, but now offensive line is just struggling, and Gibson is just going to run it himself. Get an easy first down right there. So 1st and 10, here's the fake to Spain. Gibson runs right up the middle, nobody there, and he gets hit hard. 12-yard gain. He has to slide right there to avoid injuries and hit big hits. Here's Burrell on the carry. Again, Jordan Burrell gets a little bit of room this time, gain of 4. As we end the first quarter, and Vanderbilt has a 7-6 lead over the Stallions. So 2nd and 6, Tracy in motion. Give to Burrell again. Burrell only 2 yards on the play this time. So 3rd and 4 for the Stallions. As Gibson goes right side, he's going to find Jadarius Duncan on the play. And Duncan brought down after a gain of 11. First down, Baltimore State. 1st and 10, an option again. Gibson able to get a yard. Probably should have pitched it though. So 2nd and 9 for Baltimore State. Here's Gibson. Gonna roll out right. He's gonna throw it. There's Duncan again. Duncan just gets a gain of 4 on the play. So 3rd and 5 for the Stallions. Here's Gibson on the option pass. Gonna roll out left. He's gonna throw it, and there's Javier Harewood on the catch. Harewood nearly gets into the end zone. 22-yard gain on the play. Just short of the end zone. So here's 1st and goal. Rashawn Griffin going to go split out. Here's Burrell. Burrell trying to get to the corner, and he cuts in for the touchdown. So Burrell's not getting big yards in this game, but he is getting fed the ball in the red zone. As Baltimore State's going to go for 2 here, try to even the score out. And the option, Gibson, goes nowhere. So Baltimore State only up by 5 now, as Free throws it and it's dropped, incomplete. So here's 3rd and 11. Here's Jacob Free, back to pass, gonna go deep, and he finds CJ Duncan for the 37-yard gain in the first down. So Vanderbilt has the Duncan, just like Baltimore State does. It's Rivers, right side for 5 yards. 7 and 5, they're gonna give it to Rivers again. And Rivers right up the middle for 10 yards in the first down. So let's see if Vanderbilt can take the lead yet again on this drive. 2nd and 7. As they send the man in motion. Here's Free back to pass. Free hit as he throws, incomplete. Very good pressure on the play by the Baltimore State front line. As there's a 3rd and 7 now. Once again, a man in motion. That's Marcus this time. Free back to pass. He's going to go right side, and he's picked off. Taquan Clay on the interception, and he's going to take it at the end zone to the 9-yard line. So Nordley Ford got 3 interceptions in the first 3 games, and now Taquan Clay gets his chance to get an interception. So here's 2nd and 5 for the Stallions. Gibson going to roll out left. Probably not the smartest idea to roll out to his blind side, but incomplete. 3rd and 5. Here's Gibson. Under pressure, throws. He finds Harewood, but Harewood can't go anywhere. So Vanderbilt will get the ball back. Here's Free again. He's going to throw it in the middle, and Sherfield is cracked by Isaiah Kegler. Big hit in the middle of the field. So 3rd and 5 for Vanderbilt. Free gonna give to Rivers on the draw, and there's Kegler again. Able to hold Rivers up. And he's taken down. As Baltimore State will get the ball back after the 3 and out. So Gibson going right side. Harewood can't hold on to it and had a chance to be an interception. So 2nd and 10 for Baltimore State. Here's Gibson. He's going to find Jimmy Blackman left side. Blackman going to get just enough for a first down. So the Stallions starting to drive a little bit. Here's Jacob Spain on the carry. Spain up the middle. Spain able to get out past midfield, and the face mask penalty will give him 15 more yards.
Face mask.
As Spain has a pretty big fan base so far. Mainly the kick returner, but definitely gets his carries, as we'll try to involve him in the offense more. So Gibson going to fake the handoff. He's going to find Blackman for 5 yards. Solid 5-yard gain right there. 2nd and 5. Gibson goes left, and Harewood can't hold on to it. Hit as he was trying to make the catch, so he couldn't hold it in. So here's a 3rd and 5. Gibson under pressure again. This time finds Blackman. Blackman gets to about the 11-yard line. So Baltimore State, once again, is in the red zone. So 1st and 10, Gibson, and he finds Jadarius Duncan all alone in the end zone for the touchdown. Duncan on the corner route, and no Commodores around to defend it, as Baltimore State takes a 2-possession lead heading into the half. But Vanderbilt will have one more shot, as Free finds Caleb Scott for the 7-yard gain at 3rd and 3 for the Commodores. It's Free again, going deep this time, and nearly intercepted by DeMarcus Penn. Very good coverage by Penn and Clay on the play, as Baltimore State goes into the half up 19-7 over the Commodores. So the big key for the second half for Baltimore State is to get the run game going for them on offense. Now, Jordan Burrell does have 2 touchdowns on the game, but he hasn't really been able to bust a run open yet. Jacob Spain did bust one open to where he nearly got a touchdown, but was face masked from behind. But defensively, they just got to be able to stop the run better. The secondary is playing very well. It's just the front 7 has to do a better job of containing Dallas Rivers if they want to hold on to this lead. As you look at the stats, only 109 yards given up in the first half. Only 4 yards per play for Vanderbilt. So defense playing pretty well as a whole, but they got to stop runs like this. Here's Dallas Rivers, nearly breaks that one open, but brought down from behind, as Rivers just stiff arms Lawrence Albert, the free safety, on his way to the first down. So here's a 2nd and 9 for Vanderbilt, as Free's going to go to Chris Pierce for a 3-yard gain. Here's a 3rd and 6 for Vanderbilt. He goes left side, and Caleb Scott, unable to get the first down, has to fall backwards to catch the ball, and he falls behind the first down marker. So Vanderbilt will have to kick the field goal, and it goes wide right. Didn't look like he had enough leg to make that, even if it was on line. So it stays 19-7 Baltimore State as the Stallions get the ball back. Here's Jacob Spain. Spain gets a block, and Jacob Spain might be gone. He has one man to beat, cuts inside, and as he's tackled after a huge gain. Jacob Spain definitely is going to have to get more touches if Baltimore State wants to win the Conference USA at very least, if not go undefeated. As Burrell gets an 8-yard carry. So 2nd and 2 for the Stallions. Gibson on the fake, going to roll out right, and he has space. He's going to run. He cuts inside nearly, and I think he got into the end zone. May have been short, but they're going to call it a touchdown for now, as Lewis Gibson makes a great play running outside of the pocket, cutting inside, swerving outside. But I don't know if he actually made it into the end zone. They are going to review it. It looked like he got tackled short initially, and his knee hit the ground before the ball even crossed the plane. I don't think the ball even crossed the plane at any point. Nah, it looks like it's right behind the goal line. Or right in front of the goal line, however you're looking at it. Yeah, not even close. I don't know how they call that a touchdown.
After review of the play, the ruling on the field is reversed.
And sure enough, they reversed the call on the field, so take the 6 off. But Gibson going to sneak it in for a touchdown. So Baltimore State gives them the touchdown regardless. After a great run like that, you got to give them the touchdown. It's Baltimore State now up by 3 possessions. Here's Rivers on the carry for Vanderbilt. And, Cole Wynn gets stiff arm this time. Now it's Rivers just bullying these safeties for Baltimore State. Cole Wynn makes up for it, getting a tackle right there. So it forces 2nd and 6. There's the pitch to Rivers. And this time Taquan Clay's able to bring him down. No gain on the play for Rivers. So 3rd and 6 for the Commodores. Scott goes in motion. Free back to pass. He's going to go left side, and Kegler's able to stop Scott before he gets to the first down marker. So the Stallions will have the ball at 1st and 10. There's Spain on the pitch again, and Jacob Spain able to get big yardage. He back jukes. Gets a 28-yard gain. Jacob Spain 4 carries for 88 yards, so he's really running well. It's Gibson rolling out right. Gibson going to run it again. This time he slides, protects himself for another first down. So here's Burrell. He gets slowed down, gets back to the line of scrimmage, but that's about it. So it's going to be 3rd and 12. Here's the fake. Gibson going right. He finds Shelton Bentley. Bentley's been pretty quiet this game so far. I think that is his first catch of the game. There's Gibson going in the middle. There's Blackman again. Blackman for 7 yards. As Baltimore State is in the red zone yet again. Gibson on the option. Gibson has to pitch it. He doesn't pitch it. Burrell might have had a touchdown had he pitched it, but Gibson holds it, gets no gain. Here's Gibson. Here's the screen to Blackman as he stopped just short on the screenplay. As Baltimore State is up 26-7 in the 3rd quarter. We'll see if they can close this one out as the Stallions decide to go for it on 4th and 1. They don't really have anything to lose, and Burrell able to power through for a 4-yard gain and a first down. So the Stallions really trying to put this game away right here. 1st and goal from the 5-yard line as the Stallions are in the old Maryland I formation. Let's see if they just give it to Burrell. Tracy or Barry could get the ball as well. They're going to give it to Burrell. Burrell jukes, and he gets into the end zone for the touchdown. As Burrell not putting up great rushing stats other than the 3 touchdowns, but Baltimore State up 26 points right now. As Vanderbilt gets the ball back, and Free's going to find Marcus. And dolphin diving going left and right as Nathan Marcus gets a big gain. Able to burn the defense. And everybody's just kind of dolphin diving right now, trying to take his legs out, but nobody can get to him. Kegler able to slow him down, and Albert pushes him out of bounds. So Vanderbilt wants to get in Baltimore State territory as they'll go right. Marcus can't catch this one, though. Incomplete, and that will bring up a 3rd down and 10 for the Commodores. 7-man in motion. Free wants to screen. There's Rivers. And how about Taquan Clay? He is having a great game. Gets his first ever interception. And has been making big plays all day for this defense. As Baltimore State gets the ball back, Burrell on the 6-yard run. 2nd and 4. Gibson back to pass. He's going to go left. He finds Bentley. Bentley able to get the first down just shy of the 40-yard line. 1st and 10, Baltimore State. Here's the handoff to Burrell. Burrell, second half, he's running the ball much better. Still not a great yards per carry average, but starting to run much better than he was in the 1st quarter. As Spain gets the ball, Spain just gets enough for the first down. Here's Burrell on the carry again. Burrell bounces out of side. And Jordan Burrell, for his longest run of the game, 14 yards on the play. As the Stallions continue to milk the clock. Here's the fake to Burrell. Gibson going to pitch it to Duncan this time, but Duncan goes nowhere. So that's going to bring up a 3rd and 8, a loss on the play. And they're going to give it to Burrell again. Burrell should have bounced it out a little bit more. Gets a yard, but Baltimore State will go for it on 4th and 7, trying to put this game away. Gibson goes right side, incomplete. And the Stallions will turn it over on downs as Muhasibi Conley couldn't get his foot down. And the Commodores will take possession on downs, but not enough time for them to really stage a comeback. So Baltimore State has their backups in the game now. As Vanderbilt trying to just get some respect right here. Here's Rivers again. Rivers is brought down just before the boundary. So 3rd and 8. Here's Free going right side, incomplete. Throwing to nobody in particular right there. As Baltimore State going to put their offensive backups in as well. There's Brian Childs, one of the backup running backs. 12-yard gain right there. And that'll do it for the Stallions as they win this game 33-7, their biggest win thus far in school history. Jordan Burrell, the player of the game with 3 touchdown runs, even though his average wasn't great. But overall, I feel like this is probably the best game that we played thus far. I mean, the score will tell you all you really need to know. Even though Dallas Rivers was running all over this defense, really Jacob Free couldn't do much of anything. Throwing the ball, he threw an interception in the red zone where he could have taken the lead right there, but Taquan Clay was able to make a big play. Taquan Clay made a whole lot of big plays all game. And Baltimore State's defense really stepped up when they needed to, especially after the Gibson fumble early in the game. But yeah, really, biggest thing you can really ask of this team, they're 4-0. Nobody really expected them to win that many games this year. They're 4-0, their first ever season in Division I. And they're really starting to turn some heads. I mean, they haven't really beaten like a really super quality opponent. I mean, maybe you could say Maryland. Cal's not that great. They're really struggling as of late. Vanderbilt, I mean, they're kind of like the bottom feeders of the SEC. Western Kentucky definitely is a great team in Conference USA. That's like a lot of people's pick to win Conference USA this year. But the Stallions really starting to impress people this year. We'll see how far they really can go this year. They haven't played the bulk of their conference schedule yet. They play North Texas next week. Then they play UMass. They have UMass is their final non-conference game. They're 3-0 non-conference. UMass is really bad, so I would expect to win that game. At this point, I kind of expect to beat North Texas as well. But we'll see what happens next game. As we look at the top 25, Oklahoma blows out Notre Dame, so they're going to hop over Alabama for the number 1 spot. Ohio State and Tennessee, 3 and 4, also getting first place votes. Stanford beat Washington State. They play Washington this week, so that's going to be a tough matchup for them. Other than that, Clemson, Florida State, they're both 1-loss teams. Florida State got blown out by Louisville, actually. So, surprisingly, Louisville isn't in front of FSU right now. Well, we'll see what happens later in the season. As Washington loses their first game of the season to Arizona, 31-24 in OT. We'll see if they can make up for that when they play Stanford. The rest of the top 25, Baylor was off this week. They're still undefeated. Houston wins this week. Iowa wins this week. Auburn wins this week. LSU loses to Georgia 35-28, so they drop 6 spots. Notre Dame, of course, drops 6 spots as well after losing to Oklahoma. I'm surprised they're even still ranked at this point. Arizona beat Washington, so they're finally ranked now. And Texas A&M's ranked after beating Arkansas. So, a little shakeup in the top 25. We'll check out who dropped out. Whoa, Michigan State dropped out after being 14. I'm going to have to check to see who they lost to. And DeMario McCall leading the Heisman voting so far. Baker Mayfield, Nick Chubb, and Royce Freeman up there as well. And just going to show you where we're at nationally. We're 42. So we're up there. We're getting close to being ranked. We're not quite there yet. We take on North Texas. They're 3-1 right now. Just so you guys know, they did beat Georgia, who's another SEC team. So this might be a tough game. They did lose to Ohio, though, and struggled against BYU. So we'll see what happens. As Aaron Manley is going to kick it off from North Texas. And here we go. There's Andrew Tucker to return this kick. He's going to take it up the middle, and he breaks the tackle. And he might be gone. There is a flag on the play. I think this is going to get called back, but good return by Tucker anyways. brings it in for a touchdown, but this is going to come back on a clipping call.
Receiving team.
And we'll see who it's on. And it's Shamil Moore, the cornerback, on the clip. So North Texas will get the ball at the 15. Their own 15, that is.
Still first down.
Start this game off. So here's Mason Fine at quarterback for North Texas. He's going to give it to Tucker. Tucker, big block on the outside, and he might be gone. No, he's going to get slowed down. A huge block on the edge, and he breaks this one for 26 yards. So another 1st and 10 for North Texas. Fine going to hand it off to Tucker again. Another block right there. This time he gets 7 yards, but this North Texas offensive line so far is just dominating front seven for Baltimore State. As Mason Fine tries to run it and he's sacked. It's Lakeem Foster on the sack. He's able to dominate that right tackle this time. And here's 3rd and 10. And Fine is sacked again. Yet again, Lakeem Foster coming off the right side for the sack, and Baltimore State will get the ball on the punt as Jordan Burrell gets the first carry of the game, gets about 2 yards. Burrell's really been struggling as of late, and I know people are wondering why Jacob Spain hasn't been getting a lot of carries in relief of Burrell, but that's just because since he's a kick returner and punt returner, there's not a lot of time for him to get on the field as Gibson finds Harewood for a first down. But yeah, since he's a kick returner and punt returner, and Spain usually has like a pretty good kick return every time he returns it, it's just kind of hard to get him on the field just because he gets really winded really quickly. But I'm going to try to meet you guys halfway on, like, you know, getting Spain more carries. I mean, he definitely helps out the offense. But anyways, back to the game. 2nd and 3. Gibson going to roll out left. And he probably could have thrown to Burrell, but instead he's just going to run this. And Gibson gets a big first down for the Stallions. So 1st and 10, Baltimore State in North Texas territory. Here's Burrell. And Burrell's going to fight forward for about 8 yards on the play. So 2nd and 2 for the Stallions. Gibson in the shotgun, drops back, and he's going to find Jadarius Duncan. Duncan across the 20, and the Stallions are in the red zone. So Jacob Spain checks into the game now for Baltimore State. And here's the carry. Not a lot of space for Spain right there as he gets about a 3-yard gain. 2nd and 7. And here's the fake, and Gibson going to run the option with Spain, and Gibson has a wide open space, about 12 yards on the play, and they're inside the 5 now. So 1st and goal for the Stallions. Here's Gibson, rolls out right, and has 2 men, and he goes to Shelton Bentley for the touchdown. And that's the great thing about Lewis Gibson is he's able to extend the play by rolling out. Couldn't find anybody to throw to, so he rolls out to his right as 2 receivers in the end zone, picks Bentley, and Baltimore State leads 7-0 late in the 1st quarter. So we'll see if North Texas can respond as they have him in motion. Here's Fine. Back, he's going to go, and incomplete. Receiver couldn't bring it in bounds, and Fine going to run the option, and Mason Fine, very similar to Lewis Gibson, dual threat quarterback for North Texas State, gets a big first down in the option, and there's Fine again. And this time, Baltimore State's going to get called for a face mask. It's Nordley Ford, the cornerback, who brought Mason Fine down by his face mask, just dragged him down. And
Automatic first down.
North Texas is going to be deep in Baltimore State territory now. So it's going to be 1st and 10 from the Baltimore State 20, and here's Tucker on the carry, and Isaiah Kegler just shoots in the big tackle for a loss right there. So 2nd and 12 now for the Mean Green. It's fine. Throws left and nearly intercepted by Dwight Patrick. Probably would have been a pick 6 right there, although Tucker probably could have ran him down. And a 3rd and 12 now for North Texas. As Fine finds Wilson over the middle, and Wilson's able to take it in for a touchdown. It's a breakdown in coverage for Baltimore State right there. Cole Wynn just got turned around on the play. And this is a tie ball game. A minute 34 left in the 1st quarter. So here's Spain on the return. Spain won't take it deep out of his end zone. And Jacob Spain has space. He might take this one back. And he gets brought down just past the North Texas 30. So a great return by Spain. And it'll be first down for Baltimore State as Aldrin Johnson gets the end around. And he's going to run for a first down. Very tough run right there by Johnson. Not a fast receiver by any means, but a tough runner regardless. As Gibson finds Johnson again for another first down. As Baltimore State knocking on the door. The first and goal, they're going to fake it to Burrell. Gibson going to pitch it to Spain. And Jacob Spain wasn't able to take the kick return back for a touchdown, but able to run it in this time on the option. As Gibson makes a very smart play, pitching it as he's getting drilled. And Baltimore State will take a 14-7 lead. Less than a minute to go in the first as Fine finds Turner Smiley for a 6-yard gain off the screen pass. So 2nd and 4 now for the Mean Green. There's Fine. He's going to hand it off to Tucker, and Tucker's brought down for a gain of just 1 on the play. And a 3rd and 3 to end the first quarter. Fine going to run over the middle, and he trucked Andrew Wentworth. So Wentworth, the nose tackle, gets struck by Mason Fine, and Mason Fine definitely ate his Wheaties this morning. As Baltimore State ends the first quarter up 14-7 over North Texas, but Mason Fine is playing great right now. So hard to count the Mean Green out of this one. As we start the second quarter, here's Fine. He's going to give it to Tucker. And Tucker with some space, and he trucks over Lawrence Albert. Albert just kind of been a pincushion as of late. He's missing a lot of tackles. And a 1st and 10. Fine tries to run it outside, and Lynn Collier gets the sack on the play. So 2nd and 5. This Fine's going to give it to Tucker. Kegler, a little glitchy right there, but Kegler on the tackle. So 1-yard gain for Tucker. 3rd and 14. They're going to run the screen to Tucker, and Wentworth unable to bring him down. And Tucker able to get 2 yards on the play, but not even close to a first down. So Baltimore State ball after the punt. Here's Gibson. He's going to roll out left under pressure, and he is sacked. 11-yard loss on the play. Jerry and Roberts on the sack. It'll be a 3rd and 20 for the Stallions. Here's Gibson rolling out right. And he's going to go deep, but Harewood can't bring it in. He's hit as he tries to make the catch. So Baltimore State goes 3 and out. And we'll see what North Texas can do with the ball as Tucker gets the carry. Up the middle, only 2 yards on the play. So now that brings up a 3rd and 4 as Fine drops back. He's going to go right. He finds Wilson. Wilson gets across midfield for the first down. Mason Fine has looked really good so far in this first half for North Texas. Let's see if he can keep it up. As we get a first down, and Fine going to swing it out to Robinson. Robinson able to break a tackle and get about 5 yards on the play. So 2nd and 5 for North Texas. As Wilson goes in motion, there's Fine on the handoff to Tucker, and Tucker able to get the first down past the 40-yard line. Baltimore State is really struggling right now against this potent North Texas offense. As Fine runs up the middle, able to get past Hodges. And Fine battles through, gets past the 20-yard line for the first down. That's Fine. On 1st and 10, left side to Smiley, and Smiley's in there for a touchdown. And North Texas ties this game up yet again, 14-all. Just under 4 minutes to go in the second quarter as Gibson going to fake it to Burrell. Gibson able to fight through for about 9 yards on the play. And that brings up a 2nd and 1. Duncan in motion. He's going to get the handoff. And Duncan able to get a solid gain right there. First down for Baltimore State. And Gibson in the shotgun as North Texas comes with the blitz. Gibson going to go to Spain. Spain has a lot of space. And Jacob Spain definitely somebody you not want to give that much space to. 19-yard gain on the play and a first down. As Gibson drops back. He's going to roll out left. Has plenty of space, plenty of time. He's going to run it, though. And Gibson fights through for another first down for Baltimore State. And even though Baltimore State's defense is struggling, their offense is definitely playing well. Brian Childs gets the carry, and he's going to lose 2 on the play. So a 3rd and 12 now for the Stallions. A minute 34 to go. There's Gibson. He's going to roll out left. No, he's going to throw it. Finds Duncan, but Duncan loses a yard. And Baltimore State's going to try a field goal. Don't know if Phil Hayden can make this one. And short, but it would have been wide left even if he had the leg into it. So this game stays 14-all. 47 seconds for North Texas to drive down the field and take the lead. Here's Fine. Gonna go right side to Wilson. Penn couldn't bring him down, but Clay has a follow-up right there as North Texas uses a timeout. So 2nd and 3. Here's Fine. And a run right, and nobody can bring him down. And when able to get the sack right there, Fine tried to run it. But Baltimore State's defensive line able to slow him down, and Wynn cleans it up. 3rd and 5 for North Texas as Fine tries to go in the middle, but a big hit right there jars the ball free. And North Texas will punt it away with 30 seconds to go. Very good punt. Spain back there to return this one. Spain has space on the right side. This might be another big return. And Spain with a juke is brought down, gets past the 40 of North Texas. And Baltimore State has a chance to take the lead with just 18 seconds to go in the 2nd quarter. As Gibson finds Johnson on outside for 15 yards and a 1st down. And it took 3 seconds off. Here's Gibson. He's going to throw to Harewood. Harewood gets to about the 10-yard line. Baltimore State calls a timeout. Gibson able to break a tackle and tries to throw it, but incomplete. Hit as he threw. Able to get the ball away. So 2nd and goal, 5 seconds to go. Here's Gibson, and he finds Johnson in the end zone for a touchdown. So 5 seconds to go. Baltimore State takes a gamble, and it pays off, and they go into the half up 21-14 over North Texas. Mason Fine having a pretty good first half for North Texas, but the Mean Green trail the Stallions 21-14. The big key for Baltimore State going into the 2nd half, they have to find some way to contain Mason Fine. I mean, he's just been the catalyst for North Texas's offense. Andrew Tucker having some good carries as well, but Fine really the big problem. Offensively, Baltimore State is fine in their own right, no pun intended. But we'll see what happens in the 2nd half. And Baltimore State going to start with the ball. 1st and 10. Here's Johnson. Can't go anywhere on the screen pass. It's a 1-yard gain for him. 2nd and 9 for Baltimore State. Gibson on the play fake. And he's sacked. It's Roderick Strong off the left side. And we're going to get a 3rd and 18 now. Here's Gibson. He has to roll out right. And throws it. And he's intercepted. That's McLean on the pick. And McLean, pretty good return on the interception as well. I don't know what Gibson was doing right there. Just tries to force it into coverage, and McLean makes him pay. And North Texas is in prime position to tie this ball game up. That's fine. In the shotgun, goes left side, and he finds Jalen Guyton for the 1st down. Guyton just able to bring his feet down right before the sideline. So a 1st and goal for North Texas. It's fine. Finds Tucker out in the backfield for the touchdown. So North Texas is going to tie this one up 21-all after a huge mistake by Lewis Gibson. So we'll see how Baltimore State responds. 1st and 10. Here's Gibson, and Gibson tries to pitch it. Don't know where he was going with that, but it's a fumble, and Roberts able to take it down to the 2-yard line. I don't know what Gibson was thinking right there. He just pitched it a little too early. And North Texas going to take the lead on this touchdown carry by Andrew Tucker. Lewis Gibson just melting down right now for the Stallions. 28-21 North Texas as they take their first lead of the game. Gibson goes right side to Blackman, but Blackman can't bring his feet down. Incomplete. So 2nd and 10 for the Stallions. Gibson going to fake the Spain. Goes left side, and he's able to find Blackman this time for a 1st down. Gibson loves throwing to the sideline. This time he's able to get the 1st down. Here's Spain on the carry. Spain gets hit hard after a gain of 1. So 2nd and 9 for the Stallions as Gibson rolls out left. He might try to run this one, and he does. Slides down. Avoids the big hit. So another 1st down for Baltimore State. So 2nd and 7. Here's Gibson, right side to Spain. And Spain really a much bigger part of the offense this game. As he gets another first down. Here's Gibson over the middle. There's Harewood. Harewood able to get a first down. So Baltimore State starting to drive right here. Trying to tie this ball game up. As Burrell gets the carry, but he goes nowhere. No push by the offensive line right there. As Burrell gets stuck behind his offensive lineman. So 3rd and 10 now for the Stallions. Here's Gibson on the play action. Got stuck on one of his linemen. Throws right behind Blackman. Don't know where he was going. He was probably just trying to throw it away. And Baltimore State will take a field goal right here. This time Hayden's able to make it. So 28-24 North Texas. And here's Fine. He's going to find Smith. And Smith's able to get the first down. So Baltimore State's defense not doing any better at stopping Mason Fine this drive. And here's Smith again. Smith with a big catch over the middle for another first down. And Baltimore State is really on their heels right now. It's Fine finds Wilson. Wilson able to break a tackle and breaks another one. And it stiff arms Albert. And he might have a touchdown right here. Baltimore State is doing a terrible job of tackling as Tyler Wilson breaks several tackles on his way to a touchdown. There's Kegler, couldn't bring him down. Another man couldn't bring him down. And then Albert just gets stiff armed right there. Couldn't try to dive, but couldn't bring him down. As Baltimore State now down by 11. Very unfamiliar territory for the Stallions. Obviously, they're 4-0 right now. They haven't been in this type of position very often at all this season. As Gibson goes left side, finds Blackman for a first down. Yeah, very unfamiliar territory for the Stallions. I mean, they've been playing great up to this point, but now they're just kind of falling apart. As Gibson goes to Spain. Spain tries to juke anybody out, but couldn't juke anybody out right there. So 2nd and 1 on the option. Gibson pitches to Burrell. Burrell has a big gain right there. 23 yards as we end the 3rd quarter. And North Texas is up 11 points right now. Baltimore State driving though, so we'll see if they can come back into this game in the 4th quarter. So here's Gibson pitching to Spain. Spain, not a lot of space for him, but he does get 3 yards on the carry. So that brings up a 2nd and 7 for the Stallions. There's Gibson, huge blitz by North Texas, and Gibson nearly throws another interception. He's trying to throw it under pressure. Should have probably tried to dump it off to somebody. But 37, and Gibson going to run up the middle. It's a big first down right there as he passes the 10-yard line. And 1st and goal for the Stallions is Burrell on the carry. Tries to cut it back. Gets about 3 yards. Gibson dumps it off to Spain. Spain loses a couple of yards right there. Gibson tried to throw the slant, but nobody was open. So 3rd and goal. As Gibson rolls out left. Has some space, has time. Going to try to run it himself, and he gets in there for a touchdown. So Baltimore State able to cut this lead to 1 possession. As Gibson's making another play with his feet. Nothing new from him. He's been doing that all season so far. Baltimore State will go for the 2 right here. As Gibson throws it to Harewood, and Harewood's in there for 2. So North Texas only up by 3 now. Here's Fine going to get a Robinson for about 3 yards. And 3rd and 4. This is a big 3rd down right here. And Fine's going to throw it to Guyton. Guyton couldn't bring it in. So 3 and out for North Texas, and Baltimore State has a chance to take the lead now. As Gibson gives it to Burrell. Burrell on a 6-yard carry.
Good for a gain of 6 yards.
And it brings up 2nd and 4 for the Stallions. Gibson in shotgun. Burrell and Spain back there with him. Gibson pulling a few audibles. There's Gibson going to throw it to Duncan, and Duncan can't bring it in. Huge hit right there. Knocks the ball loose, so it's going to be 3rd and 4 for the Stallions. A huge 3rd down. As Gibson finds a wide open Muhasibi Conley. But I don't know if Conley was able to get his feet down. It was wide open on the play.
Previous play was under
And
review.
this play is sure enough under review. And as you see right here, Conley unable to bring either foot in. So a bad call by the refs right there.
The ruling on the field is reversed.
And sure enough, the ruling on the field is reversed, and Baltimore State's going to be forced to punt it. So 1st and 10 for North Texas is fine. Dodges Isaiah Kegler. And fine. Huge gain on the play, 30 yards. As North Texas is once again in Baltimore State territory. There's Smith on the carry. Smith breaks the tackle. And Smith out past the 25-yard line. So North Texas yet again in great position to score. And there's Fine. And nobody's going to catch him for this touchdown. Everybody bid on the play fake. As Fine able to take advantage of the option, take advantage of his feet. And it's a very easy touchdown run. Baltimore State has yet to been able to find a way to stop Mason Fine. As North Texas is up by 10 now. So here's Gibson. He's going to go deep. Incomplete. Was looking for Brian Childs right there. But Childs unable to locate the ball. So a 3rd and 7 for the Stallions. Here's Gibson. And he's going to slide for another first down.
Gain of 8 yards.
So time really working against Baltimore State right now. About 3 minutes left in the game as Gibson finds Duncan out past the 40-yard line for another first down. So if the Stallions can at least get a field goal on this drive, they'll be okay. As Conley gets to catch this time for a first down. So 1st and 10, here's Gibson on the option. Gonna pitch it to Childs. Childs not a very fast runner, but he's able to get out there. Gets to the 1-yard line. So another first down for Baltimore State. They're in possession to score as Gibson throws it. He's gonna have to throw it away right here under immense pressure. So 2nd and goal. Here's Antoine Tracy, and Tracy can't get the yard that he needs. So it'll be a 3rd and goal. Time really working against the Stallions right now. Here's Gibson, and he's sacked. That's EJ Agia, and Gibson was hurt on the play. So North Texas with the ball, trying to run the clock out, and Nick Smith gets a big gain right there for a first down. So Baltimore State down to 2 timeouts. Just over a minute left in the game. Here's Smith again. Stopped again. And a 3rd and 9. And Gibson will miss the rest of the game. He had a concussion. Fine just going to kneel it this time. And North Texas will punt it away to Baltimore State as Franklin Jones comes into the game with 23 seconds to go. Let's see what the freshman can do for the Stallions. Bring them back into this game. Tie it up and send it to overtime. Here's Jones. Going to go right side, and he finds Blackman for a 24-yard gain in the first down. Baltimore State has no timeouts remaining. And Jones will have to work quickly. He finds Blackman for a first down. About 14 seconds to go. Here's Jones. Jones going to roll out left. He goes left, nearly intercepted. Ashton Preston on the coverage right there. So 2nd and 10 after Jones gets away with one. Goes deep. Looking for Blackman, nearly intercepted again. So that brings up a huge Hail Mary. Can Baltimore State stay undefeated? Jones will just have to throw this one up. Hopefully somebody comes down with it in the end zone. So here's Jones. Rolls out left under pressure, and he fumbles it. Roberts going to pick this one up. He's going to take it back for a touchdown. And North Texas is going to knock off Baltimore State as the Stallions suffer their first loss of the season and ends in the worst way possible. As Jones coming in for an injured Lewis Gibson. He tried his best, honestly. You can't really even be mad at Franklin Jones. He did what he could. I mean, this defense just could not stop Mason Fine this game. And that's what it really came down to. Defense not able to get stops. I mean, they allowed 42 points. Granted, Gibson did put them in bad spots early in the 3rd quarter. So I'm not going to blame it all on Gibson because the defense did give up big plays anyways. But it's like, with a defense this young, you just can't put them in bad spots like that. You can't throw an interception deep in your own territory. You can't fumble the ball on an option play and put your defense in a bad spot to where they're starting from their own goal line, essentially, and expect to come out with a victory. So Baltimore State just made mistakes at the worst possible times, and that's really what it came down to, and not being able to stop Mason Fine either. But yeah, you got to give credit to Franklin Jones. I mean, yeah, his only significant playing time was against Maryland when Gibson got hurt, and then Jones had to finish up the game for him. But you're down by 7 points. You got 23 seconds to go. You have no timeouts. I mean, it's asking a lot to really drive down the field and score the tying touchdown when you're not really prepared to play in that situation. I mean, granted, everybody should be prepared to come in at any time, any moment in the game. But there's just real, I mean, with 23 seconds to go and no timeouts, and it's like you're just now coming into the game, there's just not a whole lot you can do to prepare for that exact situation. So I give him a lot of credit. Franklin Jones is probably going to be the starter after Gibson graduates anyways, so we'll see how it goes down the road. Hopefully Gibson's able to come back from his concussion, because losing him would be, I mean, I have faith in Jones if he has to start, but I would rather not lose Gibson. I mean, Gibson's a huge part of the offense. And 25 first downs for us today, so the offense didn't play poorly outside of the 3 turnovers, that is. But really just a lot of mistakes. This week we're going to be taking on UMass, and we're coming off a loss to North Texas, 49-35 last game. Very tough loss. I mean, North Texas is one of the teams that a lot of people thought would be at the bottom of the Conference USA along with Baltimore State. So, I mean, it's pretty surprising that we were able to win our first 4 games, but we had to lose at some point, and now we just got to see how we rebound against a very bad UMass team. UMass has only won 1 game so far this year. So let's see what happens. And UMass going to kick it off to start off the game. Jacob Spain back there, of course, to return it. And tries to take it up the right side. Can't get past the 30, but gets to about the 29-yard line. Lewis Gibson had a really bad game last week. He's trying to rebound against UMass. And we do have a recruit visiting this week. We have Trevor Smith, who's a center. Not a very good player, but any recruit is a good recruit at this point for us. So 1st and 10, here's Jordan Burrell. Burrell going to get a 5-yard carry. Like I said last week, Burrell has been struggling lately. We'll see if he can rebound against a very bad UMass team. So now 2nd and 5. Here's Gibson. Plenty of time to throw, and he nearly throws an interception on his first pass of the game. Tried to look off that linebacker, just not a very good idea. So now 3rd and 5. Here's Gibson. And he's going to go left side, looks for Johnson, and Aldrin Johnson brings it in, and he's past the 45-yard line of UMass. So 1st down for Baltimore State. Here's Burrell on the carry. Burrell left side, and he gets a pretty solid gain right there, 13 yards and a 1st down. Not something we see very often of Burrell, at least recently. And this time Jimmy Blackman going to get the handoff on the end around, and Blackman's going to get a 1st down past the 20. And just like that, Baltimore State is in the red zone. So here's the handoff to Burrell on the option. Burrell just gets a yard. So 2nd and 9. Here's Jacob Spain checking into the game. And Spain able to get to the edge and gets a touchdown for Baltimore State. Jacob Spain's first carry goes for a touchdown, 18 yards out. And Baltimore State takes a very early 7-0 lead. So he was able to step past the safety and get right into the end zone. So we are going to show you a studio update real quick. And Texas knocks off Oklahoma 44-38. A huge upset in the Red River Shootout, as the Longhorns take this one, knocking off the potential national champion Oklahoma. So 1st 10 for UMass, and Andrew Ford's going to find Jalen Williams. Williams out past the 40-yard line for a big 1st down on the first play of the game for UMass. So here's Ford. He's going to go to Davis this time. Bernard Davis just gets 4 yards on the play. So 2nd and 6. Here's Young. Young about 5 yards on the play. So now 3rd and 1. Here's Ford going to throw quickly to Williams, and it's knocked away. And UMass will punt the ball. So 1st and 10, Baltimore State. Here's Gibson on the fake. He's going to find Shelton Bentley. Bentley gets to just about the 35-yard line for a first down. Here's Jacob Spain. Spain trying to get outside. Gets to the 40 for a 5-yard gain. So 2nd and 5. Here's Gibson on the play fake. He's going to throw it to Muasibi Conley. Conley getting more playing time with Javier Harewood out of the lineup. First down, Baltimore State. Here's Gibson on the option. Gibson jukes a man. Gets about 3 yards on the play. Looked like he was about to lose yards, but fights forward for 3. So 2nd and 7. Gibson going to roll out, and he's going to run this one. And honestly, if he would have taken that outside, that might have been 6. He had the block, but decides to slide instead. First down, Baltimore State. Here's Gibson. Throws to Johnson, and Johnson out past the 20. Another first down. Here's Gibson. Throws it to Jimmy Blackman this time. Blackman gets to about the 5-yard line. So a 2nd and 2 now for the Stallions. As Gibson runs the option and gets just enough for the first down. About 2 yards past it. So now 1st and goal. Here's Gibson. Under pressure. Very poor blocking up the middle on the blitz. So 2nd down. They're going to give it to Burrell. And Burrell is stood up at the 1-yard line. So no gain right there. And here's Gibson on the option. Gibson going to run it himself, it looks like. And he pushes through for a touchdown. As Baltimore State now has a 14-0 lead. Late in the first quarter, as Gibson just runs over the defender to get into the end zone. So Baltimore State will kick this off. And we'll get a return from Matt Isabella. And Isabella going to take it up the left side, and he's going untouched. Matt Isabella is going to take this one for a touchdown. And UMass responds with their own kick return for a touchdown. Usually it's Baltimore State taking kick returns back, but this time they allow one themselves as Isabella goes in untouched, 98 yards. And UMass draws within 7 yet again. So how will Jacob Spain respond to that as he gets his chance to return this kickoff? And Spain going to take it left side, dodges a defender, dodges another tackler, and this time Spain's going to run in for his own kick return for a touchdown. So basically just telling Matt Isabella, anything you can do, I can do much better. Don't try me in the kickoff return game, because I will beat you. Huge return for Spain as Baltimore State goes back up by 14. So UMass tried to get some momentum on that kick return for a touchdown, but then they give it right back to Baltimore State as Young runs up the middle, and Marquise Young able to get about 12 yards on the carry for a first down. Here's Ford on the draw play to Young. Young able to fight forward for 7 yards, so 2nd and 3. Here's Ford. He's going to find Stafford, and Stafford gets it up to about the 43-yard line of Baltimore State. And UMass starting to drive, and that's nearly intercepted by Cole Wynn, but he's going to make it stop anyways for a 2-yard loss, so 2nd and 12. Here's Ford, and he's going to go left side, find Stafford for 3 yards. So 3rd and 9. And this time Ford's going to go down. Lakeem Foster on the sack. Foster having a great season so far. And Baltimore State is up 21-7 at the end of the first. Here's Gibson. He's going to go right side. And Bentley makes the catch. Bentley out past midfield. He's about 8 yards on the catch. And here's a handoff to Burrell. Burrell going to cut it inside. Only gets a yard. So now a 3rd and 1 for the Stallions. I'll give it to Burrell. Burrell gets the first and then some, a 5-yard carry. So now we go to 2nd and 6. Here's Gibson. He's going to find Johnson. Johnson fights past the 20, and Baltimore State is yet again in the red zone. Here's Gibson. He's going to run it this time. No, he's going to throw to Conley instead. He's teasing a run, but he decides to throw it. So 2nd and 4. Here's Gibson under pressure. He has to roll out, and he's going to be brought down from behind for an 11-yard loss. That's Downey on the sack. So 3rd and 18. Here's Gibson going over the middle, and Duncan can't bring it in. Tipped away. And Baltimore State will be forced to kick a field goal. I don't know if Phil Hayden can make this. He's been missing a lot of field goals so far this year. And he doesn't get enough leg behind this one. So UMass still down by 14 as they get the ball back. And Stafford makes the catch for a 6-yard gain. 2nd and 4. It's a handoff to Young. And Dwight Patrick can't make the tackle. Albert can't make it either, but Kegler runs him down from behind. So 3rd and 3. Here's Ford going to go right side. There's Young again. And Taquan Clay can't make the tackle, but Wynn able to stop Young, but not before he gets the first down. Taquan Clay usually so good at making those open field tackles. So Young gets the carry. He breaks the tackle, but this time he's tackled in the backfield. Great play by Isaiah Kegler. So 2nd and 12. Here's the handoff to Lindsey. And Lindsey's going to fight forward. He might be gone. Nordley Ford misses him. And Sakai Lindsey has himself a 63-yard touchdown run. Terrible run defense by Baltimore State right there. And Ford takes a poor angle. And now UMass is down by 7 yet again. So Spain going to return this kickoff. Can he take another one back? He has space. Nobody is on the left side for UMass, and Spain is gone yet again. His 2nd kick return for a touchdown of the game. And Baltimore State is up 28-14 after 2 big kick returns by Jacob Spain. I mean, he just goes untouched. Most of these kick returns, he's just so good at finding the weak spots in the kickoff coverage. So UMass looks to respond. 2nd and 9. Here's a carry by Young, and Young able to fight forward for a first down. So UMass at worst is running the ball very well. Just got to get the passing game going as well, as Young gets another 8 yards. So 2nd and 2. Here's Young again. Gets another first down. Baltimore State has to find a way to stop this running game. Here's Young. And Albert brings him down, but Young able to get another first down. So 2nd and 7 right now. Here's a throw, and Reynolds can't bring it in. Incomplete. So 3rd and 7. Here's Ford. And Ford is sacked. It's Kevin Hodges on the sack. And UMass will have to kick this field goal. It's going to be a long field goal attempt for their kicker, and he's going to kick it. And Spain might return this one. Can Jacob Spain take this one back for a touchdown? We'll see. Now he's wrapped up around the 35-yard line, but Baltimore State's going to be called for a clip on the play, so the return really goes for naught. But it was at least nice to see him try to return that kick. So the Stallions start with the ball at the 33. Here's Gibson on the option. He pitches it to Spain, and Spain has a lot of space, back jukes, and gets to about the 50-yard line. 17-yard gain. Here's Spain on the carry again. Outside. Shakes a defender. Spain has space. Can he get there? And no, he's going to get pushed out at about the 4-yard line. A huge carry for Jacob Spain. A lot of people wanted to see him get more carries, and as long as his stamina can hold up, he'll definitely get a lot more carries if he can keep doing things like that. So Gibson trying to find Johnson on 1st and goal, but incomplete. So now 2nd and goal. Gibson on the fake, runs it in himself for a touchdown, as Baltimore State now takes a 21-point lead with just a minute to go in the 2nd quarter. Can UMass get some points before the end of the half? Here's Stafford, and gets just a yard on the play. So now 2nd and 9 for the Minutemen. Here's Ford. He's going to go right side. Young can't bring it in. So incomplete, 3rd and 9. As Stafford goes in motion. Ford going to go to Young on the screen, and Nick Wentworth there with a huge hit. It's a 2-yard loss. And now Stallions have a chance to go up by 28 points, but Gibson throws in the completion right there. And here's Gibson on the option. Pitches out to Burrell. And Burrell's going to push it out of bounds. Gets about 2 yards on the play. Baltimore State with 1 timeout on this drive. Here's Gibson. And he's hit as he throws. Incomplete. So Baltimore State's going to go into the half up 21 points over UMass. Now, the key for Baltimore State in the second half, they got to find a way to stop this run game. I mean, Marquise Young and Sakai Lindsey are having a field day running the ball right now. Now, on the flip side, Jacob Spain's having a great game. He has 2 kick returns for a touchdown, a big run as well. And they just got to keep feeding him. And we begin the second half. UMass with the ball, trying to come back from this 21-point deficit. As Williams makes the catch, Ford had to rush the throw. It's a 13-yard gain in the first down. So here's Ford. He's going to throw over the middle, finds Isabella. And Isabella face mask right there would have been short a yard had he not had his face mask grabbed.
Defense.
But UMass is going to get a first down. Patrick Suttle on the face mask. So here's Ford on 2nd and 7. He tries to find Williams. Williams can't bring it in. So that brings up a huge third down for the Minutemen. Here's Ford under pressure and nearly intercepted by Patrick Suttle. Suttle just couldn't bring it in. And UMass will be forced to kick a field goal. So 35-17 now as Baltimore State takes over. Gibson back to pass. Yeah, under pressure, and he's sacked. That's Agnew on the sack. Gibson probably should have ran away from it, but instead takes the sack. Now it's 2nd and 18 as Burrell gets the carry on the counter. About 7 yards on the play. So now 3rd and 11 for the Stallions. Gibson in the shotgun, fakes the Burrell. He's going to roll out right, and he throws it. And Blackman makes the catch right before the sideline. And Blackman and Gibson work together to beat this zone. It's a great pass and a great catch as well. So now 1st and 10. Here's Gibson on the option. He's going to pitch it to Burrell. Burrell has space. Just shy of the first down by a yard. 9-yard run. So now 2nd and 1. Here's Gibson going deep. Overthrows Blackman. And now 3rd and 1. Here's Spain. Spain up the middle. Gets more than enough for a first down. Baltimore State has 162 rushing yards right now. 94 of those are Spain's. Here's a fake to Spain. Here's Gibson outright. He's going to throw across his body to Jaleel Berry, the backup tight end, for an 8-yard gain. Now 2nd and 2. Here's Spain up the middle for 3 yards and the first down. So 1st and goal. Here's Gibson. He's under pressure. The O-line just didn't hold up right there. Gibson's sacked. It's now 2nd and goal. Here's Gibson. Burrell back in the game. And Gibson could have pitched it to Burrell, but I don't know if he would have gotten any further. 5-yard loss. So now 3rd and goal. Here's Gibson. Overthrows his intended target. And the Stallions will kick a field goal. 38-17 is our score. As Ford finds Williams, Taquan Clay in pursuit, and he overruns Williams, and Ford able to bring him down at the 14-yard line. A huge gain for Jalen Williams. And here's Young on the carry for first down, and he loses 2 yards. Blown up in the backfield. That's Lynn Collier on the hit. So now Lindsey checks back into the game, and he doesn't fare a whole lot better. He gets about 2 yards, but that's it. So now 3rd and 10 for the Minutemen. Here's Ford. He's going to go left side. That's John Robinson Woodgate. And Woodgate can't go anywhere. Just a 6-yard gain, but not enough for a first down. And UMass has to kick a field goal. So Jacob Spain getting yet another chance to return the kick. And he's going to take this left side, get some blocks. Back jukes, but this time doesn't go too far. And Jacob Spain is hurt. Needs assistance off the field. I think his day might be done. So first down for the Stallions as Gibson finds Blackman. Blackman to the 41-yard line for the first down. So here's the handoff to Burrell. Burrell cuts it inside and gets about 6 yards on the carry. 2nd and 4. Hand off to Burrell again. Burrell gets outside and he gets the first down. So a nice looking drive for Baltimore State so far. Here's Gibson. He's going to roll left, and he throws to Duncan. Jadarius Duncan having a very quiet game so far. So after a Baltimore State false start, we find out that Spain is going to be out for the rest of this game with a sprained elbow. So pretty good news considering. As Burrell gets the carry, about 3 yards on the play. And that brings up a 3rd and 6 just before the third quarter ends. Here's Gibson. He's going to throw to Blackman, and Blackman gets the first down. That should be the last play of the third quarter. Baltimore State up 38-20 heading into the fourth, and they're driving now. So let's see if they can finish off this drive in this game, or can UMass somehow find a way to come back into this football game. So fourth quarter for Baltimore State. 1st and 10. Here's Gibson on the play fake. He's going to throw it to Conley, and Conley just shy of the first down marker. Most action Conley's really gotten all season so far. As Burrell gets the carry, gets the first down, looking for a touchdown, but stopped just short, about 5 yards short. So 1st and goal. Here's the pitch. Here's Burrell. Gets a block, and he's going to be in there for a touchdown. So Baltimore State now up 45-20. And UMass, things just aren't looking very good for them right now as Stafford gets this catch. Gets pushed away from the first down marker, but gets it anyways. And Wynn misses a tackle, but Lakeem Foster able to run him down. Huge gain. Baltimore State just giving up way too many big plays through the air and the ground. Here's Ford. Here's a handoff to Young. And Dwight Patrick brings him down in the backfield for a 4-yard loss. So 2nd and 14 for UMass. Here's Ford. He goes left side. Finds Isabella. And Isabella breaks the tackle, and he might have another touchdown, but no, Collier able to bring him down. So here's 1st and goal. The draw play to Lindsey. Lindsey able to push forward for a 7-yard touchdown run. So Baltimore State thinks this is going to be an onside kick, but instead UMass kicks it deep. And here's Blackman, Jimmy Blackman on the return now. And the onside kick formation may have paid off for Baltimore State because Blackman had all those blocks downfield, and he's going to get a kick return touchdown. So that's 3 altogether for the Stallions. 2 from Spain earlier, and now Blackman gets one himself. And I guess that's one of the benefits of about having the hands team out against a regular kickoff unit. Get all those blocks downfield, and Blackman able to just take it up the right side for a touchdown. So 52-27. As Ford drops back for UMass. Gonna find Williams. Williams breaks the tackle, and when able to slow him down, and he's pushed out of bounds at the 30-yard line. I don't know how much longer Baltimore State's gonna keep their starters in, to be honest with you. Here's Ford going left side to Stafford, and Stafford can't bring it in. That brings up a 3rd and 10 for UMass. Here's Ford on the screen. There's Young, and Wentworth brings him down. Nick Wentworth is just destroying these screen passes so far. And 4th and 12 for UMass. Incomplete to Lindsey, and Baltimore State's going to take the ball back. And this is going to be the last play I show you. Here's Franklin Jones. He's going to go right side. That's Rayshon Griffin on the catch. Only real highlight after the previous play. And that's going to do it for this game. Final score 52-27 for Baltimore State. Jacob Spain had 446 all-purpose yards and 3 total touchdowns as the Stallions just run by the Minutemen. Now, even though Baltimore State did get the win, you saw a lot of weaknesses on this defense. I mean, the kicking team, or the kickoff team, that is, really needs to get better in their coverage. Matt Isabella, he's a good player, but he shouldn't be taking kick returns back for touchdowns on us like that. Also, the defense just gave up way too many plays. The offensive players were kind of just ordinary. Just missing tackles, taking bad pursuit angles. They really got to tighten it up before the end of the year. They are 1 win away from being bowl eligible, but you know, maybe I shouldn't be too down about a 5-1 team. I mean, we're 5-1. No one expected us to be 5-1, so I guess I'll take it for what it is. We did beat a very ordinary team, but we did also allow 27 points in the game. That can't happen anymore against teams that we're supposed to beat. But a win's a win at the end of the day. So let's check out the stats. No touchdown passes from Lewis Gibson, but I felt like he played a much better game than he did last week. Jordan Burrell starting to get on track. He's starting to get there. Jacob Spain led the team in rushing yards, though, 97 yards on 6 carries and a touchdown before checking out of the game. And Jimmy Blackman, 4 catches for 61 yards. He led all Baltimore State receivers. And only 3 sacks allowed today. I mean, I guess saying only 3 sacks allowed is kind of negative. But, I mean, with how much Gibson gets hit, I'm surprised it's not more on a week-to-week basis. But Hayden has to start making field goals. I mean, he's missing like really easy field goals for us. And of course, the 3 kick returns, 2 by Spain. And honestly, Andrew Ford had a pretty good game. 22 for 32, 298 yards. No touchdown passes, but still a solid game for him. And Sakai Lindsey, we just could not stop him. 3 carries, 72 yards, that is, 2 touchdowns. And then they had 2 receivers with over 100 yards in Williams and Stafford. And they got 6 pancakes on us, not very good. Overall, UMass played better than I thought they would, so I'll give them credit for that. But Baltimore State is a superior team to UMass. You can't really say that about a lot of teams in the NCAA for Baltimore State, but UMass definitely one of those teams. Actually, no turnovers in that game, which is kind of surprising. I thought there might have been like 1 or 2, but looking back at it, none whatsoever. So, look at our recruiting. Few of our commits went to Maryland and Navy and Virginia Tech. Now let's go to the top 25. Alabama's still up top. Of course, Oklahoma dropped 7 spots after losing to Texas. Texas is ranked now. Stanford won, UCLA won, USC won. Pac-12 is actually looking pretty strong now. Clemson won. They got a big game against FSU this week. Hopefully Florida State wins that one. And then Tennessee lost to BYU, so they're down to 14 from 4. They were having a good season up until that point. Michigan loses again to Penn State. Arizona lost to USC. LSU lost, and Air Force is finally ranked after winning 7 games. And Marshall lost this week as well, so they dropped out of the top 25. There goes Conference USA's representation in the top 25. So let's take a look at the conferences right now. Louisville, undefeated still at the top of the ACC. They'd be playing North Carolina if the season ended today. And SMU's leading the American Conference right now at 4-1. USF also undefeated. So it's going to be an interesting conference championship game. Oklahoma State still undefeated. Oklahoma just lost their first game, so Oklahoma State leading the conference now. Ohio State, no surprise, is 5-0 at the top of the Big Ten. Old Dominion is undefeated still. Jeez, they're at the top of our conference now. And let's see if they can beat Marshall next week. And Florida Atlantic also undefeated in conference play so far. Marshall 5-1. 2-1 in the conference. We don't play Old Dominion or Florida Atlantic this year, so pretty much we're not going to be able to battle them for like a conference championship berth, unfortunately. So like it's just going to come down to who wins the most common or the most games against common opponents, I guess. And Northern Illinois leading the MAC along with Bowling Green. Air Force undefeated still. They're 5-0 in conference play, so they're running away with this conference. They play Notre Dame this week. We'll see what they can do against the Fighting Irish. And Oregon State and Stanford are still undefeated. And so are USC and UCLA. So Pac-12 looking very strong. Alabama, the only undefeated team in the SEC right now after Tennessee lost. And they're probably going to run away with that conference. And nobody really cares about the Sun Belt, so... And Jalen Hurts is in the Heisman voting now. So is Chris Warren III for Texas. And our next game is going to be against Louisiana Tech. This is going to be another tough one. Now, we're not very good at forcing turnovers, and we're playing like one of the better teams as far as turnover differential goes. And they have a very good pass offense. We have one of the worst pass defenses in the nation, so this might not end well for us. They are missing a couple of guys this week, and they haven't had a tough schedule so far. They lost to NC State and Marshall, but they don't really have any signature wins really quite yet. We might be that signature win for them. Hopefully we're not, though. But before I get into the gameplay, I just want to show you guys the halfway point stats for the team. As you see, Lewis Gibson's thrown 9 touchdown passes, only 3 interceptions so far this year. And Franklin Jones, in his limited action, he has 1 touchdown pass, 9 for 15. So his percentage is looking pretty good as well. Both men over 60%. Now we go to the running game, and Jordan Burrell has 500 yards, 510 to be exact, and 7 touchdowns through 6 games. Now, Jacob Spann only has 30 carries on the season. I am trying to get him more carries, but with him returning kickoffs and punts, it's kind of hard. But he's averaging about 8 yards per carry, so I'll definitely try to get him in as much as I can. Now we look at the defense, and a lot of these guys are pretty even. Colwyn leads the team in tackles, Isaiah Kegler right behind him, and Lakeem Foster with 5 sacks to lead the team. Nordley Ford has 3 interceptions to lead the team as well. So hopefully we can keep up the good work. We're 5-1 right now, and no team starting their first year in the FBS should ever be 5-1. But look where we are now. We beat Maryland, Cal, Vanderbilt, a lot of teams in big name conferences. But now let's concentrate on Louisiana Tech. Another Conference USA game. We're 1-1 in Conference USA. So here we go. Carlos Henderson on the return for the Bulldogs. And he's going to get out to the 30-yard line. A pretty solid return. So here's a 2nd and 10 for Louisiana Tech. Higgins under pressure, and he's going to be sacked. That's Lakeem Foster with his 6th sack of the season. So now that brings up a 3rd and 17 for the Bulldogs. Higgins back to pass. There's plenty of time. Throws right side, and he finds Trent Taylor. But I'm not sure if Taylor got a foot in when he caught it. Looks like it's going to be reviewed. This is going to be a booth review. And actually, Taylor did get his right foot in as he made the catch. So this should stand as called. And sure enough, it does. So Louisiana Tech gets the first down after all. And they'll start at the 40-yard line. Here's Higgins. He's going to go right side. There's Woodall. Woodall dodges 2 defenders, and he's tackled down at the 35-yard line. So Louisiana Tech deep in Baltimore State territory as Henderson makes this catch over the middle for a first down. Took a big shot, but able to hold on to the football. So 2 plays later, 3rd and 6. Here's Higgins. Going to go right side, finds Smith, and Smith is going to be well short of the first down. Good hit by Taquan Clay. And the Bulldogs kick a field goal, so 3-0 as Baltimore State takes over. Here's Jordan Burrell. Burrell dodges a defender, and he gets a pretty big gain. 19 yards on the play. Burrell doesn't usually start off with big carries like this. But a 19-yarder on that one. So 1st and 10, Gibson on the play fake. He's going to dump it off to Shelton Bentley, the tight end. And Bentley gets 11 yards and a first down. Baltimore State starting off pretty good on this drive. Here's the 2nd and 13. Gibson on the play action again, and Johnson can't hold on to it. So that incompletion brings up a 3rd and 13. Here's Gibson. Throws over the middle, and it's nearly intercepted. It's just a poor decision by Gibson, and the Stallions will have to punt it. So here's the 2nd and 3 for the Bulldogs next drive. Here's Higgins. Higgins showing off the feet, and he gets a big first down across the midfield. So 2 plays later, a 3rd and 5. Here's the blitz, and Cole Wynn hits Higgins as he throws it. So an incomplete pass, and the Stallions will get the ball right back. Here's the 2nd and 5 next drive. Here's Burrell. Burrell able to fight forward for 6 yards, just enough for a first down. 1st and 10 for the Stallions now. Here's Gibson, and he finds Aldrin Johnson for a 13-yard gain in the first down. That's Johnson's first catch of the game. So a new set of downs for the Stallions. Here's 2nd and 2. Gibson goes right side. He's going to find Jadarius Duncan, and Duncan gets to the 40-yard line of Louisiana Tech. Another first down. Now here's 3rd and 5. Gibson under pressure, and he's sacked. Louisiana Tech brought the pressure, and Jordan Bradford able to get there. And that's going to bring an end to the first quarter. Louisiana Tech with a 3-0 advantage over the Stallions. Very good defensive play from both teams so far. We'll see if they can keep it up in the second quarter. There's a 3rd and 3 for the Bulldogs. Here's Higgins. He's going to throw to Jared Kraft underneath. And Kraft able to get out to the 45-yard line, a first down. And here's Higgins on the option, and he's going to get crushed by Cole Wynn. Wynn snuffed it out from the start, a loss of 4 on the play. So now 3rd and 14 for the Bulldogs. Higgins under pressure has to throw it, and he might have hit the helmet of Lakeem Foster. And the Bulldogs will punt again. So 1st and 10 for the Stallions. Here's Gibson rolling right. Gibson going to run it, and he's tackled and he fumbles the ball, but it bounces out of bounds. Hit a Louisiana Tech defender, and it went out of bounds. So a lucky bounce for the Stallions. Gibson has to be more careful with the ball whenever he runs. And 2nd and 2, here's Burrell, gets a 4-yard gain in the 1st down. So here's 2nd and 10. Gibson goes right side. He finds Muasibi Conley. Conley barely gets the 1st down. And 2nd and 7, Gibson tries the option, and he's brought down after a loss of 2. Demarion King making a good play on the ball. Here's 3rd and 9. Gibson goes left side. He finds Johnson, and Johnson out to the 45-yard line. Big 1st down for the Stallions. So Gibson tries the option again. This time he has more luck with it. Pitches it to Burrell, and Burrell gets to about the 28-yard line. Another 1st down. The Stallions really moving the football now. Here's 2nd and 9. Gibson finds Duncan underneath, and Duncan gets to about the 15 now. So another set of downs for the Stallions. Gibson on the play fake finds Duncan, and Duncan's going to take this one in for a touchdown. 15-yard catch and run for him. And the Stallions are finally getting on the board in the 2nd quarter. Gibson hit as he threw, but able to throw a precise pass to Duncan, and Duncan takes it into the end zone. 7-3 Baltimore State. Here's Louisiana Tech with the ball. Higgins, plenty of time to throw, but he's actually sacked. Lakeem Foster got flipped over and still was able to make the sack. I mean, the O-lineman just gave up on the play after he flipped him. It's very poor play by the offensive line of Louisiana Tech. And here's the 3rd and 14. Higgins going to throw to Kraft on the screen, and Isaiah Kegler snuffs it out. Loss of 3 in the play, and Louisiana Tech's going to punt it away now. And here's Jacob Spain, of course, the deadly kick returner for the Stallions. Going to take it right side, past the 40, gets to about the 32-yard line. A good return by Spain. So 1st and 10, here's Gibson. Going to pitch it out to Spain. Spain's going to take this up the left side and gets to about the 18-yard line. But he's shaken up on the play. He's going to exit the ball game. And it looks like he just has a strained back. He's probably just going to miss the rest of the 2nd quarter, but should be back after halftime. So 2nd and 5. Here's Gibson underneath the Blackman, and Blackman able to take the in route for 6 yards in the 1st down. So here's 2nd and goal for the Stallions. Tracy in motion. Here's Gibson rolling out right. He's going to throw it to Duncan, and Duncan can't hold on to it. Hit hard as he tried to make the catch. Incomplete. So that's going to break up a 3rd and goal from the 6-yard line. Gibson going to give it to Duncan, and Louisiana Tech is not fooled at all. Demarion King blows up the end around, and the Stallions will be forced to kick a field goal. So 10-3 Baltimore State now as Louisiana Tech takes over, and Henderson's going to make the catch, but he fumbles it, and Nordley Ford picks it up for the Stallions. He's going to get out to about the 34-yard line before he's pushed out of bounds. Lawrence Albert with a huge hit on Carlos Henderson. Popped the ball free, and then Ford's able to recover it. So the Stallions have great field position now with just under a minute to go. Here's the 3rd and 9. Here's the fake. Gibson going to step up in the pocket. Throws incomplete. No flag for illegal forward pass. Looked like he crossed the line, but he didn't. So now 4th and 9, Stallions going to go for it as Gibson throws to Conley, and Conley drops it. Very ill-timed drop. I mean, just went off Conley's hands. Would have had the 1st down, but just could not hold on to it. So Louisiana Tech going to try a Hail Mary now with 5 seconds to go. Higgins throws deep, and he's intercepted by Jaquan Clay, and that's going to end the 1st half. Baltimore State leading this one 10-3, a much better quarter from the Baltimore State offense as they were able to move the ball more effectively. So in the 1st half, both defenses played very well. Baltimore State's offense actually started to get going in the 2nd quarter, but they failed a 4th down conversion late in the 2nd quarter. So hopefully it doesn't derail their progress on offense in this game. And Louisiana Tech, they've been able to move the ball as well, but they've made a few mistakes themselves. And we'll see if these offenses can get going in the second half. As Baltimore State's going to start with the ball. Here's a 3rd and 3. Gibson going to go left side. He finds Duncan, and Duncan gets tackled at about the 43-yard line. So, nice first down to start the first drive of the game. Gibson on the option, and he's blown up in the backfield. That's a 5-yard loss. Taylor Ferguson on the tackle. So now 3rd and 15 for the Stallions. Gibson by himself in the shotgun. He drops back. Plenty of time to throw, rolls out, and he's going to try to run this one, but he fumbles it. Edison able to pick it up for the Stallions, so they will be able to punt it. And it'll be a first down for the Bulldogs. Here's Kraft on the carry. Kraft takes it up the middle, goes right side. Albert able to slow him down, and he's brought down from behind. A 14-yard carry and a first down. So 2 plays later, here's Higgins. Going to go over the middle to Woodall. Collier loses him, and a lot of dolphin diving going on for the Stallions. And Patrick Suttle brings him down from behind. May have been stopped at the 1-yard line, but there's going to be a clipping call on the play. Carlos Henderson pushed Taquan Clay down to the ground as he tried to make a tackle.
Second down.
And you're going to see here, if Clay doesn't get pushed, he may have made the tackle, to be honest with you. So here's the 3rd and 9 for Louisiana Tech. Here's Higgins, finds Boston Scott. And Scott brought down the 45-yard line, so a first down for Louisiana Tech. Here's Higgins on the play fake from 1st and 10. And he's going to be brought down by Russell Sands. Under immense pressure, Higgins just couldn't get it off. So 2 plays later, 3rd and 17. Here's Kraft on the screenplay. He might bust this one big. Gets to the 30, the 20, and he's pushed out at about the 17 or 16-yard line. Big first down for Louisiana Tech. Here's Kraft on the option play. Kraft takes it right up the middle to about the 4-yard line. 11-yard carry and a first down. So here's 2nd and goal. Higgins going to hand it off to Scott up the middle, and Scott breaks a tackle and a touchdown for Boston Scott. Just ran over Lawrence Albert on the play. Man, this is a tie ball game at 10 with 3:07 left in the 3rd quarter. Here's Gibson on 3rd and 8. Going to find Blackman. And Blackman to the 46-yard line and another first down for Baltimore State. 1st and 10. Here's the carry for Burrell. Burrell takes it left side. Burrell's going to back juke and gets to about the 29-yard line. And a first down. There's very in motion. Gibson on the play fake. Rolls out right. And he looks like he's going to run. No, he's going to throw it to Jaleel Berry. Backup tight end with a 12-yard reception on the first down. Here's 2nd and 6 for the Stallions. Gibson on the fake option. Going to go deep to Johnson, and Johnson makes the grab for the touchdown in the corner of the end zone. Perfect pass from Gibson. And the Stallions are going to take a 17-10 lead. So here's 3rd and 7 for Louisiana Tech, and Higgins is going to find Alfred Smith. Keeps his foot in bounds for a first down. So 1st and 10. Here's Higgins. Under a little bit of pressure, throws it, and he finds Trent Taylor for a first down. So 2nd and 7 now. Higgins is going to try to run this, and he's brought down from behind by Lakeem Foster.
That's a loss of 3 yards.
And Foster with 3 sacks in this game. So now 3rd and 11, a screen play. Here's Scott on the catch. Wentworth slows him down, and Foster brings him down from behind. A loss of 5 on the play. Louisiana Tech tries a field goal, but he misses it wide right. Probably didn't have the distance on it anyways. So this remains a 17-10 game. So last play of the 3rd quarter. Here's Gibson on the pitch to Burrell. Burrell breaks a tackle, and Burrell's going to take this one out to the 41-yard line to end the quarter, a 19-yard carry. So 17-10 heading into the 4th quarter. It's been a very smash-mouth football game, very low scoring, very tough for both offenses. Louisiana Tech trying to put this game away. Here's Burrell on the carry again, and he looks like he's going to get big yards again. Back juke, and he gets another 19-yard carry on the play. Another first down. Here's Spain. Spain going to try his hand now, and he's going to get to the 5-yard line before he's pushed out of bounds. A 15-yard gain for him. So 1st and goal from the 5. Here's a handoff to Spain. Spain gets about 1 on the carry. So it's 3rd and goal now. Gibson under pressure throws, and Johnson wasn't even looking at the ball. Broken up by Prince Sam on the play. So Baltimore State will try a field goal now. And Philip Hayden shanks this one no good. A chip shot field goal missed for the Stallions. So now Louisiana Tech looking to tie this game up. Trent Taylor with a big gain over the middle for a first down. Here's 3rd and inches for Louisiana Tech. Here's Higgins on the option, going to pitch it out to Kraft. Kraft with a big gain, gets to about the 35-yard line, a 7-yard gain on the play, and a first down. So Scott checks into the game. He's going to take it up the middle, breaks a tackle, and Russell Sands makes a touchdown-saving tackle at the 11-yard line. So a big first down. Louisiana Tech trying to tie this game up. 2nd and 12. Higgins going to throw to Taylor. Taylor able to fight forward for 9 yards on the play. And a 3rd and 3. There's Higgins. Left side to McKnight, and Penn nearly comes up with an interception. Went off his helmet, just couldn't get his hands up in time. But a big stop for Baltimore State. Here's a 4th and 3. Higgins goes right side. Here's Woodall, and Woodall pushed out the 1-yard line. And Louisiana Tech now within striking distance of the end zone. Here's a handoff to Kraft, and Higgins gets in Kraft's way. Had Higgins not been there, Kraft probably would have had a touchdown, but he slowed down after a false start penalty, 2nd and goal from the 6, and an incomplete pass from Higgins. Trying to find McKnight in the flat, but just couldn't get to him. Now 3rd and goal. Here's a screen pass. Kraft on the reception, and Albert able to bring him down for a 1-yard loss on the play. So that brings up a 4th and goal from the 7-yard line. Here's Higgins. Throws it to Kraft, and Kraft is stood up by Isaiah Kegler at the 3-yard line. Turnover on downs. Baltimore State ball. So 3rd and 8 from the 5 now. Here's Gibson. Throws the Blackman underneath. And Blackman gets to about the 22-yard line. Louisiana Tech forced to call a timeout. Not a whole lot of time left in this game. Here's the carry for Burrell on 1st and 10. Burrell gets 9 yards in the carry. Louisiana Tech calls another timeout. So now 2nd and 1. Gibson pitches it to Burrell. Burrell tries to get to the first down marker, but gets back to the line of scrimmage. Another timeout. And 3rd and 1 to probably put the game out of reach. Here's Gibson, but he's stood up. And he fumbles it again. Picked up by Louisiana Tech, but he was definitely on the ground before he fumbled it right there. I don't know, these refs are just probably trying to get Louisiana Tech back into this game, but he was clearly down by contact. But a risky play nonetheless. They're going to review it. As of right now, it's Louisiana Tech ball, but it looks like Gibson was down by contact. So they probably will reverse this call, but this is a huge call at this stage of the game. Under 2 minutes to go.
The ruling on the field is reversed.
And the ruling is reversed on the call, so Baltimore State will have a chance to punt it now. Another lucky break for the Stallions. So a minute 25 to go for Louisiana Tech. Here's Higgins on first down. Goes right side. Able to find Taylor. Taylor out at the 43-yard line. But tackled in bounds, technically, so clock keeps running. Here's Higgins under pressure, and he's sacked. Kevin Hodges on the sack for a 7-yard loss. And Louisiana Tech has to spike the ball with no timeouts to go. 3rd and 17. Higgins going to go to Taylor underneath. Taylor runs over Kegler. Gets tackled at the 49-yard line, a 13-yard gain, but just short of the first down marker. Now a big 4th down for Louisiana Tech. Here's Higgins looking for Kraft, but underthrows him. Kraft couldn't get back to the ball, and it's going to be a turnover on downs. And Baltimore State's going to hold on to win this nail-biter 17-10. Lakeem Foster, the player of the game, with 3 sacks and 4 tackles for a loss. Baltimore State has been playing a lot of high-scoring games so far this season, but this one a lower-scoring game, 17-10, 27 combined points. Usually Baltimore State's the team scoring over 27, but this time Louisiana Tech's defense, you got to give them credit. They weren't able to stop the run very well, but they got stops when they needed them the most. Baltimore State, of course, missed the field goal that probably would have put the game out of reach, but they're able to overcome that, and now they are bowl eligible at 6-1. Lewis Gibson had a pretty solid game. Jordan Burrell over 100 yards. It's been a while since he did something like that. And Justin Blackman with 5 catches. Jadarius Duncan, 4 catches for 55 yards and a touchdown. So the receivers are really stepping up with the absence of Javier Harewood. Definitely been playing pretty well, making catches when they need to. Johnson did have 2 drops in the game, but no matter. And of course, Lakeem Foster with 3 sacks in the game, bringing his total from 5 to 8. And Phil Hayden, of course, missed that chip shot field goal. I mean, if he's going to keep missing field goals like that, I don't know if he's going to be the kicker going into next year. I'm definitely going to look for one. Ryan Higgins threw the ball 44 times, completed 31 of his passes. And they didn't run the ball very often, but when they did, they were pretty successful. And, of course, Jared Kraft, the main contributor on the team, 12 catches for 82 yards. He had more receptions than he did carries, to be honest with you. So that's kind of weird, but I guess that's how Louisiana Tech wants to run their offense. But overall, they played well defensively. They did miss a field goal themselves. But it was a very good game. This is probably the best game I've played all season, at least when it comes to defense. We didn't turn the ball over this week, so that's always a plus. But we were very conservative with the offense, and we didn't have any penalties against us either. We controlled the ball most of the game, and we got the victory. So now we're going to check out some recruiting. I'm just going to show you guys some stills. Here's Josh Seymour, the running back out of Fairfax, Virginia. We're trying to recruit him. We're going to need it back in the future just because Spain and Barella aren't going to be there forever. We're also looking at Jacob Butler. Butler from Timonium, Maryland. He's the number 4 quarterback prospect in the nation, and we're 4th behind Pitt, Navy, and Penn State. We're also looking at Ricky Jones, the center. He's from Carbondale, Pennsylvania. We're just slightly ahead of UConn for him. We could definitely use a new center, so our offensive line's not that great. We're also looking at Andy Lewis at quarterback from Rodney Village, Delaware. And Lewis probably fits the offense a lot better than Franklin Jones would. I'm not saying he'd start over Jones, but he's a scrambler similar to Lewis Gibson, so I would like to get him on my team as well. Now, looking at the team news, we're in a recruiting battle with Clemson for Josh Seymour. Jacob Butler's locked us out, so is Mark Ewing, the defensive tackle we're looking at. And we actually had a commitment from David Francis, a cornerback. He probably is not going to get much playing time right away, and I probably will redshirt him. We still have Nordley Ford and Taquan Clay for 2 more years. They'll be juniors next year, so I don't imagine him getting too much playing time. But he's not the fastest guy in the world, but he has solid acceleration. His man coverage skills are pretty good. His zone coverage is all right, but he has to get better in press, so I'll probably just let him develop. We're also going to look at Bobby Williams, the guard that signed with us earlier. Williams, of course, our first ever commit, and he's a solid pass blocker, so he can definitely work his way into the lineup as a guard or maybe even a tackle. But anyways, we're going to check out the top 25 now. Stanford has hopped over Alabama and Ohio State after beating UCLA this past week. And UCLA was number 5 before, but after the loss, they bumped down 3 spots. Louisville also lost to Georgia Tech 31-24. Clemson lost to Florida State. Auburn lost to Texas A&M, who's now ranked. Notre Dame lost to USC. So a lot of top 25 battles this week. And we're going to see who dropped out. Iowa, Texas, and LSU all dropped out of the top 25. Now here's the Heisman voting. A lot of changes in Heisman. Nick Chubb moves up. McCall from Ohio State moves up. Damian Harris is here now. And so is Royce Freeman. And we're going to look at the BCS standings. If the season were to end today, Stanford would play Alabama for the BCS National Championship. Remember, in NCAA 14, there is no playoffs, so only the top 2 teams are going to be playing for the National Championship, unfortunately. Air Force is 20th right now. They're 7-0 still. That's surprising. But our next game is going to be against Florida International. This is a game that I think we can definitely win. Even Kirk Herbstreit believes in us this week. They're a tough team. They did lose to Louisville earlier this year, but you can never sleep on Florida International. They're 4-2 in the season. We'll see how it goes. Now, FIU is at 4-2 right now. They're 1-1 in the conference, but they're still a very formidable opponent, and this is a Conference USA game, an Eastern Division game, as a matter of fact, so this should be a tough game for us. And just going to show you guys where we stack up right now. We're 36. We're not too close to the top 25, but we're closer than we've been for most of the season. We'll see if we can move up, but we're going to have to get through FIU first, and this is not going to be an easy task at all. But let's get it going. Aaron Manley with the kick, and we are underway. Alex Gardner back to return this one, starting running back for the Panthers, and he's going to take it up the middle, get about 26 yards on the return. So now the Golden Panthers at 1st and 10. Here's Alex McGough. So they got 2 Alexes in the backfield. And McGough's going to give the ball up on the first play of the game. But the Panthers are going to get the ball right back. Loss of 5 on the play. So 2nd and 15. Here's Gardner. And he's able to power through Kegler, but Kegler eventually brings him down to gain at 6 on the play. So 3rd and 9, here's McGough. Gardner on the screen, and Gardner's not going to go anywhere. He's going to lose 2 yards on the play, and the Stallions will get the ball back after the 3 and out. So here's Lewis Gibson and company. Gibson on the play fake to Burrell. Gibson going to roll out left. He's going to try to run, but no, he throws it to Antoine Tracy, the fullback. Tracy gets a gain of 6 on the play. So 2nd and 4. Here's Burrell. Jordan Burrell brought down from behind. That seems to be the recurring theme for him this year, although he is having a pretty solid season. And a 3rd and 5. Gibson going to roll out left. And he's going to throw it downfield, but it's incomplete. So the Stallions themselves go 3 and out. So Golden Panther football now. Here's a 3rd and 9 from the 15. Here's McGough. He's going to throw left side, and he finds Shug Oyegunle. That's a mouthful to say. I'm going to mess that up a few times, but a first down for the Golden Panthers. Here's Gardner on the carry up the middle, and Alex Gardner just shy of midfield, a 12-yard carry and a first down. So now the Golden Panthers starting to move the ball a little bit, 2 first downs. So here's McGough with the read option. McGough has some space, gets a block on Albert, and Alex McGough is going to take this all the way for a touchdown for the Golden Panthers, a 53-yard touchdown run. And FIU strikes first. I mean, look at that. Just very poor defense. The Stallions defense just committing to the handoff. And McGough pulls it back and is able to run this one for a touchdown. So 7-0 Golden Panthers. Stallion ball as Burrell gets the carry, and he goes nowhere again, losing 2 yards on the play. It's Brandon James with a big stop right there. So 2nd and 12. Here's Gibson. Gonna throw it on the option, but nearly intercepted by Kyrie Reeser. And Gibson got away with one right there. So now a 3rd and 12. Here's Gibson. He's gonna throw it left side, and Reeser almost gets the interception again. Just couldn't hold on to it. I know these conditions out here just cause the ball to be a little more slippery. And the Stallions will punt it away. Here's Gardner on the return. Gardner has space. Very poor punt coverage by the Stallions, and Gardner is going to get it to the 20-yard line. So a 1st and 10, and McGough's going to scramble. He has space, and McGough might have himself another touchdown. No, he's pushed out at the 1-yard line. And 2 plays later, Alex Gardner going to get the carry, and Gardner's going to take it into the end zone for a touchdown. And the Golden Panthers now up by 2 scores with 2 minutes left in the quarter. So now here's the 3rd and 8 for the Stallions. Here's Gibson going to roll out right, looking for somebody. Can't run it, so he's going to throw, and he's intercepted. That's Lubin on the interception. And Gibson knows better than to throw that pass. He tried to force it into coverage, and it was very obvious. He just made a mistake right there. So now Golden Panther ball as Austin Maloney makes the catch for a 12-yard gain in the first down. McGough going to give it to Gardner, and Gardner with another big gain. 15 yards on the play. And the last play of the quarter, Gardner going to get the carry again up the middle, and he runs over Lawrence Albert on his way to a 14-yard gain to end the quarter. As FIU just dominating Baltimore State right now, 14-0, and they're on their way to another touchdown. So 1st and goal to start the second quarter. McGough going to give it to Gardner again, and an easy touchdown for Alex Gardner. Once again, untouched. So that's the 2nd touchdown of the game. And FIU now up 21-0. Baltimore State really needs to respond in this drive, and they'll give the ball to Burrell. And that's a good way to start the response. Burrell out past the 45, just shy of the 50, a 30-yard gain that might actually be Burrell's longest carry of the season. And a big first down for the Stallions. They've been quiet most of the game, and that might get this offense going. Here's Gibson on the option, and he goes nowhere. Stop for a loss of 1. That's Furman Silva on the stop. Now a 3rd and 6. Here's Gibson. He's going to find Johnson, and Aldrin Johnson with a big catch for a first down. So now 1st and 10. Gibson going to run the option. He's going to pitch it out to Spain. That was a pass option. He could have thrown it if he wanted to, but he just pitches to Spain, and Spain takes it for 12 yards and a first down. So here's a 2nd and 9. An option again. Here's Gibson up the middle, and just shy of the 5-yard line. Another first down for the Stallions, and a first and goal now. Here's Gibson running left. He's going to try to punch it in, and he is just shy of the end zone. Stopped at the 1 yard line. So now second and goal. He's going to pitch it out to Spain. Spain can't get to the edge, loses 4 on the play. Very good stop by Nico Gonzalez. So Gibson in the shotgun for this third down. No tight end on the field. Here's Gibson. He's going to roll left, and he's going to throw to Johnson, who's wide open in the end zone. Touchdown, Baltimore State. And the Stallions really needed to respond on this drive, and they do with a very good drive conducted by Lewis Gibson and company. So the Stallions cut the lead to 14. Let's see what the Golden Panthers can do on this drive. Here's McGough. He's going to throw over the middle, and he finds Owens for a first down. Owens gets to the 49-yard line, just shy of midfield. So first and 10 now. Here's the handoff to Gardner. And Gardner dodging defenders, and he gets another first down, 11 yards on the carry. Gardner's having a great game against the Stallions defense as this pass is intercepted. That's Nordley Ford, and Ford is gone. Doesn't look like the defender's going to catch up to him at the 10-5 touchdown Baltimore State. And the Stallions are back into this game thanks to Nordley Ford, who's been the best corner on this team. And McGough is trying to find Oyegunle on the play, but Ford steps right in front of it and takes it to the house. So Baltimore State trails just 7 now after being down 21-0 not too long ago. So let's see how McGough on this Golden Panther offense responds to the interception return. And he's going to find Oyegunle this time for the first down. So now Golden Panthers trying to get some points on the board before the end of the half. And here's Owens. Thomas Owens gets to about the 40-yard line. Another first down. Here's McGough. He's going to find Zach Armour now. And Armour's going to get a first down. Gets forward progress on the play. And FIU responding perfectly to the pick six. Here's Gardner on the carry. And Gardner is pushing forward. Gets to about the 5-yard line. And FIU is going to call a timeout. So Anthony Jones checks into the game for the Golden Panthers, and Jones going to get the carry on the draw play, and he takes it into the end zone. So FIU's back up by 14 now. Anthony Jones' first carry of the game goes for a touchdown. So Baltimore State trying to respond with a minute left to go. Gibson going to pitch it to Burrell, and Burrell's going to take it to about the 33-yard line, a first down for the Stallions. So second and 10 now. Here's Gibson. He's going to throw over the middle. There's Conley on the catch. Very dangerous throw that could have been picked off if the man jumped. But a first down for the Stallions as Gibson's going to roll out in second and 10. He's going to run this one, and Gibson pushed out of bounds after a 20-yard gain. So first and 10 now. Here's Gibson on the fake. A lot of pressure, and Gibson nearly intercepted on that play. And Lewis Gibson is injured. Looks like he's going to come out of the game. Here's Franklin Jones, the freshman, yet again. He's been in a few games this year. He's going to throw, nearly intercepted by Isaiah Brown. It's a poor decision by Jones on the play. So now third and 10. Here's Jones. Under pressure, he has to scramble. He's not that fast. Tries to dump it off to Spain, but incomplete. And the Stallions will go for this. They're not in range for Phil Hayden to kick the field goals. So Jones is going to throw it deep and nearly intercepted. Reeser with his third drop pick of the game, but a turnover on downs. And FIU will try to get in position for another touchdown or at least a field goal. And Oyegunle is going to make the catch. He's going to get stopped just shy of the 30. So looks like FIU is going to kick the field goal, and it's shanked wide left. So no points for the drive, but FIU still leads this game 28-14. Baltimore State's offense started showing promise in the second quarter. Let's see if they can take it into the second half. So guys, I messed up a little bit. So I had paused the game because I had to go to a work meeting in the middle of the game. So I turned the capture card off for a little bit. And then when I came home to finish the game, I forgot to start the capture card for the first part of the third quarter. So my bad about that. But I will show the instant replay of the touchdown that I scored during that time. Here's Lewis Gibson, back to pass. He's going to find Randall Chick, who actually came into the game. And Chick has his first touchdown of his career. So FIU now up by 7. Here's Alex Gardner On the return, he's going to take it up the left side. Cuts in the middle, and he's going to cut outside, and Alex Gardner is going to have a kick return for a touchdown. 99 yards all the way to the end zone. And FIU is going to go back up by 14. After giving up on a touchdown on the last drive, Alex Gardner responds very quickly for the Golden Panthers. It's terrible coverage right there by the Stallions. So now 2nd and 2 for Baltimore State as they look to respond. Here's Gibson going deep, and he's intercepted. Kyrie Reeser finally getting his interception. And he's going to be brought down at the 19-yard line. So terrible throw by Gibson. Again, he's having a really off day so far. But Reeser had been dropping interceptions left and right, but was finally able to pick it off this time. And FIU in great field position to go back up by 21. Here's McGo, 1st and 10. He's going to roll right, and he's sacked as he tries to run. Lakeem Foster brings him down. And I'll bring up a 2nd and 12. So here's a handoff to Gardner on the counter, and Gardner able to run this all the way to the 1-yard line, a 20-yard gain. And he's averaging 10 yards a carry right now. Here's Jones checking in, and he gets his 2nd touchdown of the game. So FIU up 42-21. Things are just not looking very good for the Stallions right now. Here's Gibson, nearly throws another interception. Gonzalez couldn't hold on to it. And now 3rd and 12. Here's Gibson. He's going to throw, and he's caught by Conley. Conley with an 18-yard gain in the 1st down. So 1st and 10. Here's Gibson rolling out left. No receivers over there. He's going to have to run, and he's hit, and he fumbles it. Williams picks it up for Florida International, and he's going to try to return this. Burrell brings him down at the 19-yard line. And just when you thought it couldn't get any worse for the Stallions, Gibson coughs the ball up, and FIU will get the ball deep in Baltimore State territory pending this challenge. But Gibson definitely fumbled it before his knee hit the ground. So kind of a desperation challenge by the head coach, but this is going to stand. And FIU has the ball at the 20 now. Here's 2nd and 10. Here's McGo going to scramble, and he's sacked from behind. That's Kevin Hodges on the sack. And Hodges just dove at his legs and bring him down before he can go anywhere. So now 3rd and 12. McGo going to give it to Gardner. Gardner goes nowhere, loses 2 yards on the play. And the Panthers will kick a field goal. So now 45-21. 24-point lead right now. And here's Jacob Spain. Let's see if he can work some magic. Spain going to get outside. He has some space, and he's going to go out at about the 46-yard line. Solid return. So 1st and 10. Here's Gibson going to pitch it out to Burrell on the option, and Burrell's going to take it out of bounds at about the 33-yard line. 16-yard gain on the play, and Burrell's knocking on the door to 100 yards. Here's Gibson on 1st and 10. They're going to find Rayshawn Griffin, and Griffin's going to get down to the 20-yard line. 13-yard reception and a 1st down for the Stallions. So now they're knocking on the door. They're trying to stop the bleeding right now. Here's Gibson throwing deep, and it's caught by Conley. Conley stopped at the 1-yard line. So now 1st and goal from the 1. Here's Burrell, and he's just going to waltz right into the end zone for a touchdown. So that makes it a 17-point game pending the extra point. But I wouldn't be shocked if the Stallions went for 2, and sure enough, they will. So here's Gibson on the 2-point conversion. He finds Blackman, but Blackman is tackled just shy of the end zone. And that's going to bring an end to the 3rd quarter. FIU up 45-27, and the Stallions just holding on by a thread right now. So the 4th and final quarter is going to start. 2nd and 3. Here's Gardner, and Gardner's not going to go anywhere on this play. Great stop by Dwight Patrick. His first tackle of the game, actually. Now 3rd and 6. Here's Jones, and Hodges is going to bring him down. And Baltimore State will get the ball back after a 3 and out. 6:59 left in the game. Here's Gibson. He's going to throw a quick pass to Johnson on the in route. 10-yard gain in the 1st down. Here's another 1st and 10. Here's Gibson going right side. He finds Conley again. And Conley really stepping up in this game. He has 5 catches for 76 yards so far. Really his best game so far this season. Here's Gibson. He's going to throw into the end zone, and Blackman has the catch for a touchdown. I don't know if this is going to stand. It doesn't look like he got his foot down, but they're going to review this one. And let me tell you, this is going to suck all the air out of Baltimore State if they call this one back. And it looks like they're going to call this back. It doesn't look like Blackman got a foot down.
After review of the play,
And we'll see the verdict.
ruling on the field is reversed.
And I'm not really surprised by that call. It's a very good call by the ref, but that really is going to take all the air out of this Baltimore State team, as there's an incomplete to Duncan right there. So now 3rd and 10, and Gibson under immense pressure. A nice blitz by FIU on the play. And that's going to bring up a 4th down. And Phil Hayden hasn't been very reliable kicking field goals, so the Stallions will go for it. Gibson going to roll out left. He's going to try to make a play. He's going to try to run this one, and he stopped just short, pushed out of bounds, so a turnover on downs. So FIU ball. Here's a 3rd and 5. McGode's trying to fight for the first down, but he's just short. And the Golden Panthers will give it right back to the Stallions. At 4:52 to go, Baltimore State down 17. Here's Gibson. And he's threading the needle right there to Conley. Conley was well covered, but Gibson still threw it up to him. So a big first down right there. And here's Gibson under pressure, going to throw to Blackman for the touchdown. So the Stallions not done yet. Down 45 to 34 now with the extra point. And we'll see if Baltimore State can stop FIU here. Here's Jones on the carry. And Jones is going to get forward progress and get the first down. So FIU extends the drive. Here's a 2nd and 1. Time running out. Here's Jones again. He breaks the tackle by Albert. And then breaks the tackle by Wynn. And Foster finally pushes him out of bounds. And Baltimore State is running out of time now. They have to make a stop on this 3rd and 6. Here's Jones on the carry. And he's brought down by Kegler. Just shy of the first down marker. And the Stallions will get the ball back down 14. They don't have a lot of time, and they have no timeouts. Here's Gibson on the option. He's going to pitch it out to Burrell, and Burrell has space. He might take this one all the way. And a risky call with under 2 minutes to go on the game pays off for the Stallions. They're not out of the woods yet. They have to get this onside kick in order to have a chance. Here's Manley. He's going to kick it, and Maloney's going to recover it for FIU. And the Golden Panthers knock off the Stallions 48-41 in a very high-scoring game. And you have to give credit to this Florida International squad. They came to play today. Alex Gardner had a great game, 139 yards on 18 carries and 2 touchdowns on the ground. And, of course, he had the kick return for the touchdown as well. I mean, Baltimore State just could not stop the run today. But you have to give the Stallions credit as well. They could have given up after going down 21-0, but they tried to fight their way back into the game. But in the end, the deficit that they built in the first half, it was just way too much to overcome. Lewis Gibson didn't have the best of games today. Threw 2 interceptions on passes that he knows he has no business throwing. But the Stallions will improve off of this. I mean, you got to take your losses. And honestly, you know, you have 6 wins on the season. Nobody really expected you to get 6 wins this year. So to lose your second game, 8 games into your first ever season, I feel like the Stallions are really succeeding this year. So let's look at the stat line now. Of course, Lewis Gibson exited the game before the second half, so that's why Franklin Jones has 3 incompletions there. Jordan Burrell had his best game of his career, 148 yards, 14 carries and 2 touchdowns, though most of that was between a 30-yard gain and a 50-yard gain. And then Muhasibi Conley having his best game of his career, 6 catches, 103 yards. But no one else really doing a whole lot through the air. Aldrin Johnson did have a touchdown catch, so did Blackman and Chick. And honestly, the offensive line did a better job of protecting Gibson in this game. And defensively, of course, Nordley Ford having that interception return for a touchdown was big in the first half. It got the Stallions going, but unfortunately, they just couldn't recover from the early deficit as the defense gave up 6 touchdowns on the ground. That has to improve. I know we have 3 freshmen starting at linebacker, but that has to get better. The secondary played pretty decent. They gave up a few too many first downs to the receivers, but for the most part, I would say they played pretty well. And honestly, I couldn't really ask much more for them. I just wish the front 7 would have done a better job of stopping the run. But there's always next week. We're going to take a look at the top 25 now. And Ohio State now number 1 after Alabama loses to Tennessee 14-7. Very close game over there as Volunteers take the W. And also moving up, Oregon State went from 9-3. Oklahoma State going from 5-4. FSU from 6-5. And Stanford also lost as well. I missed that. Oregon State beat Stanford 38-28. And Stanford down to number 7 now. And Air Force moves up to 13 as well. They're still undefeated. And look at the rest of the rankings. Ew, Florida. Ew. And Houston was off this week, but they move up 4 spots. And Clemson loses to Pittsburgh, so they're pretty much out of the national title hunt. Miami lost to Boston College, same thing with them. Penn State loses to Ohio State. And Notre Dame drops out of the top 25 after losing to Air Force. So now look at the Heisman race. You got Mayfield and McCall still at the top. Timothy McVeigh from Air Force now getting votes. He's number 3 right now. Chris Warren III at 4, and Justice Hill from Oklahoma State at number 5. So our next opponents are going to be the University of Texas El Paso Miners, or UTEP, formerly known as Texas Western, of course. Now, UTEP has the 19th ranked defense in the nation, so this is going to be a tough game. Don't be fooled by the 3-4 record. Now, the Miners aren't really that great of a team, even for Conference USA standards, but we've already lost to North Texas and Florida International this year, and honestly, being a new team, no game is an easy game in the conference for us. Currently, we're in 5th place in the conference, so we got to get some wins together to have a shot at the conference championship game. Here we go. Here's the kickoff. And Jacob Spain, as always, back to return. He has some space left side. Is this going to be another one for him? Nobody in front of him. Spain with a clear path to the end zone. Yet again, another kick return for a touchdown on the season for Jacob Spain. Spain just been a dominant return man this year. And the Stallions are going to take an early 7-0 lead straight out the gate. UTEP with just very poor kickoff coverage on this one. And Spain, untouched yet again, gets another kick return for a touchdown. So UTEP ball, a 1st and 10. And that's going to hand it off to Aaron Jones. And Jones up the middle for a big gain to start the game off. So 1st down for UTEP. Here's Ryan Metz back to pass. Throws over the middle, and he's going to find Cole Freytag. Freytag gets to about the 39-yard line. Now, Penn with all right coverage, but he just lets Freytag get loose. So another 1st down. Here's 2nd and 10 from the 39. And a quick pass to Senegal. Eddie Senegal with a 13-yard gain in the 1st down for the Miners. 1st and 10. Here's hand off to Jones again. And Jones gets to the corner. And gets to about the 15-yard line before being pushed out of bounds. And the Stallions starting to struggle on defense already. So here's the 1st and 10. Here's the handoff. David Jackson, the backup running back, he's going to lose 3 on the play. Good stop on the play by Dwight Patrick. So 2nd and 13. Here's the handoff to Jones, who checks back into the game. Only 2 yards on that carry. So a 3rd and 11. Here's Metz left side, and he's going to get Senegal, but Senegal steps out of bounds. So the Miners kick a field goal. Stallions ball, and they're going to try some trickery, but Burrell's brought down for an 8-yard loss. Looked like the Stallions were looking for a halfback pass, but it didn't work out very well. So 2nd down, and Gibson almost intercepted by Nick Needham. Very poor throw right there. So now 3rd and 18. Here's Gibson under pressure, and he's going to be brought down in the backfield. That's Brandon Moss on the sack, and the Stallions will go 3 and out. So here's the punt. Here's White. White going to get past midfield, past the 40, and gets to about the 36-yard line. And Jaquan White with a good return for UTEP. So the Miners in very good field possession. Here's a handoff to Jones. Jones breaks the tackle, and Patrick brings him down from behind for a 4-yard gain. So now 3rd and 2. Metz back to pass. He's going to throw left side, and Blake couldn't get the catch on that play. Just drops the ball. So the Miners will go for it on 4th and 2. Here's a handoff to Jones, and Jones with a very easy 1st down. Very good blocking on the play for the Miners. So now 2nd and 3. Here's Jones on the carry. Breaks the tackle. Aaron Jones breaking plenty of tackles in this game so far. Another 1st down. So here's 2nd and 10. This time Jones brought down in the backfield. Good play by Isaiah Kegler. So now a 3rd down. Metz under pressure throws, and he's going to find Terry Janelle in the end zone for a touchdown. Janelle just busted open, and nobody was in his vicinity to stop him. So now 10-7 lead for UTEP. First and 10. Here's Jordan Burrell. Burrell gets a block, and he's going to get to about the 34-yard line, a 19-yard gain, and the right guard with a good block down the field. So it's first and 10. Gibson going to pitch it to Burrell on the option, and Burrell gets another first down. So now first and 10. Here's the handoff to Spain. Spain is going to get a first down this time. So the Stallions starting to run the ball pretty well. They've struggled at times this year, but they're looking pretty good right now. Here's the option. Gibson going to pitch it to Muhasibi Conley on the wide receiver option, but Conley goes nowhere, loses 4 on the play. So second and 14. Here's Gibson. He's going to throw it to Jadarius Duncan, one of his favorite targets, and Duncan gets an 18-yard gain in the first down. So first and 10. Here's Gibson. He's under pressure. He's going to throw right side to Duncan, and Duncan with the first down at the 13-yard line. So first and 10, Gibson with the read option, and he's going to get to the 1-yard line on this one. 13-yard carry on the play. And that's going to end the first quarter. The Miners with a minor lead over Baltimore State, but the Stallions looking like they're going to score a touchdown on this drive. So we start with a first and goal. The Stallions in the shotgun at the 1-yard line. A handoff to Burrell, and Burrell runs in easily for a touchdown. Very good blocking up front. And the Stallions are going to take the lead right back, 14-10. Miners ball at the 30-yard line. There's a handoff to Jones. Jones, great blocking downfield for the Miners, and Jones gets another 14-yard gain. Stallions just getting gashed so far. There's a second and 5. Handoff to Jones again, and same result. Another big run, 11 yards this time. And the Miners are in Stallion territory yet again. There's Metz under pressure. There's a blitz, and this time Plink catches the ball, and Plink is going to get to the 23-yard line. Any of you UTEP fans, let me know if I'm pronouncing his name right. I don't know if I am or not. But anyways, here's the 3rd and 7. Metz looking for Freytag, and Freytag can't hold on to it. Would have gotten the Miners to the 1-yard line, but they'll kick a field goal again. So Jacob Spain on the return yet again. Let's see if he can get a big one. And he's outside. Doesn't look like the kicker's going to get him. He misses, and Spain brings back his second kickoff return for a touchdown of the game. I believe that's his 7th or 8th of the season. He's had a lot of kick returns this year, and the Stallions take a 21-13 lead. So now Miners ball. Here's 2nd and 9. Metz scrambling out of the pocket under pressure. Stubble can't tackle him, but Patrick with a huge hit on Ryan Metz. So a 3rd and 4 now. Here's Metz. He's going to run again under pressure, and he's smacked again by Collier this time. So 2nd and 3. Here's Jones. Jones pushing forward for another first down. He's having a solid game so far. 90 yards so far in this game. So 2nd and 3. Jones on the carry again. And this time he stopped just short of the first down marker. That brings up a 3rd and inches. Here's Metz. Gonna run this one again. And he's breaking tackles, and he's brought down finally by Taquan Clay after an 8-yard gain in the first down. So 1st and 10. And this time Cole Wynn's gonna grab the face mask.
Foul. Face mask.
Just a very
Defense.
poor play. A lot of these face masks have been against Cole Wynn this year, so he really needs to tighten up his tackling and stop grabbing for the face mask. But a 1st and 10 for the Miners, and this time Metz is going to be brought down in the backfield. That's Lakeem Foster again leading the team in sacks. And now a 3rd and 13 as Senegal gets to catch this time, but Senegal not even close to the first down marker. And the Miners will kick a field goal. So 21-16 now. Let's see if Spain takes a 3rd kick return back for a touchdown. He changes direction, and it looks like he's going to get there. One man to beat, and he beats him out. And Jacob Spain has his 3rd kick return for a touchdown of this game. Jacob Spain is a special player. I know a lot of people complain about me not being able to get him on offense. I would love to if I could, but his stamina is just not high enough. But a 28-16 lead for the Stallions regardless. As Metz tries to run this one, and he gets about 9 yards on the play, UTEP uses a timeout. So now 2nd and 1. Here's Metz. He has time, but he's going to roll out now. Breaks 2 tackles, a 3rd one, and he drags the defender 3 yards with him for a first down. So 2nd and 10, and there's a screen to Jones. Jones had space, but he gets about 4 yards on the play. Now 3rd and 6. Not a lot of time left for the Miners in this half as Mets, a lot of time to throw, but it's incomplete. And the Miners will punt the ball with 45 seconds to go. Let's see if the Stallions can get on the board again. Gibson finds Burrell for an 8-yard gain. Clock is ticking. The Stallions have to use a timeout. Gibson going to roll out right on 2nd and 2. He's going to go to Spain. It's a little dump-off pass, and it gets the first down. So here's 2nd and 10. Gibson trying to get away from the pressure and just throws this one away. 17 seconds to go in the half. Here's Gibson on 3rd and 10. He's going to go left side, and it's picked off by Beverly. It's a very bad decision by Gibson again. And Beverly gets pushed out of bounds. 11 seconds left in the half. See if UTEP can get a field goal or maybe a touchdown. Here's the 1st and 10. Mets under pressure, and he's going to be brought down for a sack. That's Lakeem Foster on the play. So now 2nd and 23. They're just going to go deep. Here's a Hail Mary, and nobody can bring it down. And that's going to end the half. A 28-16 advantage for the Stallions, thanks mainly to Jacob Spain and his 3 kickoff returns for touchdowns. Contrary to what the scoreboard shows, the Stallions offense really hasn't done a whole lot this game. It's mainly been Jacob Spain and the special teams unit that's kept them in this football game. The lone offensive touchdown for the Stallions, of course, come from Jordan Burrell on the Stallions' best offensive drive. But mainly UTEP's defense, which is one of the best in the nation, has really kept the Stallions' offense in check. So as we start the second half, the Miners will start out with the football at 1st and 10 at the 25. Here's a handoff to Jones, and Jones with space yet again. It trucks over Lawrence Albert. I mean, Lawrence Albert has just been getting embarrassed by running backs this year. Big first down for the Miners. Here's a handoff to Jones, and the blitz really does not help with stopping him as he fights forward for 5 yards and a first down. So now 2nd and 12. Here's Jones. And he's going to lose 3 on this play. Good stop by the Stallions. Lakeem Foster on the play. Now 3rd and 15. A draw play to Jones. And Jones might bust this one open. He does get the first down. And he's put down at the 18-yard line. But still a great carry for Jones on 3rd and long. So now 1st and 10. Here's a handoff to Jackson now as he checks into the game. And Jackson gets space himself. The Stallions' run defense is looking awful this game. So now 1st and goal for the Miners, and Jackson going to drag defenders into the end zone with him for a touchdown. 8-yard run. And now the Stallions lead by just 5 with 5:17 left in the 3rd quarter. Here's Gibson on the rollout. He's going to throw it to Johnson. Johnson with a 6-yard gain. So now 3rd and 4. Gibson going to go to Duncan again, and Duncan gets the first down on a 6-yard catch. So 1st and 10 for the Stallions. Hand off to Burrell. Burrell has space, and he's going to get the first down. Now another 1st and 10. Here's the option for Gibson. He's going to pitch it out to Burrell. Burrell cuts back, and he gets about 5 yards of the carry, making a smart cut right there. So now 3rd and 6 after a loss of 1. Here's Gibson. Under pressure, he finds Duncan, and Duncan gets the first down again.
Good for a gain of 6 yards.
Duncan's really been the go-to guy for Gibson in this game. So 1st and 10, here's the handoff to Spain, and Spain gets about 6 on the carry. So now 2nd and 4. Gibson has a screen, but it's covered, so he's going to roll out left. He has space. Nobody converges on him, and Gibson's getting some blocks downfield, and he's going to be in the end zone for a touchdown. What a run by Lewis Gibson on a designed screenplay. It wasn't there, so he decides to take it himself and gets a touchdown. So 35-23 Stallions. As Jackson gets the ball on 3rd and 3, and Albert just over pursues. And Jackson gets 10 yards on the play on the first down. So Jones back into the game and back to business. So another 11-yard gain for a first down. Jones having a great game, 166 yards up to this point. As Mets is going to find Freytag, and Freytag is going to take this 21 yards for a first down. So another 1st and 10 in the red zone. Here's Mets. He's going to find Janelle in the end zone for a touchdown, and DeMarcus Penn gets burned again. And the Miners are now down 35-29, pending the extra point, as Penn just gets burned on the play. Just loses complete sight of Janelle. Very good cut by Janelle on the play. So 35-30 now. Gibson going to throw right side to Bentley on 2nd and 3, and Bentley with the first down on his first catch of the game.
Gain of 6 yards.
So that's going to bring an end to the 3rd quarter. The Stallions hold just a 35-30 lead over the Miners, who are starting to click on all cylinders now. Can the Stallions stop this running game? That's the biggest question going into the fourth quarter. 3rd and 5 now. Here's Gibson going right side, and he finds Duncan again. Duncan's really been the security blanket for the team this year. And another first down. Here's 2nd and 7. Gibson going to throw to Johnson over the middle. Johnson hit hard after a 5-yard gain, so a 3rd and 2. Here's Gibson going left side to Burrell. And Burrell is stopped short of the first down marker. Stallions will go for it. Here's a handoff to Burrell. Burrell gets the first down and more. Just short of the 20-yard line. 10-yard gain on 4th down. And the Stallions' drive continues. Here's a handoff to Johnson. Johnson has to switch direction and loses 4. Could have been a whole lot worse. So now 2nd and 14. Gibson sends Tracy out left. Here's the pitch to Spain left. And Spain going to run backwards a little bit, but he's going to go forward eventually. And he gets about 9 yards on the carry. So now 3rd and 5. Here's Gibson. Under pressure, and he throws, and it's incomplete. Aldrin Johnson, the intended target right there. And the Stallions will settle for 3, so it's 38-30. Here's Jones on the carry up the middle, has to cut it outside, and there's nobody there. He trucks over Wynn. And a great run, great effort at very least, and he gets his face mask pulled on.
Face mask. Defense.
So that's going to be a penalty against the Stallions, but a great run regardless. Patrick Suttle brings him down by his face mask, so the Stallions giving up a lot of yards on penalties in this game. Here's Plink on the catch, and Plink gets to about the 36-yard line. So 3rd and 1. Very critical 3rd and 1 in this stage of the game. Handoff to Jackson, and Jackson trucks over another defender. 7-yard gain in the first down. These Stallions are just not tackling very well. So 1st and 10. Here's Metz handing off to Jackson again, and Jackson, he's going to have the first down and gets into the red zone. So the Miners threatening with 2:39 left in this game. Here's a handoff to Jackson. And Jackson this time is brought down in the backfield, slowed down by 2 defenders, and then Taquan Clay finishes him off. So now 3rd and 13. Metz goes right side to Reddix, and Reddix with the 5 yards, but that's going to bring up a critical 4th and 8. Can the Stallions make a stop? With 2 minutes to go in the game. Here's Metz. Nobody open, so he's going to run it up the middle, and Kegler's there to stop him. Metz is just shy of the first down marker. He had 7, he needed 8, but Isaiah Kegler makes a great play at this stage in the game, and the Stallions have the ball now. Here's the 3rd and 12. Gibson going to find Jamarcus Hutton, but Hutton's shy of the first down marker, so the Miners have one more chance to tie this ball game up. Here's 1st and 10. He finds Senegal, and Senegal with a 5-yard catch. 2nd and 5. Metz spikes the ball to stop the clock. The Miners obviously have no timeouts left. Here's a 3rd and 5. Metz over the middle to Freytag, and Freytag has space, and can Clay bring him down, and brought down at the 30-yard line. So the Miners starting to threaten yet again. Here's 1st and 10. Metz goes right side, and he's going to find Reddix for a 20-yard gain and a first down. 1st and goal at the 10-yard line. Here's Metz. He's going to go left side. There's Plink, and Plink goes nowhere after breaking a tackle. That's going to bring up a 2nd and goal, and Metz is just going to spike this one. So now 3rd and goal from the 9. Here's Metz. He's going to go left side, and Jackson makes the catch but only gets a yard, so a critical 4th down. Last chance for the Miners. Here's Metz. He's under pressure and has to dump it off to Jackson, and Jackson is swarmed by Stallions. What a play on 4th down for this Baltimore State defense. They'd been getting beat up by the Miners all game, and they finally make a stop when they need it the most, as Baltimore State wins this one 38-30. Jacob Spain with 3 kick returns for touchdowns yet again. And honestly, UTEP gave us a much better game than I anticipated. Had it not been for the kick returns, I don't know if the Stallions would have won this game. I mean, Jacob Spain really helped us out in the first half, but then UTEP made that second half comeback, and twice they were in the red zone, but they were stopped just short both times, as the Stallions somehow, someway hold on to this one. So Lewis Gibson had a very quiet game, 12 for 18, 102 yards and a pick. And the running game wasn't looking all that great outside of Gibson. Burrell had a few good runs, but mainly was shut down. Jadarius Duncan, the only receiver who did much of anything. And then Isaiah Kegler with 11 tackles in this game. He really came up big. And of course, Lakeem Foster with 2 sacks. And honestly, the run defense has to get a whole lot better if we're gonna win this conference. As we check out UTEP, all those rushing yards from Aaron Jones and Jackson. But very solid rushing game for the Miners, and all those pancakes. Their offensive line was dominant in this game, and defensively they did have an interception and a sack in this game. But what a game! Miners really put on a show in this one. They had 26 first downs to our 13, but somehow were able to come out with a victory. And we were 3 for 8 on third downs. So let's check out the recruiting news. Corey Means, a receiver we were looking at, did commit to Penn State. We're still battling for Josh Seymour and Jacob Butler and Andy Lewis. And we had 2 commits. We had Trevor Smith, who's a 54 center, probably not going to play too much for us. And we also had Tommy Peoples, a fullback, also committing to us. So right now we're battling Clemson for Seymour. Seymour is a running back I really would like to get on our team. I mean, we have nobody over 70 overall has committed to us. So our next game is going to be against Middle Tennessee State. They're 3-5 on the season. Once again, every conference team we play is going to be tough, regardless of their record. They are 3-5, but they still could give us work. We're overall, on paper at least, we're the underdog in pretty much every game. So here's the top 25. USC finally goes down to Oregon State, 14-13, a very close game. So a lot of people might think this is a gimme game because we've won 7 games this year. But in this conference, you can't take any team for granted. We did lose to FIU, who have the same conference record as them. So we'll see what happens. Now, I am going to show you the Week 12 polls just because I didn't play a game in Week 11. That was my bye week. And Oregon State and Oklahoma State are number 1 and number 2. So, if the season were to end today, those 2 would be playing for the national championship. Air Force ranked number 7 now. Stanford loses to Oregon, so they move down to 14 from 7. Baylor moves down 2 spots after losing to Oklahoma. And Florida and Clemson and Auburn all move out of the top 25 after losing. So, once again, the BCS is going to be Oregon State, Oklahoma State. If the season were to end today, those 2 would be playing for the national championship. Air Force is 6 now. They move up from 11. Finally getting the respect that they deserve. Stanford moves out of the top 5 in the BCS. And that's pretty much it. And the Heisman voting right here. Baker Mayfield still number 1. McCall number 2. Warren 3. Hill 4. And McVay 5. So here we go. Middle Tennessee State taking on Baltimore State at Stallion Field in Baltimore, Maryland. Aaron Manley going to kick this one off, and this game is underway. And here's Frazier on the return. He's going to take it up the middle, and Cole gets ran over. But tackle on the play, and they're going to get called for a clip. And that's going to be Chris Brown, the cornerback. So they're going to start the ball in pretty bad field position at the 13. Here's Brent Stockstill, the quarterback for Middle Tennessee State. He's going to throw an incompletion his first pass. So now it's 2nd and 10. Here's Stockstill in the pistol. He's going to go right side, and he finds Mathers, his running back. Mathers only, again, at 2 on the play. So here's 3rd and 8. Here's Stockstill. And incomplete over the middle. Very good defense by Isaiah Kegler. And now they're going to have to punt the ball to Jacob Spain. He doesn't have a punt return on the season for a touchdown at least, but he has a bunch of kick returns. Spain going to take it right side. And Spain gets brought down at the 36-yard line of Middle Tennessee State. So the Stallions' first drive is going to start in excellent field position. So Burrell gets the first carry, trips up a little bit, and he's going to lose 3 on the play. So now a 2nd and 13 for the Stallions. Lewis Gibson back to pass. He's going to go right side, and it's nearly intercepted by Chris Brown. No relation to the R&B singer. But now it's a 3rd and 13. Gibson on the fake to Burrell. He's going to throw it right side, and Blackman can't hold on to it. So the Stallions go 3 and out despite the good field position. So now it's MTSU ball. Here's Stockstill. This is the first left-handed quarterback the Stallions have played all year, and Stockstill can run, actually, and he gets the first down right here. Patrick on the tackle. So 1st and 10. Stockstill going left side to Smith, and Smith is going to get a first down on the play. So 2 first downs in a row. Here's Stockstill. Under pressure, Patrick hits him, but he finds Pettis, who gets a 9-yard gain in the play. MTSU, an up-tempo offense, so they run a lot of no huddle. So the Stallions got to be on their P's and Q's, and they're not right here as Stockstill on the read option, able to get out to the 35-yard line of Baltimore State. First down. So here's Stockstill. Another read option. This time it's blown up in the backfield. That's Isaiah Kegler on the stop. So now 2nd and 11. Here's a handoff to West. West dodging defenders, and he trucks Win and gets to about the 20-yard line for a first down. So now we got a 2nd and 6. West in motion to the left. Here's Stockstill. He's going to throw left side and incomplete to Smith. So 3rd and 6 now. Here's Mathers on the screen. Mathers runs over Win this time, and Mathers gets to the 7-yard line of the Stallions. So now 1st and goal. Stockstill in the pistol. He's going to give it to Mathers, and Mathers is going to go in untouched for a touchdown. So the Stallions really struggling to stop the run last week, and their struggles continue this week against Middle Tennessee State. 7-0 lead for the Blue Raiders as Burrell goes nowhere on the 2nd and 8 carry. That's Moffitt on the tackle. So now 3rd and 8. Here's Gibson on the play fake. He's going to throw to Harewood. Javier Harewood, of course, coming back from an injury. Finally back in the lineup for the Stallions. A big gain in the first down. So here's Gibson on the option. 3 yards on the carry, straight up the middle. So now 3rd and 7. Here's the fake to Burrell. He goes right side to Harewood, and Harewood with another first down catch. Welcome back, Javier. So for 2nd and 10, Burrell's going to get a 4-yard gain. Make it a 3rd and 6 for the Stallions. There's Gibson. Fakes the handoff to Burrell again. Goes right side, and there's Jimmy Blackman. Blackman making up for his drop earlier. Gets to the 22-yard line. 22-yard reception on the play. So 1st and 10. The fake to Burrell. Gibson under pressure. Has to scramble. And it looks like he's going to run this one. Dodges a few defenders. Is going to slide after a 9-yard gain. It's now 2nd and short. Gibson left side to Harewood. Harewood can't hold on to this one. It's now 3rd and 1. Hand off to Burrell up the middle, and Burrell gets the first down a little bit more. Pushed out of bounds at the 8-yard line. So now 1st and goal. Here's Gibson rolling out right. He's going to dump it off to Tracy. And Tracy gets to the 3-yard line. So it's 2nd and goal now. Jacob Spain in the backfield. Spain on the pitch. And Spain has nowhere to go. How many times do you really see Jacob Spain getting ran down? That's Moffitt on the tackle, and that's going to end the first quarter. Middle Tennessee State up 7-0 over the Stallions, who are unable to capitalize on good field position early in the game. But heading into the second, they're in perfect field position now. Here's Gibson on the option, and instead of pitching it to Burrell, he's going to get stopped for a 2-yard loss. Burrell may have had a touchdown had he pitched it. But instead, a field goal for the Stallions, so 7-3 as Middle Tennessee State has the ball now. And Mathers, he's going to take the ball all the way past midfield to the 46-yard line, a first down. And on 2nd and 7, Stockstill on the read option, but it gets blown up by Russell Sands. Sands, the quieter of the two defensive ends, but he makes the stop right there. So now 3rd and 9, Smith in motion. And he had a screen right there, but instead he's going to go deep to James. A touchdown for Richie James. As the Stallions were in a cover 2 zone on that play. And in the cover 2 zone, you can only cover so much ground against 4 verticals like the Blue Raiders were running. And James able to get behind the safeties. And he has himself a touchdown. So 14-3. Middle Tennessee State. Stallions with the ball on 2nd and 8. Gibson on the option. And Gibson gets some blocks down the field, and he has himself a long touchdown run. Huge run for Gibson on that play. The defense keyed on Burrell in the backfield, and Gibson takes full advantage of it, and he gets some blocks down the field. And the Stallions trail by just 4 now. Here's the 2nd and 10 for Middle Tennessee State. Stockstill goes right side, and Pettis couldn't hold on to it by the sideline. So now a 3rd and 10. Pettis in motion. Here's Stockstill under pressure. He has to dump it off to Mathers. And Dwight Patrick makes a big play, stopping him just shy of the first down marker. And the Stallions will get the ball right back. Here's Burrell on the pitch. Gets a block down the field, and he's going to get himself a first down. 14-yard carry on the play for Burrell. So now 2nd and 4. Here's Gibson. He's going to throw right side. He finds Johnson, and Johnson gets himself a first down. 7-yard gain on the play. So 2nd and 10. Here's Gibson. He's going to be brought down in the backfield. A big sack on the play by Darius Liggins. So now 3rd and 17. Gibson going to roll out left. He's going to try to throw it deep. And it's incomplete, nearly intercepted by Michael Minner on the play. And Middle Tennessee State will get the ball back with just under 3 minutes to go. Here's Stockstill dumping off to Pettis. Kegler can't bring him down, but then Clay does. But Clay brings him down by his face mask. So they get 15 yards and a 1st down. So here's Mathers on the draw play, and Foster's there to bring him down in the backfield. A 3-yard loss on the play. So now it's going to be 3rd and 10. Here's Stockstill. He's going to roll left, and he throws it to West. West dodges Kegler, and he's going to get down to about the 27-yard line. A 16-yard gain in the play. So now 2nd and 10. Here's Stockstill going right side to Pettis, and he can't bring it in. He heard footsteps on that one. So now 3rd and 10. Here's Stockstill. He's going to throw left side to Pettis. Pettis brings it in this time, and he's brought down by Lawrence Albert. And the Stallions hold the Blue Raiders to 3 points. So under a minute to go. Here's Gibson under pressure. He's going to be brought down at about the 16-yard line. A 12-yard loss. Stallions would end up punting it. And here's Stockstill breaking tackles, but he's finally brought down for a 2-yard loss. So now 2nd and 12. Here's Stockstill. Going to go left side. Andrews can't hold on to it this time. So now 3rd and 12. They're just going to hand it off to Mathers. He's going to go nowhere. And the Stallions will get the ball back with about 20 seconds to work with, it looks like. Spain trying to get a return right here. He's going to go left side. Jacob Spain with space, and he is going to get pushed out of the 9-yard line. So a very good return by Jacob Spain. 7 seconds to go. Here's Gibson under pressure, and he's going to be brought down for a sack. And the Stallions will settle for a field goal as Philip Hayden knocks it through. 17-13 as we go into halftime. The Stallions just missing out on a lot of opportunities in this game. And defensively, they're not playing great either. They got to turn it around in the second half. So just to remind everybody, I'm still looking for recruits for next year's recruiting class. I have a little template to help you out, just so you guys know what I'm looking for. If you want to fill it out, create a guy to be in the recruiting class, just create him in the comments section. And just try to make it realistic. That's all I ask, guys. So we're going to start the second half with Gibson pitching it to Burrell. Burrell takes it inside for a 2-yard gain. So now 2nd and 8. Here's Gibson. He goes left side, and he overthrows Blackman on the play. So now 3rd and 8. The Stallions really need to get some points on this drive. He's going to go deep, but he's intercepted by Dale. And Dale going to take it up the middle, and he's going to get brought down at the 20-yard line. Gibson just trying to make a play right there, but forces the ball into the coverage, and Alex Dale with the interception. So now 2nd and 10 for Middle Tennessee State. Here's a handoff to Mathers. Mathers dodging defenders, gets to about the 11-yard line. So a 3rd and 1. Middle Tennessee State running a lot of pistol in this game. Here's a handoff to Mathers. And Mathers is going to get to the 1-yard line. So 1st and goal. Mathers a handoff in the pistol again, but this time he's brought down. No gain on the play. 2nd and goal. More pistol action. Here's a handoff to Mathers again, and Mathers is brought down at the line of scrimmage. So now 3rd and goal. Smith in motion. They're going to go shotgun now. And here's a handoff to Smith, and Smith is slowed down and then brought down. Patrick there initially, and then Kevin Hodges brings him down. So field goal for the Blue Raiders. 20-13 lead. Here's Burrell on the counter. He's only going to get about a yard on the play. So now 3rd and 4. Here's Gibson. He's going to roll out right. He has a man. He's going to find Johnson. Johnson makes a move, and he's going to get down to the 45-yard line. So now 1st and 10. Here's Shadarius Duncan, who's been very quiet in this game. He's going to get a 1st down here. But Javier Harewood back in the lineup. Duncan used less in the passing game. Here's the fake to Duncan this time. Here's Gibson rolling out right, but he's going to be sacked. An 11-yard loss. Gibson has to stop running so far back. So now 2nd and 21. He's going to go deep to Harewood, and that's what we really missed in this offense. Javier Harewood going deep. 28-yard gain on the play and a 1st down. Here's Gibson on 1st and 10, rolling out right. And he could run this if he wants. No, he's going to throw it to Blackman, and Blackman gets his foot in bounds. So now a 1st and goal for the Stallions, and we're going to get a little read option action right here. And Gibson going to run it in for a 2nd touchdown of the game. Gibson loves running the option of all sorts, and it works out for him again with another touchdown. 20-20 game. 3 minutes to go in the third, as Stockstill going to find Richie James for a 4-yard gain. Now 3rd and 6 for Stockstill. He's going to go left side to Pettis, and a huge hit by Patrick Suttle shuts down the attempt at the 1st down marker, and the Stallions now have a chance to take the lead. Gibson on the fake. He's going to go right side to Blackman, and Blackman gets the 1st down, a 13-yard gain. And now 1st and 10. Here's Gibson. Going to go right side, finds Duncan, his 1st catch of the game. 9 yards on the play. 2nd and 1. They're going to give it to Jacob Spain. Been quiet on the offense so far, and he's going to get a big gain out to the 49-yard line. 17-yard carry on his 2nd carry of the game. It's now 2nd and 8. Here's Gibson. He's going to go in the middle to Johnson, and Johnson with a 7-yard gain on the play. Now 3rd and 1. Gibson right side to Duncan, and Duncan's going to get a 1st down out to the 33-yard line. It's the 2nd catch of the game, and that's going to end the 3rd quarter. So it's 20-20 heading into the 4th. The Stallions playing much better on both sides of the ball, and they are driving now heading into the 4th. So 1st and 10 for the Stallions. And a little more read option, but this time Barella gets the carry, and he's going to go up the middle for 11 yards and a 1st down. So another 1st and 10. Gibson in the shotgun as usual. He's going to roll right, and he stops for some reason. I don't know why he stopped. He's going to get stopped for a 14-yard loss. Should have just thrown it away. So 2nd and 24. Here's Gibson right side. Finds Johnson, and Johnson gets a 25-yard gain in the 1st down. So now 2nd and 10. Gibson on the play fake. He's going to roll right. Throws in the end zone and nearly intercepted by Javante Moffitt. He's having a huge game right now. 7 tackles. Nearly got an interception right there. So 3rd and 10. Gibson trying to run it, and he's brought down in the backfield for a 4-yard loss. There's Shaquille Huff on the sack. Stallions settle for a field goal, but they take the lead. So here's a 2nd and 9, a screen pass to Mathers, and Mathers is going to get brought down at the 43-yard line. 13-yard gain in the play in the 1st down. So here's 2nd and 15. Stockstill going to go left side to Smith. Smith brought down immediately after a 6-yard gain. So 3rd and 9. Here's Stockstill going over the middle to Pettis, and Albert can't bring him down. Pettis brought down at the 26-yard line, a big 1st down for the Blue Raiders. Stockstill trying to run this time, and he's going to get the 1st down and more, and he's going to get into the end zone for a touchdown. 26-yard run on the play, and Middle Tennessee State takes a 27-23 lead as their own quarterback gets the touchdown on the ground. Here's the kickoff, and Jacob Spain, very dangerous, as everybody knows. He's going to take this up the left side, has his blocks, and he is gone. I don't think anybody's going to catch him. He has one man to beat, and he beats him. Another kick return touchdown for Jacob Spain. And it's like, is it really even surprising when he does this anymore? To me, it's more surprising when he doesn't have a kick return for a touchdown. But anyways, Baltimore State takes the lead back 30-27. So here's Stockstill over the middle to Andrews. Andrews just shy of the 1st down marker. So a 2nd and inches. Smith in motion again. And they're looking for a screen this time. Smith, Suttle misses him, but Kegler brings him down at the 39-yard line. A 1st down for Patrick Smith. So 1st and 10, 5 wide receivers. Here's Stockstill. He's going to throw it to James, and James is going to just barely get a 1st down on this one. Here's Smith in motion again, 5 wide again. And another screen maybe? No. He is going to throw the screen late, but he's going to be brought down after a 2-yard gain as Stallions sniffed that one out. Here's Smith in motion again. Stockstill back to pass. Over the middle to Andrews, and Andrews is going to get out to about the 32-yard line. So another 1st and 10. More 5 wide. Here's the throw to Andrews again, and Andrews is going to roll forward for a 1st down. Andrews is hurt on the play, though. Here's Mathers on 1st and 10. And he gets about 4 yards on the carry. So 2nd and 6. And looks like Middle Tennessee State's going to get called for a false start. It's now 2nd and 11. Here's Mathers, and Wynn brings him down this time. No truck stick happening now. And a 3rd and 7. Stockstill going to throw it to Mathers on the screen. Ford's going to bounce him out, and then everybody converges on Mathers, and he loses 2 on the play. So Middle Tennessee State looking for the game-tying field goal. 1:21 to go. Here's a snap. Kick on the way, and it hits the crossbar. No good. Baltimore State catches a break as Middle Tennessee State's kicker misses a chip shot. Now the Stallions have a chance to close this game out. Here's a handoff to Burrell. He's going to go nowhere. A timeout for Middle Tennessee State now. 2nd and 11. Here's the option, and Gibson is blown up in the backfield. Another timeout. Now 3rd and 13. This time Gibson pitches it to Burrell, and he barely gets back to the line of scrimmage. Another timeout. So now here's the punt by Manley. Not a very good punt, but this goes off the kick returner's head, and Middle Tennessee State recovers it with 59 seconds to go. So the Blue Raiders have a chance to either tie or win the game on this drive. Here's Stockstill on 1st and 10. Under pressure, throws it deep to Frazier, and Frazier just shy of the end zone. A 46-yard gain on the play. Now the Stallions have to play good defense right here. Here's a sack. Dwight Patrick on the sack. They're going to go no huddle and spike it. Now, even if Baltimore State wins this game, that was a huge letdown just a few plays ago. Here's a 3rd and goal. Stockstill. Under pressure, just has to throw it up. And Smith comes down with the catch and a touchdown for Middle Tennessee State. I cannot believe it. Baltimore State with a huge letdown late in the game. And now they have 30 seconds to score a touchdown and win this football game. Here's Gibson. He's under pressure and he gets sacked. So Baltimore State's going to have to use a timeout now with 26 seconds to go. They do have 2 more timeouts to use, so they have time. Here's Gibson left side to Blackman. Blackman tries to get out of bounds, but he's stopped just shy. Stallion's going to hurry to the line of scrimmage and snap it with 19 seconds to go. Here's Gibson to Blackman, and Blackman can't hold on to it. So 16 seconds to go now. 2nd and 10. Here's Gibson. Under pressure again, goes right side, and he can't find his target. So now 3rd and 10. Gibson under pressure again. He's going to go left side, and it's nearly intercepted by Minner again. His 3rd deflection of the game. And this game comes down to this last play. Baltimore State's going to have to try to throw a Hail Mary here. Here's Gibson. He's under pressure, hit as he throws, and he's intercepted by Chris Brown. That's going to do it for this football game. Middle Tennessee State pulls off an upset, 34-30 over the Stallions. And this was just a huge letdown for Baltimore State. You know, they thought they had this game won. After Middle Tennessee State missed a chip shot field goal, all they had to do was run the clock out, and they couldn't even get any positive yards on their next to last drive, that is. But you got to give MTSU some credit. They played a very good game of football. They didn't give up after the missed field goal, and they really did deserve to win this game. Baltimore State did blow it. But I can't even say that Middle Tennessee State didn't play a good football game. They definitely did. I thought after the kick return by Spain, Stallions were going to be galvanized to finish this game off, but they allowed Middle Tennessee State a big drive where they missed the field goal, and they couldn't run the clock out in their next to last drive, and Middle Tennessee State just bombs them with a pass to put them in position for that touchdown to win the game. Gibson, 2 interceptions, not a great game for him. On the ground, Burrell and Spain were really quiet in this game. It was nice to have Javier Harewood back in the lineup. He played it very well in this game. But a lot of sacks given up by the Stallion offensive line. Not too many sacks for the defensive line. And I did check after the game. Jacob Spain has 8 kick returns for a touchdown after this game. So he's definitely one of the best return man. And Brent Stockstill had an amazing game, 26 for 35, 2 touchdown passes. And the Stallions just really couldn't stop this passing attack by Middle Tennessee State. And, of course, 3 sacks for Shaquille Huff on the game. And Rooker missed that field goal, nearly cost Middle Tennessee State a chance to win. But they made up for it by scoring a touchdown on their very next and last drive. And here are the team stats. I didn't look at them in game. My bad. And here's some commitments. We got Ricky Jones and Marcus Baker, a center and a running back. They're low overall guys, but I'll still be able to work them in here and there, I guess, once some of my seniors from next year graduate. So it looks like Josh Seymour's going to visit us this week, and he's 99% locked out of everybody except us, obviously. So it looks like he's going to be a Stallion next year. He'd be a nice change of pace back from Jordan Burrell. He's a very similar guy to Jacob Spain. So maybe I could move Spain to like receiver or something like that, utilize him in different ways. But we'll see what happens. Right now we have 6 commits, so we're looking pretty good going into next year. Now we're going to check the BCS standings. Oregon, number 1. Oklahoma, number 2. Ohio State, number 3. And Air Force, number 4 now. Pushing in front of Florida State and Oklahoma. So you dropped out. Washington moved down from 12 to 14 after losing to UCLA. Stanford from 13 to 15 after losing to USC. Michigan down to 19 after losing to Northwestern. And Marshall's 24th. Funny I mentioned Marshall because that's actually my next opponent. But I'm just going to show you where we're at championship contender-wise. We're 44th this year. Might be 98th next year. I'm just going to show you some of the awards we're in the running for. Lakeem Foster in the running for the Nagurski Award for Best Defender and Lombardi Award for Best Defensive Lineman. And actually, he's number 1 for the Lombardi Award, so we'll see if he wins that one. Nordley Ford, number 12 for the Thorpe Award for Best Defensive Back. And obviously, Jacob Spain, number 1 when it comes to Best Return Man. And if the season were to end today, we'd be playing in the BBVA Compass Bowl against LSU. Now, Marshall with 2 wins the next 2 weeks and 1 Old Dominion loss and 2 Florida Atlantic losses. And Marshall will find themselves in the conference championship game. So here we go. Just so you guys know, we're not guaranteed to make a bowl at 7-3 with how many good teams we have in the conference. So we're going to have to win at least one of the next 2 games to really solidify our position into a bowl game. Because we lose the next 2 games and we may be on the outside looking in. So after the penalty on the kickoff, Marshall's starting with about the 15-yard line. Here's Chase Litton, and he finds Darian Owens for a first down. Chase Litton, a very good quarterback, probably the best we played all season, as he's going to run this one, and he's going to get another first down, and he just stiff arms the hell out of Lawrence Albert before Kegler brings him down from behind. A 25-yard gain and a first down for Marshall. Here's Litton on the play action. He's going to go right side, and it looks like Montario Hunt's going to get his foot down and a first down. So now we go to a 3rd and 9. Here's Litton, steps up, and he's sacked. That's Nick Wentworth on the sack, bringing into this drive, a very promising drive for Marshall, but they couldn't finish it off, so Stallions ball now. Here's Burrell on the pitch, and he's looking to throw it. He's going to go deep to Harewood, but just overthrows him. Harewood did have space, but Burrell just let him a little too much. So now 2nd and 10. Here's Lewis Gibson, the actual quarterback. Hit as he throws, and he finds Harewood, and Harewood makes the catch this time, gets an 8-yard gain. So now a 3rd and 2 for the Stallions. Here's Gibson on the play fake. He's under pressure. He's going to scramble, and he dumps it off to Burrell, but Burrell is just shy of the first down marker. And the Stallions will go 3 and out. So after a very good punt, Marshall has the ball in Baltimore State territory. Here's Litton dumping it off to Davis, the running back, and Davis may have gotten face mask right there, but he does get a first down regardless. So now 2nd and 2. Fake to Davis. Here's Litton. He goes left side, and he's going to find Brady for a first down. Tyree Brady steps out the 11-yard line, but makes the catch. So now 1st and 10. Here's the fake to Davis, and Litton going to take it himself, and he gets into the end zone for a touchdown on the read option. Chase Litton is a quarterback you really have to watch because he can run it or throw it with relative ease as Marshall takes a 7-0 lead. Next Stallion possession, here's Jordan Burrell. Burrell goes nowhere. He had a hole at first, but swallowed up by this Marshall defense, so lost the 3 in the play. 2nd and 13. Gibson going to go over the middle to Harewood, and Harewood gets rocked. Can't hold on to the ball. Very good hit on the play. So now a 3rd and 13. Here's Gibson under pressure, going left side, and he finds Blackman. And Jimmy Blackman is able to get a first down, just barely. So 1st and 10 for Baltimore State. Here's Gibson rolling out right. He's going to go deep, and he finds Johnson. A very risky throw, but a first down nonetheless. So Gibson on the play fake on 2nd and 7. He finds Johnson, and Johnson's able to get past the 20-yard line. And now the Stallions are in the red zone. They're a pretty efficient team in the red zone. Let's see if they can finish this drive off. Gibson under pressure and nearly turns the ball over right there. Very risky to try to throw that one. He probably should have just taken the sack. But 3rd and 11 now. Gibson in the shotgun as usual. He's going to go left side. He finds Harewood. Harewood gets to the 1 yard line, just shy of the end zone. So 1st and goal. Burrell gets to carry up the middle. He goes nowhere. So now a 2nd and goal. Here's the pitch to Burrell. He tries to get to the end zone, but he's ran down, gets back to the line of scrimmage. Now 3rd and goal. Gibson tries to sneak it, and he gets a yard. But that's about it. Not into the end zone. So 4th and goal. The Stallions go for it. Burrell on the pitch. He's able to break a tackle. Nearly gets ran down again. And this time he gets into the end zone for a touchdown. Very close call right there. But Burrell able to fight his way into the end zone. So 7-all right now. And on 2nd and 8, Litton just throws this one away. He was under pressure. Just wanted to get rid of the ball. Good defense by Baltimore State. Now a 3rd and 8 right now for the Thundering Herd. Here's Litton. Under pressure, and he's going to be brought down. And who else? That's Lakeem Foster. He leads the team in sacks, one of the best pass rushers in the nation, and he gets the sack. So that ends the first quarter. Baltimore State hanging in there with Marshall, 7-7. Not a lot of people thought they would hang in this game, but here they are. So Stallion ball, 1st and 10. Gibson going to find Shelton Bentley, the tight end, for the 1st down. Bentley not as much of a part of the offense as he probably should be, but he's still a very reliable pass catcher as Burrell goes nowhere on 1st and 10. Stop for a loss of 3. Devon Durant on the tackle. So now 2nd and 13. Here's Gibson. He's going to go over the middle to Harewood, and Harewood can't hold on to that one. These snowy conditions really killing the Stallions right now. So now 3rd and 13. Gibson hit as he throws, incomplete. Probably would have been a bad throw anyways, but Stallions will have to punt it. So Marshall ball. Here's the 2nd and 8. Here's Litton. Patrick bringing the pressure, and Litton's able to throw it away. So that brings up a 3rd and 8. Here's Litton in the pistol. He's going to go left side to Juracek as I disconnect on this play. And Juracek gets the 1st down. So 2nd and 10 for Marshall now. Litton in the shotgun. He's going to hand it off to Davis. Davis up the middle, and Davis gets an 8-yard gain. Shredding tackles all the while. That's actually his 1st carry of the game. So now 3rd and 2. Here's the option. Litton going right side. And Kegler is able to bring him down, but not before he gets the 1st down. So Litton really causing the Stallions a lot of problems in this game. So here's 1st and 10. He goes left side to Hunt. Hunt breaks the 1st tackle, and he's brought down out of bounds. 22-yard gain on the 1st down. So here's Litton in the pistol again. 1st and 10. He's going deep, and Hunt can't make the catch. That would have been a huge gain on that one. But instead, it's 2nd and 10. Here's Litton. He's going to dump it off to Pittman on the screen, and Pittman's going to get the 1st down and more. Finally pushed out at about the 10-yard line. Tony Pittman with a 24-yard catch and run on the screen. So now 1st and goal. Here's Litton. Under pressure, he throws it deep, and Hunt is all alone in the back of the end zone. Marshall's now going to take a 14-7 lead. Just very poor coverage on that play. So now Baltimore State will have to respond. Here's Gibson on the option. He's going to run it, but he's going to pitch to Burrell last second, and Burrell's going to get the 1st down himself with a great effort on the pitch. So now 1st and 10. They're going to run the option again. Here's Gibson, and he gets pushed down for a 4-yard loss. Probably should have pitched it out, but Jackson gets there before he could. So now 2nd and 14. Here's Gibson on the fake. He goes right side, finds Johnson. Johnson breaks the tackle. He breaks another tackle, and Johnson's going to get pushed out at the 24-yard line. A great gain on the play for Aldrin Johnson. And here's the 1st and 10. Here's Gibson going left side, and he finds Johnson again. Aldrin Johnson having a big game so far. 4 catches, 108 yards so far. Gibson on the read option. He's going to go up the middle, and he's going to get himself a 1st down just shy of the end zone. But a good run by Gibson as usual. So here's Burrell on 1st and goal, and he's going to be stopped just short. 2-yard gain. 2nd and goal for Burrell, and Burrell fights into the end zone for a touchdown this time. And it's 14-all. So here's Litton on 2nd and 10. He's going to scramble. Foster couldn't get to him, but Suttle's going to bring him down just shy of the 40, so gain of 6 on the play now. 3rd and 4. Here's Litton. Under pressure, Foster couldn't get to him, but Kegler ends up cleaning up on the play. A loss of 9, and Marshall will have to punt. So now the Stallions with a chance to take the lead before halftime. Here's Burrell, and he's going to get about a 5-yard gain on the play, so now it's 3rd and 1. Gibson under pressure goes right side, nearly intercepted by Rodney Allen. And the Stallions will have to punt. Marshall ended up just running the clock out. And this game's going to go to the half tied 14-14. Baltimore State playing much better than anticipated in this game. Now, regardless how this game ends, you have to give Baltimore State a lot of credit. Even for it to be 14-all in this game, at this point, at halftime, against a much better Marshall team, you know, that says a lot about how much this team has grown throughout the season. I mean, yeah, they're 7-3. They're playing much better than anticipated anyways. But at the end of the day, you can slice it however you want. But the Stallions are tied 14-all at halftime with the 22nd ranked team in the nation. So the Stallions start out with the ball to start the second half. Gibson on the read option. He's going to go nowhere. Ryan B right there to shut down that play. And now it's going to be 2nd and 13. And Gibson going to roll out right. This looks like an option pass. And he's going to run it instead. It doesn't go very far. He gets about 5 on the play. So now 3rd and 8. Gibson goes right side to Johnson, who's been very reliable in this game. Another first down for Aldrin Johnson. So now 1st and 10. Duncan going to get the handoff. Duncan cuts inside. And he gets about 7 yards on the play. Pretty solid run by Duncan. Here's 2nd and 3. Gibson goes left side, and he's going to be intercepted. That's Chris Jackson on the pick. And Jackson going to get Marshall to about the 49-yard line. Gibson was just trying to make a play right here and didn't see Jackson, and Jackson made him pay big for it. So Marshall forces the turnover they need. Let's see if they can take the lead back. Here's a 2nd and 5. Here's Litton. Play on the blitz, but Litton going to cut inside, and he has a lot of space to run. He might get into the end zone in this one. No, he's brought down at about the 9-yard line. But a huge gain on the play for Litton. He's just doing a great job passing and running the ball. And here's Davis up the middle. Davis gets to about the 4-yard line now. 2nd and goal. Hand off to Davis again. And Davis this time is going to get in the end zone for a touchdown. And Marshall takes the lead right back. They're up 21-14 now. So the Stallions get the ball back, looking to answer. Gibson trying to recover from that interception earlier. Here's 2nd and 5. Overthrows Bentley. And now it's going to bring up a 3rd and 5. Gibson looks shook after that pick now. So here's 3rd and 5. Gibson goes right side, and Duncan can't make the catch. That was a very tough catch to make. It looked like he was thrown a little bit behind him. But now the Stallions will have to punt it away. Now here's Owens on the screen play. He's going to get the first down for Marshall. So now we got a 2nd and 4. Here's Litton. He's going to go over the middle to Juracek, and Juracek with the first down. Stallions really struggling against this Marshall offense as Keon Davis gets the handoff up the middle, breaks a tackle, and is just shy of the first down marker. So now here's a 3rd and 1. Here's a handoff to Davis again, and this time it's shut down. Dwight Patrick with a big play. And now Marshall will go for it on 4th and 2. Read option, and Litton catches everybody's neck, and he gets the first down, a 7-yard gain on the play officially. And just a huge letdown for this Baltimore State defense. So now 1st and 10. Here's Litton. He's going to dump it off to Hunt. And Hunt breaks a tackle. And he's going to fight his way for a first down. Looked like a 7-yard gain, but Hunt turns it into 11. And now Litton finds Miller in the back of the end zone for the touchdown. And this is really why you can't ask Cole Wynn to go one-on-one even with a tight end, because Wynn just gets completely confused, anticipates Miller going inside, Miller goes outside, and Wynn is nowhere to be found. So 28-14 lead for Marshall now. Baltimore State really trying to respond on this drive. Here's Burrell on the carry, and Jordan Burrell up the left side, plenty of space. He back jukes the defender, and he's going to get brought down inside the 15-yard line. A great run by Burrell. Now Jacob Spain comes into the game to spell him, and he gets 7 yards on the play. But a great run by Burrell just a few moments ago. Here's a 2nd and 3. Barry in motion. A fake to Burrell. He's going to throw to Bentley, and it's nearly intercepted by C.J. Rivas. No relation to Darrell Rivas, but 3rd and 3, and it looks like the Stallions are going back to the same play. Barry in motion again. This time Gibson dumps it to Johnson, and Johnson is just shy of the end zone. 4-yard reception, and he's going to get the first down, and that's all that really matters. So now 1st and goal. Here's Gibson over the middle, and this time Johnson makes the catch for the touchdown. So Baltimore State back down by 7 now, as Johnson comes up with another big play. So now a 2nd and 8 for Marshall, and Litton gets away with throwing off his back foot. Brady makes the catch for a 13-yard gain, and that's how we're going to end the 3rd quarter. Marshall leading 28-21, finally getting some separation. Let's see if the Stallions can come back in this one. So we begin the 4th quarter with Marshall in Baltimore State territory as Keller gets him to carry up the middle, and Keller, big gain on the play, 15 yards and a first down. So now 2nd down. Here's Litton going left side to Davis, and Davis gets the 7-yard gain on the play. It's been a huge asset in the run game and in the passing game. So now 3rd and 3, a fake to Davis. Here's Litton again, and this time Albert brings him down, but not before he gets inside the 20-yard line. Stallions really having a hard time stopping this read option as Davis gets a carry on 1st and 10, and a big stop right there. That's Dwight Patrick on the stop. So now 2nd and 11. Here's Litton. He's going to try to run this one, and he jukes out Kegler, and it's going to be stopped at the 1-yard line. Nearly got into the end zone, but a big hit by Lawrence Albert keeps him out. So now 1st and goal. Here's the fake, and Litton easily on the read option gets into the end zone for a touchdown. I don't know what's wrong with the Stallion defense. Usually the defense is much better against the read option, but this time not so much. As 1st and 10, Gibson hits as he throws. He finds Blackman for 14 yards on a first down. So now 2nd and 8. Here's Gibson going right side to Duncan near the sidelines, and Duncan makes the catch. His first of the game. Jadarius Duncan's had a very quiet game so far. So now 1st and 10. Here's Gibson on the option. He's going to pitch it out to Burrell. Burrell cuts inside and gets a first down of his own. 12 yards on the play. And a first down. Time running out for Baltimore State. They got about under 6 minutes to go to come back in this one. Gibson under pressure, and he's going to be brought down, trying to get away from it. Loses 5 on the play as Ty Tyler with the sack. So now 2nd and 15. Gibson goes left side, and he's picked off by Jackson again. Gibson was trying to make another play, and Jackson's able to cut on the ball, get the interception. So now Marshall trying to put this game away. Here's Davis on a big carry up the middle, and a 15-yard gain on the play and a first down. Baltimore State really needs to stop in this drive as Litton finds Hunt, and Hunt is tackled just shy of the first down marker. It's now 2nd and 1. Here's Litton on the read option. This time he's shut down. Good stop on the play by Patrick Suttle. 3rd and 1, they hand off to Davis, and Davis is going to get a first down as Marshall continues to run the clock down. The Stallions defense is not showing a lot of resistance even late in the game. 1st and 10, and Owens wide open for a touchdown. Now, Wynn just slipped on this play. I think he was ready to run at first. He probably would have got burned anyways, but he slips on this play, gives up a huge touchdown, and this is looking very bleak for Baltimore State now as Gibson finds Harewood just shy of the first down marker. Stallions are still fighting in this one. It's Gibson on the fake. He's going to throw to Blackman, and Blackman with a first down. 17-yard gain, but Blackman injured on the play. We'll have to hope he's okay. Here's Gibson, goes left side, and he finds Harewood for a 9-yard gain. Stallions are more than likely going to run out of time in this one, but they're not giving up. Here's the 2nd and 1. Duncan runs behind Gibson on the reverse fake. Gibson looks like he's going to run this one, and he's going to get out of bounds for an 11-yard carry just shy of the 10-yard line. So now 1st and 10, Gibson steps up and finds Duncan in the end zone for a touchdown. I don't know how much that's going to matter, but at least the Stallions are still fighting, and that's all you can really ask for them in this situation. Now it's a 2-possession game. They're going to obviously need the onside kick right here, and they're not going to get it. Marshall recovers, and now they're just looking to run out the clock at this point. Here's the handoff up the middle to Davis, and Davis is going to get the first down, and Moore goes down after a 15-yard gain. Now 2nd and 7, handoff to Davis up the right side, and Davis just stiff-arming everybody, and he gets another first down. That's going to do it for this game. And as you see, Chase Litton absolutely obliterated this defense. And Baltimore State's going to fall 45-28 after Marshall tacks on a field goal at the end of the game. But just a bad second half for Baltimore State. They only allowed 14 points in the first half, but then 31 in the second half. And Lewis Gibson throwing 2 very untimely interceptions in this game. Jordan Burrell, of course, had the 2 touchdown runs. Aldrin Johnson had a really good game, 7 catches for 127 yards and a touchdown. And the O-line held up for the most part. Still a few problems here and there for the O-line, but overall, just not a very good game for Baltimore State. The defense just allowed Chase Litton to have a ridiculous game. Over 350 yards of total offense for one guy. As good as Chase Litton is, that should not happen. And when we play Marshall next year, we're definitely going to have to make sure that we key on him the entire game, make sure he can't go anywhere, and that he has no place to throw the ball. Defense didn't force any turnovers as well. That really hurt. But overall, we have 1 game left. This is the home finale of the season. And we just fell flat on our faces. But in positive news, we ended up signing Josh Seymour, the running back that we had number 1 on our recruiting board. So we have a running back for the future once Burrell and Spain are gone. So that's something positive at least. And as we look at the top 25, Oregon State has finally fallen. Washington with a huge win over them, 49-20. So now Oklahoma State number 1. And you got to imagine whoever wins the Oklahoma State game at the end of the year will be playing for the national championship. And you look at the top 25, DeAndre Francois and Lamar Jackson are moving up. And Lakeem Foster looking like he's going to win the Lombardi Award. And right now we're still slated to play in a bowl game. We'll have to see. If we beat Southern Miss, we should be guaranteed to play in a bowl, but I don't know yet. If we lose to them, well, things aren't going to look very good for us when it comes to playing in a bowl game.
This is a must-win game for the Stallions. Currently, Conference USA has 8 bowl-eligible teams with a potential to have 10 of them if Southern Miss and Middle Tennessee State both win. Obviously, Baltimore State lost to Middle Tennessee State earlier in the season. So there's no way 10 teams from Conference USA are going to make it to bowl games. Remember, bowl eligibility doesn't necessarily mean you're a lock to make a bowl game because so many teams finish with winning records that you don't know what will happen. But here we go as Jacob Spain gets a 17-yard return to start the game. So Gibson going to hand it off to Jordan Burrell to start the game, and Burrell going to be brought down behind the line of scrimmage. Burrell needs 45 yards in order to eclipse 1,000 on the season. Let's see if he'll get it. So 2nd and 11, the fake to Burrell, and Gibson under pressure, and he throws it, but doesn't go anywhere. So now 3rd and 11. Here's Gibson. He's going to go over the middle, and it's nearly intercepted by Curtis McKell. And the Stallions go 3 and out to start the game. And Southern Miss gets great field position on their first drive of the game. Get to the 44-yard line. So here's a handoff. There's Ito Smith. And Smith with plenty of room breaks a tackle. 10 yards on the play, but just shy of a first down marker. So now 2nd and inches. Handoff to Smith again. This time he's brought down in the backfield for a 2-yard loss. As Kevin Hodges makes the stop. So now a 3rd and 2 for the Golden Eagles. As Smith gets the carry again, and Suttle can't bring him down. Smith with a 4-yard carry and a first down. So 1st and 10. Mullins hands it off to Smith again. And, you don't really need to pass if you have a running back like Ito Smith. And Smith brought down the 5-yard line, a 26-yard gain, and another first down for the Golden Eagles. So 2nd and goal. Mullins going to run the read option, and Nick Mullins is going to run in for a touchdown as the Golden Eagles take an early 7-0 lead over the Stallions. So Baltimore State looking to answer now. Here's a 2nd and 8. Gibson back to pass. He's going to go left side, incomplete. So now 3rd and 8. Gibson on the play fake. Goes right side to Jimmy Blackman, and Blackman able to get the first down on an 11-yard reception. So now 2nd and 10. Hand off to Burrell. And Burrell goes nowhere. Just no blocking for him on this play. Now 3rd and 11. Here's Gibson. He's going to throw right side, and he's picked off by Collins. Collins going to get a solid return to about the 28-yard line. It's a very poor throw. So here's Mullins for Southern Miss. Breaks the tackle,
breaks another one, and he throws it to Staggers, but Staggers can't make the catch in the end zone. So after a penalty, it's a 2nd and 18 for the Golden Eagles as Smith gets the screen pass, breaks the tackle, but this time Albert brings him down. It's a gain of 3, so now a 3rd and 15. Here's Mullins. Under pressure, and he throws it as he's hit. Doesn't go very far, so the Stallions able to hold up. And now 2nd and 11. Here's Gibson. Under pressure, and he's going to be sacked. That's Dylan Brantley on the sack as he just dominates Mitchell Baldridge. So now 3rd and 18. Here's Gibson. Just going to throw the screen to Spain. Spain can't hold on to it. It would have got blown up anyways. And the Stallions will punt it away. So now 1st and 10 for the Golden Eagles. Mullins with the fake. Just going to dump it off to Smith. And Penn can't bring him down. Smith breaks another tackle. And down at the 47-yard line. Ito Smith just very elusive. Pretty damn strong as well. So now 2nd and 10. Mullins right side to Thompson, and Thompson makes a catch, or so it seems. Baltimore State's going to challenge this one. And on the replay, it's hard to tell. It looks like he got his foot in bounds when he made the catch, but I don't know if they're going to reverse this. And it stands as called, so Southern Miss with a big first down at the 24-yard line. Here's Mullins. Under pressure, and he's going to be brought down after evading the tacklers at first, but Lakeem Foster able to bring him down. So now 2nd and 17. It's a handoff to Smith, and Smith blown up in the backfield this time. Isaiah Kegler on the tackle. So now 3rd and 19. Here's Mullins. He's going to go left side, and this time Staggers makes a 9-yard catch, but not even close to a first down. And Southern Miss will have to settle for a field goal. So 10-0 Southern Miss. As Gibson has the ball nearly intercepted again. Gibson not having a very good game so far. 1 for 8 and an interception. So now 3rd and 10. And there's Bradley again with the sack. Baldridge just getting embarrassed right now. And the Stallions will have to punt it. So hand off to Smith. And Smith falls forward for a first down. 10 yards on the play. Baltimore State really has to focus on stopping Smith in the second quarter as Southern Miss up 10-0 right now. And Lewis Gibson really needs to get it together as well. He's not having a very good game. So 2nd and 2 to start the second quarter. Mullins in the pistol. Smith in the backfield. Washington goes in motion. And here's a throw to the right side. And Allen makes the catch, and he's brought down at the 26-yard line. So Baltimore State's secondary also struggling now. So 2nd and 6, handoff to Smith. Smith with plenty of space. Very good blocking down to the 11-yard line on a 10-yard carry. So 2nd and 11 now. Here's Mullins. He's going to throw it right side. Finds Allen. Allen breaks the tackle, and he's going to drag Albert into the end zone with him. A 13-yard touchdown reception. And Southern Miss up 17-0. Baltimore State was favored in this game, but they're looking really bad right now as Gibson able to find Harewood. And Harewood has a lot of space, but he's going to be brought down at the 36-yard line, but a great gain nonetheless. And here's Gibson on 2nd and 7. He's intercepted by Collins again. And this drive was looking so promising, but now not so much. And Gibson looks like he's going to be pulled from this game as Franklin Jones is now warming up on the sidelines. Here's a 2nd and 10. Mullins finds Thompson. Thompson with a 13-yard gain. So 1st and 10, handoff to Smith. Hodges is able to bring him down for a loss this time. No, wait, Smith was never down. Smith's knee never touched the ground, and he's going to rush forward for a big first down. You look at this play, Hodges brings him down from behind, but no part of his body ever hits the ground. Probably should have been stopped on forward progress, and no, like his knee didn't even hit the ground. Like, it's a really weird motion, but his knee never hit the ground. So that play is legal. It'll stand a first down. Here's Smith again, pushing forward for another first down. Baltimore State's run defense just absolutely letting them down right now. Here's Mullins over the middle to Staggers, and Staggers is going to break a tackle, and Staggers is brought out of bounds at the 3-yard line, but this is going to come back on a clipping call as Baltimore State dodges a huge bullet. Isaiah Jones on the clip. So now a 1st and 11. Hand off their Payne now. And Kegler can't bring him down, and Payne, it's a big first down. George Payne with a 13-yard carry. So now 1st and 10. Mullins under pressure, and he's going to be sacked. That's Nick Wentworth on the sack. So Baltimore State finally has a positive play on defense. So now 2nd and 16. Mullins left side, pitches out the Payne. Tuttle can't bring him down, and Payne gets down to about the 5-yard line. 13-yard gain on the play. So now 3rd and 3. It's a handoff to Payne. Payne breaks the tackle, and he's going to get into the end zone for a touchdown. And things just cannot get any worse for Baltimore State right now, it seems. 24-0 right now. Southern Miss leads. So Franklin Jones in the game as expected. He throws it to Duncan. And Duncan with a 7-yard gain on first down. So now it's 2nd and 3. Here's Jones. Under pressure, and he's hit as he throws. Incomplete. So that's going to bring up a 3rd and 3. Here's Jones. Under pressure again, and he's sacked this time. That's Bradley again. And Baldridge just having a horrible time trying to protect his quarterbacks. So 1st and 10, here's Mullins to staggers for 6 yards. So 2nd and 4. There's the option. He's going to pitch it out to Smith, and Smith has space, and he gets to the 40-yard line. Another first down. So now Smith in motion again. Mullins going to pitch it out to Smith again, and Smith has plenty of space down to the 21-yard line, a 19-yard carry, and Smith is over 100 yards in the first half. So Smith in motion again. This time the fake. Mullins throws over the middle to Allen. Allen breaks a tackle, and Allen's going to get to the 1-yard line with 2 minutes to go. Southern Miss is going to take a timeout. So now 1st and goal. Here's Mullins, pitches it to Smith, and Wynn can't bring him down, just stiff-armed. And Smith has another touchdown. 31-0 is the score with 1:53 to go now. Here's Franklin Jones. Jones steps up, finds Duncan, and Duncan's down at the 34-yard line. So Baltimore State starting to move the ball forward a little bit. Here's the 1st and 10, fake to Spain. Jones to Blackman, and Blackman going to be brought down at the 45-yard line. So now 2nd and 10. Here's the fake to Burrell. Jones over the middle and incomplete. Antoine on the defense. So now 3rd and 10. Here's Jones on the fake to Burrell again. Right side, he finds Blackman, and Blackman down to the 31-yard line. So 1st and 10. Here's a screen pass, but Jones holds onto it way too long, but Johnson makes the catch regardless, and he gets to the 21-yard line. So a 2nd and 2. Here's the throw left side. There's Duncan, and Duncan brought down the 14-yard line. 8-yard catch and a first down. Here's the fake to Burrell on 1st and 10. Jones right side finds Spain, and Spain goes out of bounds for a 7-yard gain. So now 2nd and 3. Right side to Spain again, and Spain is tackled at the 1-yard line, just shy of the end zone. 24 seconds left for Baltimore State to get into the end zone. Here's Jones. Goes right side, nearly intercepted by Armstrong right there. He just tips it away. So 14 seconds to go. Here's Jones, left side, and nearly picked off again by Antoine. So now 3rd and goal. Tracy in motion left side. They're going to pitch it to Burrell. Burrell not a lot of space, but he's going to get into the end zone for a touchdown, 2 yards out. And the Stallions won't get shut out in the first half, but things are not looking very good for them at all. They're down 31-7 at the half. And we'll see what they can do in the second half. This entire game has been a complete nightmare for Baltimore State so far. Ado Smith is destroying their defense right now. And offensively, Franklin Jones had to come in for Lewis Gibson, who got benched after 2 interceptions. This has just been a really tough game for Baltimore State's offense and defense. It's not impossible to come back. They're down 24 at the half. They could come back, but they need to get a stop right away. Southern Miss gets the ball to start the game. Here's a 2nd and 1. Hand off to Smith, right side, and Smith with plenty of space. Patrick brings him down from behind at the 42-yard line, but still a first down. And they've just not been able to stop Smith at all. Here's Mullins over the middle to Ricard, and Ricard with the first down. They haven't been able to stop the pass either. And here's Smith again. Penn can't bring him down from behind. He breaks another tackle. Wynn can't bring him down. And this guy is like a human pinball machine. as he's finally going to get brought down from behind, but this is going to be a clipping call on Southern Miss. So the Stallions finally get a break. Yet again, Staggers on the clip. So now 2nd and 5. Here's Mullins. Throws it right side to Thompson, and Thompson makes another amazing grab and another first down for the Golden Eagles. Here's Mullins, right side. Kegler misses Smith, and Smith gets right in the end zone for another touchdown. Smith is having a fantastic game at the expense of Baltimore State. So great throw. Kegler tried to make a play, but ends up just diving right by him. And now the Stallions down 31 yet again. Here's Jones. He's going to throw to Blackman. Blackman gets past the 30. So another first down. Jones right side finds Duncan just shy of the first down marker. So 2nd and inches. Here's Jones. He's going to go deep right to Johnson, and Johnson makes the catch at the 41-yard line of Southern Miss. So another first down. Jones starting to move the ball very well. Here's the 1st and 10. Jones under pressure. He's going to be sacked by Bradley again. Dylan Bradley having himself a game. 4 sacks so far. So 2nd and 17. Gibson right side, and it's tipped away by Foster. So that brings up a 3rd and 17. Here's Jones. Under pressure, and he's sacked by Bradley again, and Thigpen picks it up. Thigpen might be gone. No, he's brought down at the 35-yard line. But that's 5 sacks in the game for Bradley. He sets a school record with the 5th sack of the game, and it forces a fumble. Southern Miss is in great position to score, but they ended up giving it right back to Baltimore State. So here's Jones right side to Duncan. Duncan brought down at the 44-yard line. So 1st and 10. Here's Jones over the middle to Blackman. Blackman gets down to the 38. So another first down. Here's Jones right side to Duncan. Duncan gonna get brought down at the 26-yard line. So a 3rd and 3. Here's Jones over the middle to Blackman on the slant. 5 yards and another first down. So another 3rd and 11. Here's Jones under pressure, and Bradley with another sack. Calvin Brace in the game for Baldridge now, but he still can't block Bradley. His 6th sack of the game, so now 4th and 17. Jones goes left side, overthrows his man, and it's incomplete. A turnover on downs, and things are just not looking good at all for the Stallions. Down 38-7, heading into the 4th quarter. This is pretty much just mop-up duty for Southern Miss at this point. So as we head to the 4th, the Stallions have the ball back again. Here's Jones right side to Duncan, and Duncan makes the catch, gets to the 25-yard line. Another first down. But can they finish this drive finally? They've gotten down here plenty of times. They just have not been able to finish drives. And Jones is sacked again by Bradley. His 7th sack of the game. That's a new NCAA record for sacks in a game by a single player. And this offensive line has to be ashamed of themselves at this point. Here's 4th and 14. Jones deep, and he finds Blackman in the end zone for a touchdown. So it's not going to matter a lot in the grand scheme of things, but they're going to go for 2 now. Jones over the middle to Johnson, and they get the 2-point conversion. So now the Stallions are going to kick the onside kick, and Southern Miss is going to pick it up. There's Payne. He's going to get brought down. And now Southern Miss is just going to run a minute off the clock, and we'll go back to Baltimore State ball. Here's Jones over the middle to Johnson. 8-yard gain on the play. Now a 3rd and 2. Here's Jones. Right side to Duncan. And he gets to the 49-yard line. So Baltimore State's still showing heart right now as Burrell gets stood up on this play. So it's going to bring up another 4th and 1. But it's good to see the Stallions aren't giving up no matter how bleak it's looking. Here's Jones on 4th down. He finds Johnson, and Johnson out to the 31-yard line. I mean, this Stallions team is just showing a lot of fight right now as Blackman makes another catch, gets to the 15-yard line, and another first down. So 2nd and 1 now. Here's Jones under pressure, and Bradley's going to bring him down for his 8th sack of the game. Bradley's had all 8 sacks for Southern Miss so far, but here's a 3rd and 9. Jones rolls right. He's going to throw it into the end zone. There's Blackman for a touchdown. It's not going to matter a whole lot in the scheme of things, as Baltimore State ends up losing this game 38-28. Nico Riles would throw for his first touchdown pass of his career on the last drive of the game, but It's too little, too late. 38-28, your final score from Southern Miss. Obviously, Dylan Bradley with 8 sacks in this game, the player of the game. But honestly, at this point, Baltimore State really doesn't even deserve to be in the bowl game the way they played today. I mean, Southern Miss is definitely a good team, but for Baltimore State to just come out flat like they did offensively and defensively, it's no excuse for that. The Stallions don't even deserve to be in the bowl game at this point, if you really think about it. But Ito Smith, I mean, he is a monster. I hope we get a chance to play Southern Miss next year so we can get revenge on them. The way they just beat us is just horrible. And Lewis Gibson just really let me down in this game as well. As we take a look at the stats, Gibson with 2 for 10 for 58 yards and 2 interceptions. Just unacceptable. Jones played really well, though. And Jordan Burrell only 7 yards on 9 carries in the touchdown. But Jadarius Duncan and Justin Blackman both had over 100 yards. And you see Baldridge and Brace gave up 7 sacks together. It's a terrible game for those two in particular, just blocking Bradley. And defensively, we did have a few sacks. And Spain just was really non-existent in the kick return game. And Nick Mullins had a great game in his senior night. Ito Smith was just really hard to bring down. We ended up slowing him down later in the game, but they didn't really run with him too much late in the game. And Bradley, of course, with the 8 sacks, setting an NCAA record. And Collins had 2 interceptions as well. It's a very bad game for Baltimore State, but credit to Southern Miss. They didn't come out like slouches. They punched us right in the mouth early, and at the end of the day, we just could not recover. But no penalties for us, which is kind of weird. So now we actually signed a tight end. Lawrence Henderson signed with us. And we'll look at the top 25. Still the same top 6, but Alabama moves up to 7. And as you can see, we are now not even being considered for a bowl after losing that game. Really sucks, but like I said, we don't really deserve to be in a bowl at this point. Southern Miss is going to be in a bowl instead of us. As we check out recruiting, Brad Brown is a guy I really want. He's an athlete. We're just looking at athletes right now. We're just trying to get more athletic as a team. But there's Jordan Daniels, Maurice Anderson, Curtis Clutch, Roderick Witherspoon. And we're trying to get a new kicker. I'm not really happy with Phil Hayden at this point. And Marcus Taylor is another quarterback I'm looking at. Kyle Peoples, another kicker I'm looking at. Andy Lewis, a 6-7 overall quarterback. If we end up signing Brown, I might end up moving him to quarterback because he has a lot of quarterback skills. So Lewis may never even play it down for Baltimore State unless I redshirt one and not the other. And that's about it for the video. It's a very disappointing ending to the season for us. We're not going to make a bowl game. But honestly, is it really a disappointment? Because nobody really expected us to be 7-5. So even just to get 7-5, even though we're not going to play in a bowl game, still very impressive. But again, I'm really disappointed the way the season ended. But hopefully next year we win the conference, not even just make a bowl game. Like we win the conference, make it to a bowl game, and win it. That's the goal for next year. I mean, at least just like getting to the conference championship game. I mean, finishing 7-5 when no one thought we would do anything this year. I mean, there's no reason we can't. Like we're getting all of our starters back next year. So we'll have to see what happens. I mean, hopefully we get the recruits that we pretty much need at this point because we need to get more athletic on defense, and our O-line needs to get a whole lot better as well.